recognize that wiretapping is extremely invasive. When the government can listen to your conversations, either with the help of the phone company or by planting bugs in your home or in your car or in your person, they penetrate an extremely private space. Hacking is even more sensitive. If the government can take over your telephone or your computer and turn on your webcam without the light itself going on, if they can extract documents from your computer without your knowledge, it is just as sensitive as a wiretap, but not treated as a wiretap by the government. In my mind, hacking is so sensitive or so intrusive, yet also so prone to abuse that it should not be used. We have had hacking by law enforcement in one way or another since at least 2002 in this country. It was not until, I think, 2006, 2007 that the public first learned about the use of this technique, and it was not until last year that the public learned that in that first public incident in Washington State in 2007 that the FBI actually impersonated the Associated Press in their efforts to deliver malware. The position of the FBI has been that those kinds of techniques are appropriate and that they will not take them off the table. And so I feel like we have a history of the government using any means necessary to hack. We have a technology that in many cases requires that the public be kept vulnerable to cybersecurity exploitation techniques that criminals and foreign governments could use. And then we have the level of intrusion that I think many people would argue goes too far. And when you add those things together, and then you throw in a little bit about the courts not really understanding what's going on and the government hiding information from the courts, and it's a recipe for disaster.
I don't think I disagree with anything that Chris says. I think the problem is that lawful hacking may be the best bad idea we've got to deal with certain law enforcement problems, right? If we don't, I'm assuming you don't like the idea of creating a backdoor in encryption systems for the carriers, for major device manufacturers, right?
So that is a place where I and my employer can say, no, we don't want backdoors. But you've just presented two crappy options, and I reject the idea that we have to choose one of those two.
So my perspective, having been in 5 years in government, is always about selecting the least crappy option. There are never any good options. That's the reality of policy making. It's the reality of the world we live in when we've got to manage all these different trade-offs. I don't see a third option that's really viable. I know that there is a contingent out there that thinks that child molesters, terrorists, and other criminals are really these sort of specters that have been conjured up to justify some kind of Orwellian system of government subjugation. I actually don't think that's true, right? From my experience, I have seen the kind of threats that we in government need to confront and need to deal with, and so we need to have tools where we can handle that. I think the idea of backdoors, I agree with the ACLU on this point, it's dangerous, it's problematic, and it won't fly because the corporate powers that are against it are worried about their overseas market share. They're never going to allow the US government to have a backdoor, and they're going to win that argument, and they seemingly have, if you believe the reports coming out about the Obama administration rejecting all options that they considered for addressing that problem. And so I come back to a conclusion that, well, I actually think a system where you have three-party control, a carrier, a court, and law enforcement before you have access to data might actually, if implemented properly, be more preserving of privacy and civil liberties and less open to abuse. And I totally agree that the idea that law enforcement has tools that might require a court order, but from a technical perspective wouldn't require anybody else's cooperation, that's really troubling and disturbing. But I also think it may be our best option to deal with the kind of threats that do confront this nation, that do confront law enforcement.
Can I ask who should hack? So should it just be a dedicated team at the FBI, the Remote Operations Unit, which is based in Quantico? Should the DEA have a hacking team? Should the ATF What about local law enforcement? Should NYPD's, intelligence unit have hacking tools? Should Joe Arpaio in Arizona, who has his agency has shown an interest in the software from hacking team? What about a town with one cop? How much training should be required? These are important questions because remember, you start with, hacking is just one example of a broad category of technologies where these are technologies that are designed for the military and the intelligence community. The companies who make them saturate the military and intelligence market. Then DHS and DOJ start flooding local law enforcement with grants. And who doesn't want a powerful spy tool that looks like something out of a movie? And then we have suddenly small town cops using these tools with far less oversight than federal law enforcement. So where does it begin and where does it end?
So, I'll give you one option that's been put on the table, not within government, but externally, and I'll put it in the category of a terrible idea, right? But it may be the only solution to address some of those concerns, and it would be to use third-party organizations to carry out that kind of activity, so that you have some sort of organization where the FBI could say, okay, we need to get a warrant to do this. Judge approves the warrant. Warrant is given to a private organization, maybe one of these defense contractors, right, who carries out the activity, returns the information to the FBI or to local law enforcement. That's one potential solution to the policy problem. Certainly an imperfect one, but it could create a system of checks and balances instead of having law enforcement do it directly.
You may be the first person to ever propose using defense contractors as a way of creating checks and balances.
We're going to get more into that in a second. Ross, do you want to weigh in on this question?
Yeah, so similarly to Chris, I'm sort of speaking for myself at this point. The organization I work for, OTI, we're still thinking heavily about this and don't have sort of a position yet. But I think, and like Chris, I have sort of a very real cognizance of sort of the conversation that has brought us to this point, but I think I come out the other way. At least for the moment, and maybe I'll say differently after this panel's over. We'll see. But that I think being sort of aware of the overall conversation that we're having right now, including the sort of crypto conversation that is happening sort of as we speak in the administration, and I think I'm provisionally excited by what we're reading in the New York Times, but I'm not ready to go home and declare victory just yet. Particularly because we have to sort of keep in mind that this administration is only this administration, and we don't know yet where sort of a next administration might come down on that conversation. It's sort of there, but for the grace of God, go away.
We could make some fun predictions.
We could make some, and we could have an entire panel probably about that. But I think if our overall goal is sort of to abolish the idea of generalized searches of sort of everyone's data. Whether that be through kind of wiretapping at the populace at large, or sort of backdooring crypto so that the government has that option. We want to encourage particularity, and so one of the ways that we could do that is to say, well, look, you don't mess with crypto, but if you absolutely do need access to sort of information that is on a person's device, let's talk about letting you sort of hack into that one device, not everyone's devices, but that one device. And so I think there's two ways that the government can go about getting that information. So I think first we want to encourage sort of old-fashioned police work. Go get your information another way. Tail the suspect. Do what you're supposed to be doing, which is your job and investigate crimes, and sort of fall back on those 20th century tactics if you prefer. And then but secondly, if digital evidence is required, let's talk about how you can gain access to that one device's information. And I think where I absolutely agree with Chris, however, is that the Wiretap Act standard should absolutely be the bare minimum of what we would look for if we're gonna require the government to prove something before they go and hack a device. I think that you're absolutely right, Chris, that right now this is sort of happening in a vacuum of process, and that excuse me, and that if this is going to be a path that we're going to go down, you need to prove everything in Berger you need to prove everything under Title III, including sort of, have tried every other avenue to get the information you're looking for, which is another kind of, you didn't mention, but another aspect of Title III that is required before a warrant will issue under that standard. So, but I do think that having that option as an out gives the government what they may need without sort of giving them the whole kit and caboodle that would be a backdoor into American crypto.
So this is sort of where I think optimism and reality collide. With all due respect to my friend and colleague here, I think there are many people in the tech policy and privacy space who are so disturbed by the possibility of legislation or court orders requiring backdoors in technology. They are so afraid, for good reason, of that kind of
I was going to say, are you not,
policy
Chris?
mandate. So I don't like that stuff. I don't want backdoors. But I'm not so foolish to assume that just because we give the government a green light on hacking, that they will back off on backdoors.
So,
And so I see what you're saying. The position from sort of that camp is the government wants to find a way to monitor particular conversations and get into particular devices. And we need to give them something. And this is the least bad of those options. And it is less bad than backdoors, yes. But I reject the idea that the government's just going to give up and go and walk away if we give them the authority to hack. They're going to still want backdoors because hacking doesn't scale. They don't have the means. So there are parts of the government that like to engage in bulk surveillance, and bulk hacking doesn't work very well. There are cases where the government needs to open the kimono and describe how they did what they did. And that is incompatible with hacking. You have this tension in surveillance where people in the government feel like they need to protect the sources and methods, the how they got onto the device, the how they located a target. And I think reasonable people can agree or disagree about how important those arguments are, but the effect of those arguments is to shroud the entire technology in secrecy. So think about the Stingray, for example. Stingray is a technology that allows the government to track cell phones. Stingrays have been in use, Stingrays or their predecessor technology have been in use since the mid-1990s, and DOJ established a public position, established the policy of requiring a warrant voluntarily last month. 25 years. Yeah, 20 years. 20 years later, we had 20 years of the government not talking about this technology. We had 20 years of the government hiding this technology from the courts, keeping judges and defense lawyers in the dark intentionally, because the technology was used both in the national security arena, in the espionage arena, to keep the president safe, to keep US convoys in Iraq and Afghanistan safe, and then also to allow Joe Arpaio to locate targets. And when you have this conflict, I'm going somewhere with this. So when you have this secrecy around the very methods of how the technology works, you destroy any possibility of public debate. You circumvent the oversight process, and then ultimately you have these very dangerous surveillance technologies being used. That is the same thing that's happening right now with hacking. Although we now have some transparency with Stingrays, we've had state oversight hearings, we've had states passing legislation. We have no such thing on hacking. And so, where the FBI has been using hacking in one way or another for 13 years, there's never been a congressional hearing into hacking power. Congress never explicitly gave the government the power to do this. And just because we give them an official sanction to do so, or say publicly that we don't think it's the worst option on the table, I don't think they're going to give up the desire for backdoors. And I think, if anything, all it's going to do is push for more hacking by the feds, and then the state and locals are still going to need something else, because at the end of the day, the locals don't have the budgets for sophisticated hacking tools that are going to keep working.
Right. No, and I think the state and local conversation is an interesting one, and we should maybe dig into that a little, sort of as our moderator desires. But you know, I think the very point that you're making, Chris, is a point that I also would make, and that is that we are operating in this sort of vacuum of procedure. And while I disagree with you that granting a power to hack in limited circumstances would have no impact on the crypto conversation, I think it would. I think I agree with you that it would probably have very little impact on the government's desire for crypto backdoors. I think you're probably right. Their instinct is to grab every piece of power that they can get their hands on, and that's sort of just a given. But I do think it helps in the larger conversation about whether we do this. The government's desire is not the only factor here. And so, for example, if we're talking to Congress, and if the FBI says, oh, well, we need crypto backdoors because we can't get access to any of this information, the counter argument to that is, yes, you can, because you have this clearly delineated, rigorous, but still available opportunity to hack, say, a phone if you need that information.
So I appreciate the consideration for my antsiness. The couple other topics that we want to explore, and we can get back to backdoors in 1 second, but this kind of came up in one of the earlier exchanges, and it's the second part of what this panel is about. I'll just throw it out to whoever wants to answer. Should companies ever help with government hacking voluntarily, and should they ever be compelled to do so, and if so, under what circumstances?
So you're saying companies, are you thinking of like a carrier or a handset maker, or are you thinking?
I think that was where the idea came from, but then when it came up between the two of you, that obviously brings in another dimension.
So I think the interesting challenge here, right, is the idea that in this kind of circumstance, we're going to be putting, in quotes, U.S. companies in an adversarial relationship with their government. And that doesn't really appeal to me, right? But it may be our best bet, and I think that is essentially where much of the private sector wants to go. They want to go to a situation where they're saying, look, we're responsible for securing our customer data against any and all threats. And many of these private companies that are operating globally, they list out the threats as Chinese hackers, Russian hackers, criminal organizations, and the United States government, right? You can even
Which includes U.S. hackers. I mean, there's not really much difference between
Right.
the Chinese government hackers and the hackers at TAO, right?
in the eyes of, I would say, Apple and Google, yeah, because they're trying to operate globally, and they're saying, look, we're not going to help the U.S. government any more than we're going to help the Chinese government. We're going to find every way we can to thwart that activity, to put in the strongest security that we can. And so do I ever think that private companies should help the government? Yes, under a situation in which you have very, very good control and you have a clear legal system for doing so. I'll cite as my prime example of when this can work. After the Charlie Hebdo massacre, Microsoft, going through legal processes for international law enforcement assistance, was able to produce information on the perpetrators of that crime in 45 minutes. Yeah.
So that wasn't Microsoft helping the government to hack the attackers.
No.
That was them turning over data that was sitting on a server. The question here is, should Microsoft be forced to deliver a malicious security update to its customers under the guise of an update but is in fact malware because the FBI has no easy way of getting it onto the computer of the target?
So, I mean, if you have that kind of situation, I don't really see a distinction in that from a policy perspective between creating a backdoor. That's essentially creating a one-time backdoor, right? That's not what I would call unlawful hacking, right? That's not an adversarial relationship. That's them helping. So I would say no. I mean, I think the Obama administration has specifically rejected that idea of using the update mechanism.
Well, it hasn't, in fact. I mean, so Flame, which was the cousin of Stuxnet, which is believed to be a work product, at least in part, of the U.S. government, impersonated the Microsoft Windows Update services and used the fraudulent Windows Update service to push malware to targets in that operation.
Are you contending that Microsoft helped them do that?
No,
or that
but
was done?
you just said that
So
that malicious updates are off the table,
malicious updates are off the table in terms of
forcing the company to
forcing
deliver.
the companies to do
But
that.
but impersonating the companies to deliver malicious updates has been used
Has been used. Now we're crossing paths from law enforcement domestically to international
to espionage.
espionage. Different set of rules,
Yeah, that's where
different set of laws.
it gets trickier there.
Right? Not something I really want to talk about in this forum.
Well, it's tough to not talk about it when the tools came from that world. Right? The tools come from the world. Many of the same defense contractors, so the Harris Corporation, their contractors are the ones working at the FBI's Remote Operations Unit. The Harris Corporation built the Stingray, and the Harris Corporation provides 0 days to the NSA. These are the same firms and the same engineers who are providing the hacking tools for law enforcement and the intelligence community. And the tools from one area bleed into the next. You can't just say, oh, well, it's a different environment, so.
Well,
It's a
the
different
tools
set
may
of
bleed, but we can
law
still
and
write.
policy.
We can still write rules that are different from the different areas.
Right. That would be my point.
I don't. To answer the original question, no, I don't think that it's appropriate to demand or even to seek assistance of the company. Their role is to secure the device for all of their users.
And do you see a role for them to volunteer to help?
It's corporate suicide if they do,
I
right?
would
Right,
highly
okay.
doubt that would
But
ever happen.
let's sort of extend this to where it goes, right? So if we're going to say that government hacking is okay, but forcing companies to facilitate or enable that hacking is not okay, then really all we're talking about is government hacking via phishing attacks and government hacking via watering hole attacks for hidden services, or the FBI showing up outside your house and hacking into your home Wi-Fi network. But
Right.
realistically,
You don't think there's any avenue for device hacking that's not enabled by the government, by the company involved? There's plenty of unpatched systems. Like the majority of
but how do they get to your phone? How do they get to your
physically?
computer? How do they get their stuff, their malware, to your phone?
Oh yeah, so yeah, they would probably fish it on there or something like
So
that.
phishing only works in so many cases, right? It's very effective.
More than I would like.
Phishing works well if you don't care who in the organization you're trying to get. But against an educated target, phishing is harder.
And I think most targets are not as educated as you presume them to be.
Well, but a hacking regime that where the government can only use phishing is not going to be one that is effective enough for the FBI to be happy. So let's be realistic about the fact that they're going to want non-phishing based methods of getting onto people's computers.
Sure.
And all of the mobile operating system vendors, Google, Apple, Microsoft, to the extent that Windows Mobile has any market share, have the ability to push software to people's handsets.
Yes.
The desktop operating system manufacturers have the ability to push software to people's handsets without the knowledge or consent of the users. And every once in a while, this sort of bubbles up to the surface, where when Apple gives everyone a new U2 album, or Amazon reaches into your Kindle and takes away your copy of 1984. It's always an unpleasant reminder to know that you don't have control over your platform. Well, there's that cheesy line from Field of Dreams, which is, if you build it, they will come. And all of these companies have the ability to push code to users' devices.
Yes,
I think
and that ability is sometimes it's used for stupid things like taking away a copy of 1984, but oftentimes it is exclusively used to try to make the device more secure. And so that is why I think this has to be a red line. Like, you cannot use software auto updates that are by and large used for security updates to then unsecure a device. It will completely destroy the trust model.
I agree with you 100%. But I think that given the existence of that mechanism,
Yes. It will surely be asked for.
it will surely be asked for.
No doubt.
And it will not be asked for in an open forum. It will be asked for in an ex parte proceeding where the judge and the government will cite the All Writs Act and say, we need to do this. And they'll wait until they have a really, really important situation, be it a ticking bomb or a missing child or something like that, and they'll say, we need to do this right now. And then they'll have the precedent that they need to then use it in further cases, and then
Which is why
this will become a routine practice.
Which is why it's very important that we codify this now to not include that sort of action.
Yeah, let me second that.
The longer we live in a situation of a vacuum of procedure on this, the more likely that becomes.
Yeah, I mean, let's just think about the ebb and flow of history here, right? Post 9/11, pretty much all of corporate America came to the government and said, what do you need? And government said, we need this, 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 and this. And then over a period of years following 9/11, laws were changed to make that essentially legal, to clarify the legal landscape of that activity. Now, in the post-Snowden era, we're back down to a point where we think this kind of government intrusion is more problematic. This would be the time to come up with a set of rules so that when we get up back here, after the next terrorist attack, after the next major child exploitation case, where we're not making policy then, where we're not simply reacting and passing laws. This would be the time to come up with a set of rules and a set of policies that can govern this kind of activity.
Yeah. Let's go back to backdoors for a minute. There were some stories in the New York Times and Washington Post about an October 1st meeting where some sort of decision was made, and it's been a little ambiguous to me what that decision was from reading those stories. What did each of you make of what we know about that decision, what the ramifications are for anybody?
Well, it's still pretty murky. I think after the Washington Post story, which came out first, there was a fair number of people in our community that were tentatively cheerful that at least so prior to any of the stories, we had seen a leaked memo out of the White House, basically an options memo being given to the principals committee within the National Security Committee, laying out three basic options. The first being completely disavow any attempt to undermine cryptography. The second one being sort of status quo, we won't seek legislation now, and we'll try to work with the companies to see if we can resolve this. And then the third one being, guns blazing, full steam ahead, destroy crypto, right? And it seemed like from the Washington Post story that this was sort of option 2 that they were going with. And you know what? We're not gonna disavow this ever to happen again, but for the time being, we're gonna kind of take a step back. It seems like that's where they ended up. What I think we still don't know is at what level this sort of decision was made, and I think there's kind of a couple different things if you read the tea leaves that could have happened. I think the first is that at this committee, at the meeting on October 1st, that perhaps a decision was made to go with option 2. And that's sort of the affirmative thing that could have happened. I think the other thing that could have happened, but that is sort of being misinterpreted here in the press and the public, is that no actual decision was come to on October 1st, that the process is still ongoing within the White House, and that sort of a status quo is still happening, but something might happen again, kind of a little further down the line whenever the next meeting happens. I think we don't necessarily know if that happened or not.
Right.
And as for within how we feel about it, I mean, I think tentatively happy is probably the best word for it.
Right. Either of you?
I think what's going to be interesting is to see if the administration, the White House, doesn't come out with a proposal or an answer on this, then what happens with Director Comey, who's been leading the charge somewhat independently and possibly getting out ahead of the rest of the administration, or I think clearly getting out ahead of the rest of the administration. So before you really know what the effect of this is, you're going to have to see, does he change his tone? Does he change his stance? Does he continue to press full force? Does the administration say, yeah, you go make your best case, but you're not getting any backing from us? Or is he told, pull back, we're not going to support this activity at this time. Good luck in the next administration.
So I don't think that Director Comey came up with the idea to seek legislation or to raise the issue of going dark by himself. Before Comey was at the FBI, Valerie Caproni, who was then the FBI General Counsel, had gone to Congress to ask for similar help. She, famously told the New York Times that you can promise your customers strong encryption, you just have to figure out how to get us to plain text. I think we should remember that the political appointees at these agencies change, but the career civil service people stick around and outlast any particular administration. And I think once it was clear to the higher ups at the FBI and their allied agencies that there wasn't going to be a legislative fix, I think, you know, they looked around, they saw what their options were, and they decided, okay, we just wait this one out. We just wait 18 more months, and then, you know, roll the dice again under the next White House. I think, you know, the easiest option for the White House is to do nothing. That's one where both sides don't lose completely, and it's one that doesn't require any work. And so, you know, maybe that's just me being a pessimist, but I don't see this as a victory. I just see this as us having to fight this fight again in 2 years. And the only thing that will have changed in those 2 years is there'll be more deployed crypto, which is good from a privacy perspective and a data security perspective. But I suspect that by the next time this fight rolls around, the government will have done the pro backdoor people will have done a much better job in preparing facts and figures that can support their argument. Because I think if there's one thing that many of us can agree on, it's the government has done a really bad job of making their case. They don't have any statistics they can really, you know, cite other than, you know, a few numbers from the New York District Attorney. They don't have great anecdotes of cases where this stuff played an essential role, and I don't think they're going to make that mistake again.
No, I absolutely. I think, Chris, you're right about that. Is that this battle is definitely not over. And actually, I think one thing that you didn't mention is that I think one thing we saw in this go round is that the FBI definitely let state and local carry a lot of water for them in various hearings and stuff like that. And I think we'll see that happen even if the administration sort of says, hey, you know, we're going to back off. I think there'll still be plenty of folks like the New York DA. New York AG rather, who are still coming to Congress and still beating the drum for this.
I mean, I don't know if it's so much the FBI was letting them carry the water so much as the state and locals are the ones who are feeling the pain, right? So you read Glenn Greenwald's story from 2013 alleging that Microsoft and Skype created a backdoor in their service for the U.S. government. That would be an interception backdoor that would only be available to the FBI, and then the data would be passed to the NSA. So let's assume for now that Skype is not as secure as the company previously claimed, which many people in my world assume. The existence of that backdoor isn't something that is provided. That backdoor isn't provided to state or locals. The FBI has had a dedicated hacking team for 13 years. The state and locals don't have access to the fruits of that hacking team, and so even, you know, as one of the main developers of Signal said this morning on Twitter, even crappy encryption can make life difficult for law enforcement. And so law enforcement are already feeling the pinch, local and state law enforcement. And, you know, I think we often sort of see the FBI as this like one big agency, but of course there's the intelligence side of the FBI and the law enforcement side, and I suspect they don't always share their tools and toys because the intel folks don't want their tools to show up in indictments. You know, what's tough right now is to figure out what side of the FBI Comey is channeling, whether he's channeling the law enforcement side of the FBI that have to make cases and turn over information and discovery, or whether he's representing the domestic face of the NSA that, you know, flies helicopters over foreign embassies and sends signals through the walls of diplomats' homes and never has to make that information public.
So, turning to one brand new, not that brand new, but because it's related, but one brand new topic before we head to questions from the audience. There is a proposed update to Rule 41 of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure to allow judges more flexibility in how they approve search warrants for electronic data. How much does this threaten privacy, if at all, by implicitly authorizing the government to use hacking to investigate crimes?
A lot.
On a scale from a lot to a really, really lot?
I'm going to go with a 12.
Okay.
No, I mean, I think the problem with the Rule 41, so obviously, like, sort of, I'm on record here saying that some hacking may be okay in certain circumstances, but the problem with the Rule 41 proceeding is that it has absolutely no procedural underpinning to it whatsoever. It's just like, yeah, whatever, go forth and do whatever you like. It's a problematic, more than problematic sort of approach.
So I think this might get to the overall point, right? you have an opportunity now to possibly negotiate a solution that might be better than the outcome you would get in the next administration, right? Maybe waiting 18 months and 2 years while the ubiquity of encryption will increase. Maybe in that period, there won't be much evidence that that has created harm for law enforcement. On the other hand, that may create a huge opportunity for law enforcement, and new rules like this may create other facts on the ground.
Who do we negotiate this with? The people who wouldn't show up for this panel? People who haven't shown up for previous conferences? The people who won't respond to questions from the press about the tools they're using? Who do we negotiate with?
So in my mind, probably a public conference like this isn't where you're going to see much in the way of actual fruitful negotiation between government officials and the privacy community. That does not take place in public
I
forums.
mean, we can get Bob Litt to show up at any event and discuss the 215 telephone metadata program. I mean, but there are meaningful exchanges between top national security officials on many, many forms of surveillance. But on hacking, it's crickets.
Well, and I think a larger problem with that approach is that the way that the Rule 41 thing happened was sort of tried to be all stealth and do it through the advisory committee on the federal rules of criminal procedure, which is the most boring possible thing in the whole entire world. But even that, we sort of caught them out, and I was at Google at the time, and we submitted comments to the advisory committee, which, as far as I can tell, were thrown directly in the trash. And not really, addressed in any meaningful way, and they just sort of turned around and said, "Yeah, well, we're going to issue the rule anyway."
So let's back up a second so that people know what's going on, right? So there's never been a congressional hearing on this topic. The first ever public governmental forum where civil society got to weigh in on the question of whether and how law enforcement should hack was this obscure committee in Washington, D.C., a panel of judges and lawyers with no technologists on the panel, and the question they were deciding was which judge should authorize hacking. Not should hacking be authorized, but should it be the judge in the district where the hacking is occurring? Should it be the judge in the district where the victim is? Or can a judge in one part of the country authorize hacking in another part of the country? And every time civil society raised questions about hacking itself, the response was, oh, that's out of scope. This is not the right forum for that.
So I think what's interesting about this, right, is this is actually not what Comey is going after right now. He's not saying, I want to be able to do lawful hacking. For all the reasons we've discussed, it's a really imperfect solution.
Well, no, the reason he's not doing that is because he doesn't think he needs to. He doesn't want to have a public conversation.
Right. Well, he doesn't want to do it. He would rather have his back door, right? That would give him the access he wants. It would lower his cost. It would give him a better chance.
He already has the hacking. Why would you have a public debate about something that you already have?
I think many members of the privacy, it's funny, when I first got turned on to this idea, it was ironically by 3 members of the privacy community who came in to brief us on the horrors of the idea of creating backdoors, and we said, okay, well, what's the solution here? And they said, well, one idea that we've been looking at and has some promise is this idea of lawful hacking, right? So if you want to actually have a conversation about it, it actually needs to be proposed as an alternative to the worst evil. Now, if there's a third option that you want to put on the table, I think other people would be welcome to that. I would certainly be welcome to hearing what's a better idea than this. I mean, the third idea I could put on the table is, well, more police, more resources, then you can go back to the kind of surveillance that was done at the turn of the last century. There are certainly some privacy and civil liberty concerns and some questions about what our society would look like if we went to that option.
What about, as a fourth option, living in a world where the police are not able to spy in our living rooms and bedrooms? Crazy idea, right? I mean, I think the idea that the police should be able to activate the webcam that's pointing at your bed, like that, I don't want to live in that society. But we live in a society right now unless you don't put that internet-connected TV in your bedroom, which many people have already done.
Yeah. So that would be something that individuals could do to protect themselves. But I also think that's something that you could address under a set of rules if you were going to have a conversation about this issue and not downright reject it, right? I do think that, and maybe I'm the only one in the room who really does really want to go back to what I said at the beginning, right? There are real threats. We do have to have an intelligence capability. We do need to have law enforcement. We don't live in a world where we can say today we actually don't need or want to have these capabilities.
But we also live in a world that is markedly more safe than it was before we had these in our pockets. So the idea that, well, you know, holy moly, like the world's going to hell in a handbasket and the police need new abilities that they didn't have in the 80s is just not borne out by the actual crime statistics.
Chicken or egg would be one answer to that. But
Hang on, so we need to have hacking in case we get more crime?
we need to have hacking if we want to shut off the ability, right? We're talking about we're in a golden age of encryption right now. I'm sorry, a golden age of surveillance right now. That's been the term that's been put out. So we're in this golden age of surveillance. Mm-hmm. That may be coming to an end as the ubiquity of encryption, something that I know you support, I support, grows.
So I think...
So in that circumstance, what's the answer?
I don't know anyone who is arguing or believes that the golden age of metadata surveillance is going to be going away anytime soon. If anything, there'll be more metadata and more tools to analyze that metadata.
And even most content. I think that the argument that everyone is going to start suddenly using PGP tomorrow because it's really, really easy to do is just like, it's ridiculous. That people use web-based email services, just to take email as an example, because it's convenient and because they like the spam protection and they like to be able to search their entire archive and like to be able to get it to it from any device around the world. And there's a lot of reasons why we're not going to move for all of our communications to an end-to-end encrypted world right now.
Rob, you definitely have the most fun job today. Let's have an opportunity to take questions from the audience if they have some. I see one already.
I'm actually even more skeptical than Chris about notice to defendants on this, and I think the FBI is already out. I mean, I saw a win. I think the FBI has structured itself so we've created all of this intelligence data and stuff in crime database. I think this you can make that argument easily. And so, if you're using hacking to go after change points, how do you ever get? I mean, there have already been some cases where smart defense attorneys have been able to call into question the attribution of their clients. And so, if you get that case on defendant through hacking, how are you ever going to have attribution that can stand up in court, especially given that the Stingray thing kind of told those guys as it is that that's not going to be either. So, how can you ever have it work in this case?
I could give you a rosy scenario here, but I'm going to label it as such. One possible outcome of this, right, is that instead of having a circumstance in which law enforcement holds on to their tools, exploiting the same vulnerability over years, you create a set of rules in which disclosure is required after 6 months, after a year, or when in the judgment of a group of experts that vulnerability has been exploited by some other organization or is likely to be discovered. Right? So you could create a circumstance in which you enter a virtual cycle in which, given the number of vulnerabilities in modern software and hardware, you simply are going through a process of making sure you have the most updated vulnerabilities in the hands of law enforcement, and that those are turned over on a regular basis to the makers of that hardware and software, and we actually end up in a situation in which this could improve security. That's a pretty rosy scenario, but it's possible.
But again, when you dig into the details a little bit, it starts to fall apart. So the approximate price on the street for an iOS jailbreak is $1 million. A prominent jailbreak developer just last night revealed that he went to work for, he left his job and was now working for a prominent defense contractor that sells vulnerabilities to Five Eyes governments. And so, if we're talking about, if this argument sort of plays out, so every 6 months we're going to, report the vulnerability and give it to Apple or to Google, that means for 6 months, law enforcement officers have something in their hands worth $1 million. And are we going to give that to local law enforcement who are getting paid $60,000 a year?
Because you're concerned that their local law enforcement would resell it on the black market?
Either that they will resell it or that it'll be stolen from them and then sold by others. I mean, this is a very expensive thing. And how do we, so right now, the law enforcement officers who use Stingrays get 2 days of training. And I think expecting more than 2 days of training from the people who hack is probably optimistic. So that means we have local law enforcement who are not cybersecurity experts holding in their hands the keys to hack into any phone in the country. That sounds like a horrible scenario to me.
So we go back to the idea that you really dislike, right? A third-party private company contracted to do that activity who does have that capability.
It's not about whether it's a third-party company. It's about whether the people who are entrusted with these tools have the skills and infrastructure to defend those tools. And no company has figured out how to not get hacked. And the U.S. government certainly hasn't figured out how to not get hacked. So who can be trusted with these skeleton keys into our most private devices? And the answer is no one.
I think we have time for one more question, if there is one. Back there, sorry.
So we talked a lot about what the U.S. is doing, but the UK earlier this year put out a document that said that they want to authorize government hacking. They call it interference. We're also expecting to see that we're going to have backdoor legislation come through the UK with extraterritorial impact. So how do we engage on this if we're only looking at the U.S.? And when, what countries and how can we expect other governments to use these same devices? And are we okay with that, even if we're okay with it in the U.S.?
So that's a stellar question, Amy. So the reason why the British government published guidelines for lawful hacking is because they were sued by a civil society group on the grounds that they didn't have rules for hacking. So they quickly wrote up some rules.
So congratulations, now you have rules.
Yeah. So GCHQ, the British NSA, is currently being sued by Privacy International for their use of CNE, computer network exploitation, which is like the military term for hacking. And one of the most interesting prongs of that lawsuit, and one of the prongs that the British government steadfastly defends, is hacking for access. And this is like a really sort of jargony concept, but the idea is that the British government, and in fact every government, if you get them to be honest with you, will defend this practice and say it's important, which is hacking people who are not believed to have done anything wrong because they have access to computers that are useful for those governments. So the classic example, GCHQ has been caught twice now, or revealed twice by The Intercept, relying on documents from Edward Snowden. One was hacking into Gemalto, a Dutch-French manufacturer of SIM cards. These, in fact, were encryption keys that had been saved by a company, again confirming the argument that if someone else has a copy of your encryption keys, they will be stolen. So the engineers at Gemalto were not believed to be pedophiles or drug dealers or terrorists. They were salary earners. They had, husbands and wives and kids, and they went home at night. They were boring engineers who were not believed to have broken any law, and they were still systematically stalked and targeted by one of the most powerful intelligence agencies in the world because they had access to data that was useful to then go after targets who those governments believed were legitimate targets. That is a practice that GCHQ has defended and will be defending in court in the UK, and I think we also think that's fair game. I don't think NSA would say that hacking US companies is fair game, but hacking any foreign company, any infrastructure provider or telecommunications provider or core internet router manufacturer abroad is totally fair game.
Well, they hacked Yahoo and Google infrastructure.
Well, they didn't hack them. They just sort of spied on leased line cables that were sending unencrypted data. I mean, if you want to wear your old employer's hat, why hasn't Google sued Level 3, which is the company that provided them with those leased line cables and then turned around and gave access to those cables to GCHQ? I think hacking is an important enough debate that we should use the word hacking to describe hacking, not spying on unencrypted traffic.
Sorry, I wasn't saying that was hacking. I was saying they don't seem to have any trouble going after American companies either.
The GCHQ doesn't have any problem spying on American companies, but I think
NSA.
I don't think that was NSA. Was it? Anyway, the important thing with the hacking debate is that these tools are not just used against criminals and drug dealers and pedophiles, or even Angela Merkel and Vladimir Putin and legitimate foreign intelligence targets. They're used against anyone who's remotely useful. And I think that's really problematic. I mean, when I went when I got my computer science undergraduate degree, I didn't realize that meant that I was signing up to be a legitimate target in the eyes of any intelligence service just because of where I ended up working. And I think when you push these officials, it gets really uncomfortable because then they have to acknowledge that yes, they will be hacking people who've done nothing wrong. And this is not like collateral damage, like, oh, we dropped a bomb on the target's house and there was a school 2 doors down and that blew up. Like, these are people who are being targeted because they just have something useful.
I think so. Amy's sort of broader question, I think, deserves a particular answer too, and that is that I think you're right in that this panel sort of focused overly largely on the U.S. government. I think partly because we're all U.S. lawyers and that's sort of what we know. But
I play one on TV.
Not a
I am
lawyer.
not a
Yeah,
lawyer.
yeah.
U.S.
People.
Policy people, U.S. technologists, and so that's what we know. But there is definitely a larger question here. The U.K. government, I think the French government is dabbling dangerously, and I think it goes from there. I think Southeast Asia is another sort of hotspot where this is going to blow up a lot, and so there definitely should be a larger, coordinated international conversation about this as well.
I have just a terrible answer here, which is that I think this is about U.S. rights, U.S. law, and U.S. citizens, and the rest of the world is going to go down this path, and there's almost nothing that we can do. I mean, there's a way that you can view the positions that Google and Apple and Microsoft have taken as a last-ditch effort to make sure that outcome does not happen, and that may be the reason the U.S. government backs down from the idea of creating this backdoor. But I think it's probably fairly safe to say that even our European allies, who we often think of as falling into the same democratic space, have a very different view of these issues, a very different, now I'm going to speak like I am a lawyer, very different set of legal understandings of what's permissible for government spying domestically. And so I don't think the U.S. vision here is something that we're going to be able to export abroad, as sad as that is.
And by the way, I was wrong about our time. We do have time for one last question, and there was one over here, if you still had it.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, as Captain Albrecht demonstrated at the start there, I encourage everybody to check out quick end-to-end PD encryption that we can
See?
I'll believe it when I see it.
I encourage you to check it out. We're set up big trouble and set everything. But one of the concerns and one of the reasons that government always tends to this panel is really a question about what is the U.S. government doing with regard to companies that are located outside of the U.S. that are making encryption available to their citizens.
What are they doing right now?
Right, so is there a push to get the governments on board? If you talk about legal hacking, is there a push to say, well, we have a right to hack into companies operating overseas, or are European governments looking to hack into companies within their own borders? How do you see that unfolding?
I mean, the Dutch and the Italians hack. It's a thing. The Dutch are actually pretty open about it. The Italians less so. Many European governments hack. You can tell this because there are a number of European companies that sell hacking tools first to their own governments and then they export it because their own domestic markets are pretty small. So yeah, Europeans hack. It's always funny to me when when the ways that companies compete is like by saying, "Oh, we're a Swiss-based company." Like the Swiss aren't also doing this stuff too. No, I mean there's a reason that you should. There's a reason that I, as a technologist, put my faith first and foremost in technology and not the law, because laws get quietly broken or twisted behind closed doors by governments, and it's much tougher to do that with technology.
All right. Final thoughts from everyone. 1 minute each, if you will. If you have any final thoughts, you want to start, Chris?
Yeah, I'll just say something that I'm thinking a lot about right now, which is prior to August of this year, the Tor browser bundle, the Tor browser did not include automatic security updates, which meant that if the FBI took over a child porn hidden server on the Tor network, if they didn't care which visitors to that site they got, they could be, with a high degree of certainty, they could get a bunch of those people without resorting to what's called a zero-day vulnerability. With a known flaw that had probably been fixed in the most recent version of the Tor browser, they could get a bunch of people because most people were not running up-to-date software. In August of this summer, Tor switched to automatic security updates, and over the next 6 to 12 months, I suspect that a significant percentage of Tor users are going to do that one last update, and then at that point, they'll be set, and they will have automatic updates going forward. We've seen at least 3 major watering hole operations by the FBI in the last couple of years where they take over these Tor hidden services and they deliver malware to everyone who visits a particular website. Those kinds of operations in the future will only work successfully with 0 days. And so up until now, the FBI hasn't had to use 0 days for what is really sort of a vanilla routine law enforcement investigation. We're not talking about terrorists. I mean, I'm not saying these people are good people. They're really sick, bad people. But this is not, bin Laden hiding in a cave. And so what that means is we are entering a world where even routine hacking by law enforcement will increasingly rely on 0 days. And we don't have a sane domestic 0-day policy. We have a 0-day equities process in the White House that is dysfunctional and shrouded in secrecy. And
how do you know it's dysfunctional and if it's shrouded in secrecy?
Well, the guy who's running it doesn't know anything about technology. The cyber czar bragged about the fact that he didn't know very much about technology. That, to me, is the first ingredient for dysfunction, for a policy about technology. We need to think very carefully as a country about hacking if it means that most hacking will require 0 days, and that's where it's going. I think that government agencies have had an easy time over the past few years because they've been able to rely on phishing and the fact that most people are running out-of-date software. And as for all the talk of encryption, I think the thing that's going to really change up the hacking debate is actually the move towards automatic security updates, which has it's monumentally positive for cybersecurity, but a significantly destabilizing influence for the government's hacking efforts.
Rob.
And so just get ready for more 0 days.
Final thoughts, Rob.
So what I would say is that I put out a challenge to this community. They say, okay, given that security is getting better, we're not going to have a backdoor likely, at least not in the near term. What is a viable alternative that this administration or the next administration should be pursuing to address these law enforcement equities? If this is in fact going to get harder, what's the answer to address those law enforcement concerns?
Ross?
No, I think I would say that as a sort of a closing note, I think that if from my point of view, if you look at the sort of the tangle, and you can see the panel that we had today, this is you can't just talk about this one portion, despite the fact that we tried to sort of bite it off in a panel-sized format. There's so much that intersects here, including 0 days, including the vulnerability equities process, Chris, including the international aspects of this and what other governments are doing. There's so much going on here, but I think as a sort of a statement of policy, I want to make sure that the availability of strong cryptography is maintained, and that the government's ability to do mass surveillance is curtailed. And so it seems to me, at least for the moment, that the way to make that happen is through a strongly restricted but available ability to hack individual devices by the government. I think I would definitely be willing to discuss concentrating that in one team within FBI that does it for all of state, local, and federal government. It's another bounding in that you only have so much bandwidth within that one team, so you sort of limit the number of requests that can go through in that way. But
and that team will be more secure than OPM, right?
Oh, obviously.
Okay,
Sure.
okay, right.
Well, I mean, actually, I would trust a team of cyber security engineers within FBI whose job it is to hack other devices to potentially keep their own devices more secure, but probably not 100%.
And we've seen there's some calls from Capitol Hill to take that data away from the OPM and put it toward a more intelligence-oriented organization. But that's a debate for another day.
Right.
I'd like to thank the panel. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Ross. Thank you all for attending, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Okay, nice to meet you.
I don't think we disagree as much as you think we do.
I don't disagree with you. I just disagree with the administration.
On which point?
Yeah, pleasure. Thank you.
has no position on this issue.
The administration has.
Right around.
Was that fun? Thank you.
It was good fun.
The administration has shrouded everything in secrecy for the last 8 years. It was 6 years. They own the secrecy around stingrays. They own the secrecy around hacking.
Except for the elephant in the room, the guy who just talked upstairs kind of put everything on the table.
Well, he didn't take any FBI documents.
Fair. I think on the lawful hacking, it's not an issue that anybody's pursued. It's not an issue that.
Like, why did I have to be the one to reveal that the FBI impersonated the Associated Press? Why didn't the FBI voluntarily reveal that back in 2007? Why did the FBI defend it last year? Why didn't the administration?
Oh, yeah,
say,
no,
you know
I'm
what?
sure that
Especially journalists, that's really fucking stupid. Let's not do that.
I think that conversation didn't happen internally. Government is slow to learn. The only other thing I will say, you were right, Michael does not have a deep technical background. He is surrounded by people who have very deep technical backgrounds on both sides of the keep and disclose debate. They're impressive discussions.
Well, I mean, that vulnerability equity process allowed the U.S. government to impersonate. When the U.S. government impersonated my business Windows update, in my mind, that happening was a clear sign of whatever internal system checks and balances existed. That was a failure.
When was it?
2009, 2008. Oh yeah, it was reinvigorated.
It went into existence in 2010. It was reinvigorated. I'm not going to defend the government and say that its planning is perfect. We're not totally fucked up.
I worked for the government for 3 years.
What I would say is, I think the process actually does work. More numbers should come out. It's startling.
If they want the public to have faith in the vulnerability equity process,
They want the issue to go away.
all they do is publish the docs instead of redacting them.
should not allow you to escalate. Should allow I know, but that's
update systems are protected by public key systems, meaning they're only protected by private keys. And all the computers in NSA might be able to break those keys or you know, like, you know, all your lighting systems, each one is based on the crypto is the so, you know, turn 4 on the automatic lock date, now you have a I'd rather have automatic. Okay, it's all relative. Yeah.
fantastic decision, by the way.
It is. Oh my god, I can't wait to read it.
60 pages of pure we win. Really. Like, on standing, on First Amendment, on 14th, like, no dissent. I don't know, actually. There was a...
Hi.
I'm great.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I don't know what to do.
And you. Is this your water? Do you want a water?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I see. There's something.
Yeah. Ambro, Fuentes, and Ron. You came prepared, huh?
Wow.
Yeah. Ends with a nice quote from Justice Jackson, dissenting in Korematsu. It's like, it's very...
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nice.
Has some soaring moments.
Wow.
So. It's possible. I'm sure the NYPD is never one to just give up, so. I don't know. I mean, frankly, I was surprised. A little surprised. Yeah.
Yeah. Me too.
I also thought it wasn't going to come out before Raza. Since the police department had asked them, they said we're in settlement discussions, don't issue your decision.
Did they say that, really? That's like, court was really going to do something like that.
Well, maybe they got sick of it after the, third or fourth 30-month delay. I don't know. Should we get going?
Yeah, sure.
Yep. All right. Good morning. Morning. Welcome to CFP. Welcome to this morning's panel on the third-party doctrine, plotting the end for Smith and Miller. Smith and Miller, of course, refer to the two Supreme Court cases, Smith v. Maryland and United States v. Miller, that are the source of many of our privacy woes today. Taken together, they stand for the proposition that there is no Fourth Amendment privacy interest in data that is voluntarily conveyed to third parties. I don't need to tell this crowd what a problem that has been, especially for things like email and phone records, which are of course held by third-party service providers and accessible without a warrant. Today I think we're going to talk a little bit about how we might change that. I'm Mike Price. I am an attorney with the Brennan Center for Justice at NYU. I work mainly on privacy and technology issues in the federal context. And I will be guiding this discussion for the next hour or so. I'll also be participating in it, and I actually hope that all of you will as well. We're going to try and leave about 20 minutes at the end for Q&A. This really is a joint effort in every sense of the word. There are many, many moving parts to efforts today to push back on the third-party doctrine. There is litigation at the federal level, at the state level. There are civil cases, criminal cases. There is state legislation. There is federal legislation in the works. And it also involves a host of different actors, NGOs, criminal defense attorneys, tech companies, media, academics, and I think we want to try and bring in all the different perspectives and tracks that are at play right now. And this is really, the title of the panel is Plotting the End for Smith and Miller. I mean, it really is an invitation to conspire. Legally, of course. But I think that is really the point we're at. We're sort of plotting out a bit of an end game here, and there are a number of different strategies involved, and so we're going to try and explore some of those. I'm going to speak a little bit about some of the work that the Brennan Center has been doing on this issue in terms of litigation. Greg Nojim, to my right, who I'll introduce in a second, is going to speak about some of the legislative efforts at the federal level to reform ECFA. And Mariko Hirose from NYCLU is going to talk a little bit about some of the state efforts, both legislative and litigation. So let me introduce my co-conspirators in chief here properly. Greg Nojim is the director of the Freedom, Security, and Technology Project at the Center for Democracy and Technology. He specializes in protecting privacy in the digital age and directs CDT's privacy initiatives in response to the Snowden disclosures. He has helped lead CDT's successful efforts to promote the USA Freedom Act. He is also involved in a multi-year project to update the 1986 Electronic Communications Privacy Act.
Many multi-year.
Some of you may have heard about that. Mariko Hirose is a senior staff attorney at the New York Civil Liberties Union, where she focuses on statewide civil rights and civil liberties impact litigation. At the NYCLU, she has worked on cases involving free speech, privacy, government transparency, and criminal justice. So I guess the plan for the next hour or so, I'm going to lead off the discussion for about 5 minutes and then talk about some of the Brennan Center's advocacy efforts, and I'll turn it over to Greg and Mariko. After that, we'll have a little bit of a guided discussion, Q&A, and then open it up to the audience. So let me talk a little bit about the Brennan Center's work here. We see the third-party doctrine as a profound problem for privacy in the digital age. Almost everything we do, every email, every phone call, every search and click online creates a record of data that is held by a third party. The same is true with cell phones, these little tracking devices that we carry around with us constantly, creating a third-party record of location information. I'm of course not telling you guys anything you don't already know. The question today is what we can do about it. And the Brennan Center sees no shortage of opportunities for reform here. We are actively supporting some of the legislative efforts at reform out there. But at the same time, we are turning our attention a little bit towards the court and to criminal cases in particular. Not to say that there is anything at all wrong with the big civil challenges to things like the NSA's metadata collection program. But the benefit of dealing with these issues in the criminal context is that we get to avoid the standing problem. And so, unlike the Clapper case or the Clayman case, we don't have to deal with showing an injury. It's the standing is really not an issue. And so, in a couple of the cases that we're dealing with, I'll talk about in a second, they present these third-party questions squarely before the court, and a couple of them seem destined for the Supreme Court. I recently published a law review in the Georgetown Journal on the third-party doctrine, outlining the Brennan Center's approach to convincing the Supreme Court, to overturn it. The general idea that we're pushing here is that communications data is the modern equivalent of Fourth Amendment papers. Now it's not exactly a new idea, but we're applying it both to communications content and to metadata. And we argue that it doesn't matter whether you're just talking about a little bit of data or collecting it in aggregate, that the same interests are implicated. If you look back to the history and the purpose of the Fourth Amendment, there seems to be a serious concern on the part of the framers to protect other constitutional rights, and in particular, the First Amendment. So the concern at the time was with general warrants and writs of assistance that were used to systemically suppress dissent in England. And there was a concern here that arbitrary searches and seizures of people's papers would lead to the same result. And so we look at that history, we look at that purpose, and we say, well, that has to apply to data, to metadata even, as we store more and more of our data online and with third parties. There is less and less of a privacy interest, and that makes less and less sense to us. So I'll give an example of one of the cases that we are involved in at the moment, and this sort of advocacy. It's the case is called United States v. Mullen. It's in the Ninth Circuit, and this is the only case where the government has admitted to using the Section 215 program and data derived from it to convict a defendant. In this case, the defendant was convicted of material support for sending about $8,500 to Somalia. It's the only known instance of this, and the only reason that we know it is because the government happened to let it slip in congressional testimony. Of course, the defense attorneys were not notified, and once they figured out what was going on, moved for a new trial. And the ACLU and the Electronic Frontier Foundation are now serving as defense counsel. We're trying to wrangle amici, but the argument that we're making is twofold. First, that the court should really look at communications data as Fourth Amendment papers. And second, that the third-party doctrine doesn't make any sense in the digital age. We sort of take a page from Justice Sotomayor in Jones, who called the doctrine ill-suited to the digital age, and explain why. And there seem to be three major issues here which we try to hammer home. And those, the first thing that we have to talk about is the way in which communications metadata is highly revealing of First Amendment activities. And that is true especially in aggregate. But if you look at even a single instance, it can also achieve the same result. A URL is a fantastic example of this. It is, in some contexts, considered metadata, but it obviously links directly to content. A Google search, for example, contains the terms of the search in the URL that's created every time you click. So the problem there is, of course, magnified when you deal with metadata gathered in aggregate, which can be stored and searched and stitched together to paint a very intimate portrait of private life. The second point that we try and make is that this distinction, though, between content and metadata seems to be losing a lot of its force. It is experiencing technical difficulties. The idea that metadata and content are sort of two immutable categories is just being washed away by changes in technology. The really good example of that is the monitoring of port systems on computers. This is, without getting into too much detail, when you connect to the internet, your computer is using a specific port to do that. And it uses a different port when you're browsing the web as opposed to sending an email. And in reality, the phone company has the internet service provider has no need to monitor that information except to protect its own system. So the modern equivalent, or the equivalent of that would be dialing a main office number and having the extensions monitored by the phone company that you dial. There's no need to monitor that to connect one computer to another, but companies tend to do it to enforce their terms of service, prevent spam attacks, that sort of thing. But you, as a user, have no idea this is happening, and in fact, it wasn't always the case that this sort of data was monitored. So the idea that we can draw a neat line between content and metadata seems to be more and more difficult as technology progresses. And then the last point I want to make real quick is that, the third-party doctrine is in many ways at odds with how we share information today. It is a really blunt instrument in many senses. It divides the world into data that is either completely private or effectively public, and that is inconsistent with how we communicate today. I can have a private conversation. I can post a message to a group of friends or to an email listserv and exclude others. But I think that the framers would have been aghast at the idea that the government could get a list of everybody who received a copy of the North Britain number 45 or received an email from an advocacy group or from a membership organization. So those are some of the vulnerabilities that we see in the law as it is right now, and some of the points that we're trying to advance in federal criminal cases. But while that is going on, there are also many other things happening on this front, including federal legislation, state legislation, state court cases, and I think we want to talk about a little bit of those, and I'll turn it over to Greg.
Hi, I'm Greg Nojheim. I'm with the Center for Democracy and Technology. Thank you, Mike, for having me here. Mike talked, I'm going to mix it up a little bit, if that's okay. Mike talked at a very even level, just explained things, what their position is. Reality is, Mike's a radical. You might not have gotten that from his presentation, but he's a radical.
Thanks, Greg.
He's out there saying one little itty bitty bit of metadata, no matter what it is, requires a warrant. Hey, Mike, if law enforcement wants to know who had this IP address on this day at this time, would that require a warrant?
Well,
should it require a warrant?
IP address is interesting, but I'll take it and go with it for a second. I think you're making an assumption that it's just one individual at one point in time. That IP address may well belong to the Hilton. How is it that you are going to know which piece of data you're looking at before you grab the whole thing? So I think the assumption there is that we can pick out one thing and say, well, it's just that one little piece, but in fact it may reach much broader than that, and you're going to have to scoop up a lot more data than just one point to get what you're looking for.
That was a yes, right?
I think so.
What about a record? Just the query to the provider is, did Greg email Mike on this day at this time or in this time frame? Warrant?
Well, now you're just asking the internet service provider to do the search for you.
Yes. Yes.
No, I think that's effectively the same thing. If a police officer walked up to somebody on the street and said, could you please break into this house for me? You'd have a Fourth Amendment problem.
So the reason I'm asking these questions like this is because it kind of contrasts the route that Mike is taking in the litigation is a little different from the route that we're taking at the legislative level, at the federal level in legislation. In the legislative battle, we've been arguing to require a warrant for content. And part of that argument has been not just that content is particularly important, that content is already under a warrant requirement in at least the Sixth Circuit in the Warshak case, but that also the reason we're trying to persuade Congress that they can go for a warrant for content is that we're leaving in place the building blocks of law enforcement investigations. So as you learn more and get more suspicion about a person by looking at metadata associated with their internet work, their internet activity, then you can build up to the warrant requirement. We have, through the Digital Due Process Coalition, pointed out one particular anomaly in the law when it comes to metadata, arguing that the level of suspicion required for real-time monitoring of metadata through pen registers and trap and trace devices, which right now is under a certified relevance standard, meaning law enforcement just goes to a judge, they certify that the information is relevant to their investigation, and that's all they need. The judge must issue the order. We've said, no, that's a non-standard. What you really want to have is the standard for stored metadata, specific and articulable facts that the information is relevant and material. So we have said we want to elevate the standard for some metadata. Right now, for content, it's kind of a crazy quilt in federal law. Content that's older than 180 days, you don't need a warrant for it under the statute. It's kind of silly. I see somebody frowning in the audience. It's silly. The stuff that's most important to you, that you save the longest, is the stuff that's least protected. And that's an anomaly. It's built into the statute from the day it was drafted back in 1986. In those days, if something was more than 6 months old and held by the provider, it was abandoned. Nobody held data that long. It was too expensive to store it. Fast forward to today, you get Google and Yahoo saying, why would you ever delete anything? And so nobody does. Another anomaly in the current law is about opened email. Stuff that's less than 180 days old, but has been opened because of a quirk in the way the statute's written, that's not protected by the warrant requirement either. That's just a subpoena. So we're trying to fix those two things and establish the rule that all content, whether held by an electronic communication service provider like email, or whether held by a remote computing service, think of Google Docs, where you store something and then come back to it later and edit it, that should all be under the warrant standard. How are we doing? Well, we've been at this for 5 years. We started with the digital due process recommendations came out in 2010, relatively small coalition. It's grown into more than 100 organizations and companies, and we've gotten 300 co-sponsors in the House, 300 co-sponsors on a warrant for content bill in the House. We have 25 co-sponsors in the Senate. Very strong bipartisan support. About a month ago, there was a hearing in the House, and the hearing went okay, not as smooth as one would want. There were a number of issues that have been identified, both at the hearing and behind the scenes, and I'll just outline them real quick. They are notice, whether there will be notice to a person whose email has been seized from a provider using a warrant. The bill right now says there will be notice. Whether we got in the bill the remote computing service warrant requirement exactly right, or did we expand the class of RCS entities? Another issue is consent. Whether if a person consents, the provider should be required to disclose the information to law enforcement. Right now, the provider can, it's voluntary. If the person consents, the provider can voluntarily disclose. And there are reasons for that rule. Another is the emergency exception. Under current law, if there is an emergency, law enforcement goes to the provider and says, won't you please disclose this content? And the provider can say no. And law enforcement doesn't like that. They'd like there to be a mandatory rule with all the fallout from that, which would be, there'd be a hell of a lot more, quote, emergencies that weren't really emergencies. And then the biggest issue, which I think we'll talk about a little later, is what we call the civil agency carve-out, an effort by the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Federal Trade Commission, and maybe other agencies to get a rule that makes it so that they get access to content without a warrant. They would just need a subpoena. And their argument is, hey, we're a civil agency. We don't issue warrants. We issue subpoenas. So we should have a way into that data from the providers. As Mariko's going to talk about in a minute, the feds aren't the only game in town. A number of states have enacted statutes to require warrants for content or location. For content, it's Texas, Hawaii, Maine, Utah, just now California, maybe Missouri. I can talk about that if somebody asks, and almost Montana. For location, it's Maine, Montana, New Hampshire, Utah, and again, California. Thanks. Look forward to talking to you later.
Do you mind if I exercise morality?
Go ahead.
Just want to follow up. So your argument for requiring a warrant for content is that the way that we use email has changed from 1986. We store it on a remote server for far longer, and therefore the rule about 180 days makes no sense. Why is that argument not also applicable to metadata and to pen registers? I mean, clearly there's a lot more information out there and being collected than just the phone numbers we dial.
It is. It is. I don't disagree that there's a lot more information out there. I don't disagree that it can be aggregated to make, to result in intelligence, to learn things about a person, learn things about their activities. And I don't disagree that that's sensitive. Where I think the rub is in the small collections of metadata, you know, the one-time piece of data. And how sensitive is that? Like, my IP address, yes, that's what law enforcement uses to figure out what I've been doing, right? They use the IP address, but they have to have a higher level of proof to get the more revealing information. So to go to Congress and say, we want to do away with the ability to get these building blocks with just a subpoena or just a low-level order, it's a much tougher sell than to say, we're leaving the building blocks in place, we're going for the most sensitive stuff, which in the DDP recommendations is content and location. You know, we haven't made that much progress on the location bills. They are complicated. There are complicated issues. One of the complicated issues is, what do you do with the one-time ping? Where was Greg at this moment on this day? That is going to be something that I think we're going to get some pushback on. The recommendation in DDP, when you read it, doesn't really spell it out, doesn't take a position one way or the other. It says warrant for location. That's going to be a big issue.
Rachel.
Thanks, Mike, for having me. Sorry to be on the panel with you. I'm Marika Hirose. I'm a staff attorney at the New York Civil Liberties Union, the New York affiliate of the ACLU, where, among other things, I am plotting to kill or reform the third-party doctrine under state law. I actually started at the ACLU about 5-6 years ago, where I was plotting similar things under federal law. But I think focusing on state efforts is very important, because we have this Fourth Amendment framework called the reasonable expectations of privacy, which I'm sure we can have a long discussion about what that really means. But at least having good case law at the state level and also good legislation at the state level feeds into people's reasonable expectations of privacy. So we have a very good case law in New York State Court on GPS from pre-Jones. It's called People v. Weaver. The highest court of the state said that people have reasonable expectations of privacy in their movements over time. And that's something that was cited in Justice Sotomayor's concurrence in Jones. And also, I think having state level legislation that determines that people in the state have an expectation of privacy in location data or content data really helps when you're litigating these issues in courts later. There's a good cell phone location tracking decision that came out of the Northern District of California earlier this year that cited to all the state level protections that were being legislated into place. And I want to mention 3 ways in which the third-party doctrine is coming up in my work in New York, either explicitly or implicitly. One is in the area of location tracking, like it's coming up all over the place. We appeared as amici with the Brennan Center and the ACLU and EFF in a case where the Manhattan District Attorney got 6 months of historical location data for a person in the course of a criminal investigation. We went in as amici, and because we have this great case, Weaver, it's really established under New York law that tracking somebody's movement for that long does implicate reasonable expectations of privacy. So really the focus there is, does that change once that location data is in the hands of a third party, in the hands of Sprint in this case. That case is being decided soon on the 20th, so we'll see how that goes. But I think that this is really a ripe issue to bring up to the highest court of the state right now. It's sort of the obvious next step after Weaver. We also appeared as amici in a case involving Facebook, where Facebook moved to quash bulk warrants that it got also from the Manhattan DA's office. They were served warrants that require them to produce almost everything in 381 Facebook accounts, including videos, direct messages, lists of groups that people are a part of and who else is in these groups. The third-party doctrine didn't really come up there because the Manhattan DA's office had actually gotten a warrant. They kind of recognized that this is content information that should require a warrant. It seems like there's more of a consensus among law enforcement. We're seeing more of a consensus that that kind of information requires a warrant. Although there were issues about particularity of that warrant. I mean, to ask for everything in all of these people's accounts raises significant Fourth Amendment problems. The case was dismissed at the appellate division level actually on just a procedural issue of whether Facebook could challenge the warrants before execution. Basically what Facebook tried to do was to move to quash it right after they were served with it. And the appellate division only reached that threshold issue of procedure and dismissed the case, although they went on to include some bad dicta about the third-party doctrine, actually. That case, we're hoping that the Court of Appeals, the highest court, will hear it and will come out differently. The third area that I think about a lot, which is not litigation right now, but electronic medical records. New York is, as I understand it, is at the forefront of getting medical records online. This is going to raise a lot of questions about privacy and who's going to be able to see what, but also, medical records are third-party records, but a lot of people feel that, I think a lot of people do have reasonable expectations of privacy, whatever that might mean, in their healthcare records. So how are we going to deal with that and all of those medical records becoming very easily accessible in the near future? And there is a case, the ACLU is litigating a case out in Oregon about the prescription drug database, where the district court did decide that people have reasonable expectations of privacy in their prescription records, and that the third-party doctrine doesn't apply. So we're seeing that issue come up. That issue is up before the Ninth Circuit now. But I think it's something really important to pay attention to. And maybe I can
Yeah, no, I
questions
think
that you
one of the things that we should mention, I'm not sure if it actually is coming up elsewhere in the conference, but I may be radical, Greg, but it turns out that so is the state of California.
Absolutely.
So maybe you can talk a little bit about CalACTA.
So I wasn't personally involved in our CalACTA work. Is Gautam here? He's not. But we do have a fellow out in California, and of course the ACLU of California and EFF in California spearheaded that effort. And the California legislature adopted warrant for content, warrant for location, and warrant for metadata. And this is probably, I think, it's the best electronic privacy law in the country. If we had our way, other states would follow. In California, there were court decisions that had rejected the third-party doctrine. There were court decisions that rejected the third-party doctrine with respect to metadata, which made it doable in California. If it was doable at the federal level, actually, you know how I would look at this? California's going to survive, right? I mean, they've got a new privacy law. The sky is not going to fall. It would be good to be able to point federal legislators toward California a year or two down the road and point out that the sky hasn't fallen, even though there's a very strong privacy statute in place.
So how did the CalACTA bill deal with the civil agency stuff?
They punted. The way I look at it, they left it up to the feds. They said, we're not adjusting the rule for civil agencies, which I think is translated in California right now to mean that the civil agencies would continue to be able to subpoena information from the providers. So we'll be looking at how that is implemented, whether there are abuses, and if there are abuses, you'll hear about them at the federal level. Mike, I think that one way to look at the civil agency issue in California is they basically upped the ante for the federal level. They weren't able to fix the civil agency issue at the state level. If it's fixed at the federal level, ECPA sets a floor, a federal floor. All the states can't go below that floor. So if there is a straight warrant requirement at the federal level, there will be a state warrant requirement at the state level in California as well.
So, do you want to get a question?
Sure. So, Greg, your analysis is very much focused on the distinction between content and metadata. And I'm just wondering whether records like medical records, book purchase records, financial records indicating donations to any of our organizations, how those kinds of records fit into your framework.
So we tend to focus on communications records. So I would have to think about that a little bit more and decide. I will say this though, whenever Congress has stepped in because a third-party doctrine has taken information out of the warrant protection, when Congress steps in to protect it, it doesn't step in as strongly as the warrant requirement does, right? So for example, Right to Financial Privacy Act, student records under FERPA, medical records under HIPAA, they're all available without a warrant. And that's because when Congress steps in, it steps in lightly. With one exception, the Video Privacy Act, where it turns out they do need a warrant for video records, but not for medical records. Interesting dichotomy.
So if we talk about communications records, though, for a second, and metadata in particular, I mean, I get emails from CDT. I think I just got one today, an invitation to an annual meeting. I assume I was not the only person who
You were
got
the
that.
only one to get that, Mike.
Well, I mean, I can't tell because you BCC'd everybody, right? It's sent to CDT from CDT, but I got it. So I don't know who else you sent that to. But if we talk about the metadata associated with that one email, it's your entire membership list.
Well,
How do you deal with that? I mean, it is one email, but it contains the kind of associational information that the Supreme Court has said the government has to get a warrant for if it were to ask directly.
so if the government came to CDT,
So in the NAACP, the Alabama
oh, I
case,
see where you are. Yeah.
the government tried to get a list of everybody who belonged to the NAACP of Alabama, and the Supreme Court said, get a warrant.
So let's imagine that it is a membership organization, which we're not, and the government gets a list of all the members just through a subpoena, right? No, through a D order, 2703 D order. And your point is, wait a minute, that's associational information. You know, that's a good argument. That's a good argument.
All right, we're done.
But my hesitation is, what if it's just you who got invited to that dinner? At what point do we say it's now become revealing enough that you need a warrant versus we're going to allow law enforcement to gather the information that they need to start an investigation based on some limited associational information? You know, Orrin Kerr argues, and I argued against this in a little back and forth we had in an ABA publication. Kerr argues that the addressing information in an email is like the addressing information on an envelope, and that because it's exposed to the public, this is his argument, because it's exposed to the public, to maintain the same level of protection that you would have in the physical world, me talking to you in public while other people are watching versus me talking to you over email, his argument is, well, to maintain that rule that you don't need a warrant to observe that conversation, you got to take that one out of the warrant requirement. I disagree with that. I think it proves too much.
In the membership context, it would be quite difficult.
Right.
I mean,
right.
it's not like it's one letter with every addressee on the front of it. It's a few thousand. I don't know how many people got the invitation, but it's not something that would have been logistically possible with hardcover mail. So I go back to this: are we maintaining the status quo, or has technology changed such that we need to change the law to maintain the status quo?
Meaning that the status quo was changed by technology. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that view that you were describing because we could see the two of you talking in public before, we should also be able to know all the time when you two are exchanging emails, really overlooks the fact that there's a difference in the amount of resources that it takes to actually be watching over that, right? So before, when you had to post a police officer in order to spy on both of you talking in the middle of Times Square or wherever, they had to have some reason that they were doing that, they being law enforcement was doing that. Now it's really easy to just subpoena or serve some order on a communications company and try to get all of that information going back for a very long period of time. So I don't think that it's technologically neutral to compare being able to see people talking in a public space with getting that metadata of who's exchanging emails.
I want to open it up to questions from the audience. We have a few minutes left. Start in the back.
Greg, you talked about aggregating the data. You're right, metadata and aggregating is powerful. Why isn't that where we should be regular? The Mosaic, when you were talking about Mosaic warrant out the decision out there, we see pictures from shown documents of the really scary stuff they're doing with aggregating different
So let me just say, institutionally, we haven't really arrived at a view on whether we are in favor of the mosaic theory or not. We have said when you collect up a lot more data, it becomes a lot more revealing, and at some point you cross into the warrant land. The problem with the mosaic theory and the problem with what I just said is defining that point, right? When it comes to location information, you could define that point by a number of data points over a number of time, over a period of time, right? So, do you need a warrant to track the person? Well, do you need a warrant to find out where the person is right now at this moment versus where they were over the past 3 days, or where they will be the next 3 days, versus where they were over the last month, where they will be over the last month, or you get to the, some of these are like 200 and some days when they're monitoring a person's location. With location, I think that you can set a rule that law enforcement can follow. It might take a few court decisions to get to that rule, but it would be clear enough that law enforcement could follow. I think where it gets complicated is when you throw in a lot of pieces of different types of metadata. Then you've got law enforcement, they're at the beginning of their investigation or they're midway through their investigation, and they're asking themselves, has the mosaic become revealing enough that we have to go get a warrant? And their argument is, and it has some weight, their argument is, we just don't know. So we don't know what to do. We need a clearer rule.
Greg, you were saying that, you were saying that, yes, sure, you can have a single email that has a membership list that is very revealing, or you can have a bunch of emails that you can cross reference, or what is it, but I feel the fact that they're single, communications where the metadata isn't revealing. And I'm just curious, because it's such a different way than we analyze other categories where we try to work with different privacy. So, for communications, there are so many communications that don't reveal anything for the content of it that they're revealing. And you don't say, well, what about that email you sent to mom yesterday? And you don't say, well, what about that, walking at somebody's house and went out in the house to take care of that PC? So you decided, or I guess that's not what that said, categorically, there is an expectation of privacy in these systems because of the externality that was by those searches. And I think that some of the appeal of, whether I recognize, but one of the appeals that, so I'm in favor of, one of the appeals of that theory is that it basically says this falls into the category, communications metadata, not all metadata, communications metadata falls into the category of secret because there are these very sensitive associational interests that can very well be sophisticated, and so we're not so worried about whether there are single cases or not. Why do you care in the metadata context that sometimes there's not privacy involved, but you wouldn't care about that in the communications context?
So what I'm worried about is a world where we protect things at such a level, we put so many things into the warrant basket that it becomes impossible for law enforcement to do an investigation. That's the world I'm worried about. What? I think that if we put every piece of metadata into that, every piece of communications metadata into that bin, I think that we're approaching that. I do. I think it becomes really hard to figure out how to do an investigation in that world. You're putting.
To be fair, they did solve crimes before email.
Yeah, they did, but they could do it in part because they could follow you around and figure out what you were doing.
But that was an incredibly resource-intensive
I
operation.
agree. Look, I'm not saying that this is a clear-cut issue, a clear-cut answer. I'm saying that we do have to weigh the law enforcement interests at stake. And I'm concerned that there's insufficient weight given when one says every piece of metadata, communications or otherwise, is always going to require a warrant. I think that that's going to make it very hard to do investigations. I would say that collections of metadata, and I'm not yet ready to define what collection triggers the warrant required, but the collections of metadata should.
Sure. So, mhm. Mhm. I think there are 2 points there I'll unpack. The first is, I mean, we've taken the position that the default should be a warrant, and we're not going down the reasonableness road to figure out. I mean, a warrant is required absent certain specifically defined, narrowly something or other exceptions. The second point, I think, is very valid. I mean, we're talking about the first, the idea here is that we're linking the First Amendment to the Fourth Amendment. And that gets us communications data. It does not, however, necessarily get us financial metadata or medical records. Now, to the extent the Supreme Court insists on calling money speech, that may very well change. But I do think that is the shortcoming of linking it to the First Amendment. And so it makes it very difficult for something like medical records. But correct me if I'm wrong, Mariko, wasn't the California case that you're talking about, didn't that come out of the 14th Amendment? That was
the Oregon case was under the Fourth Amendment.
Was
Although
it
I think you're right that the
Whalen?
No, I was talking about the current
Okay.
district court case, but Whalen and the idea of medical records privacy comes out of the 14th Amendment informational privacy doctrine, which there are not a lot of cases about, and it's sort of unclear what the limits of that is either, you know. So, yeah, in some ways it makes sense to have a coherent doctrine on the Fourth Amendment, which is also the same as how you would analyze it under the First or the 14th.
So it gets us sort of there. And I think Miller is a tougher nut to crack in that respect. I think you're hitting on something that is unique to our era of communications technology, and one of the reasons why this binary distinction between public and private that the third-party doctrine creates doesn't really work. In this case, I would say, if you are limiting the scope of your communication to a specific group of individuals and excluding others, and the government is not included in there, that seems to me to be a private communication, and it is difficult to draw a line between that and the email to your membership. That said, if you're emailing 20 million people, there is the traditional third-party doctrine, which predates Smith and Miller, which goes back to Jimmy Hoffa, of all people, and the court saying, well, if you actually tell somebody something and they turn around and tell the police, there's no Fourth Amendment issue there. the distinction is whether you are inviting that informant into your little circle, or whether you are trying to exclude government.
So I think a good way to look at it is where Mike started, which is that if you take steps to limit the class of people to whom you're making the information available, that should be enough to trigger the warrant requirement. That should be enough. If you're not taking any steps, you're posting it to the world, then it's public information. Jake, I just want to do a shout out. Jake drafted for CDT a survey of location privacy legislation. It's up on our website. I've got a few copies here. If people want to get it, it shows which states have what level of protection for location privacy information as of July of this year.
I think we have time for maybe one or two more questions. No, go for it.
When the SEC made its bid for a special kind of order under excellent reform, one of the things that seemed to be driving that was always giving the target of an investigation opportunity to come. In other words, they said it's okay for us to get this restriction order because we always tell the people and we always have a chance to go to court, and we didn't even tell people because they have certain decisions might be safe, might be. Am I totally off base about that?
I'm sorry, the question is, did they say this, or,
Well, they did say it.
but what's the question?
And my question is then, do corporations that may be able to claim privilege, this is for the agency access to knowledge, right? And the notion that the SEC wants a special way to access it, kind of trading off always calling the target of the investigation when we're going after it, or having a lower bar to get to the
So the SEC did put forward a very undefined proposal at the hearing. It's not clear to me, though, that it protected privilege adequately, because at the end of the day, under the SEC's proposal, they would be able to get the disclosure directly from the provider if they didn't get it from the target. Once the disclosure is coming from the provider and not from the target, things like privilege and relevance become very hard to enforce. And I say that because the provider is in no position to be able to know whether information, particular email, for example, is privileged because it went to a lawyer, and they're very hard pressed to know what's relevant. And they're not going to be able to make those decisions. They're going to disclose the entire account over the time period sought by the SEC. I just want to stress, their request was a very radical one, even more radical than mine. No, their request was very radical because it was a clear expansion in authority. They have been under this rule since 2010 that they can't get content. They haven't sought content since 2010 and the Warshak decision. And so what they're trying to do is piggyback on the email, the effort to get a warrant requirement for email. They're trying to piggyback on that to expand into an authority they didn't used to have.
I think that is all the time that we have for this panel. Thank you all for coming. Thank you, Greg and Mariko, and thanks to CFP. Yeah, it's fine. See, I would argue that this is, I mean, it's a... Sure.
I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Ann Crowley from DHS Office for Civil Rights and Civil
Nice to
Liberties.
meet you in person.
Very nice to meet you, and this was a wonderful.
Fantastic. Glad you enjoyed it.
And this is Annalise Martin. This is Mike Price, who's on KCS.
Thank you for organizing. It's nice to finally meet you.
Yeah.
That's great.
Absolutely. I'm going to steal one of these as well. Sorry. And do you know if there are others that are tracking state legislation?
CDT may actually have some of the best stuff, on the most up-to-date info on that. So I think there are other, I don't know, Mariko, are you guys tracking the state level legislation?
Yeah. I think they're going to argue that it didn't come from HMTA.
Well, there are two issues then, right? So they've admitted to 215, right?
But they've sort of unadmitted it.
There may be 702 involved as well. I mean, that's the.
What's that?
It seems like there's probably 702 or something like it involved. Yeah.
But
Nothing has been disclosed on that front, at least to my knowledge.
no. But the timing predated FAA.
Well, it's spanned, actually. So our understanding is that it not only predated, but postdated. So FAA was enacted while they were actually doing the surveillance.
Yeah, but if you look at the PAA filing, then everything gets grandfathered in. So that one would assume that that would remain at the PAA level.
I mean, there is not a whole bunch of information about. I mean, we know about the.
No, I'm talking about if you look at the Yahoo document,
Yeah.
it's clear the government said we get to grandfather everything in, and then that would apply to what they were doing with Nolan.
I mean, I don't think that changes the constitutional analysis.
Sure,
of it, which
but
is,
it changes it doesn't come under 702 notice.
right, but that's what I'm saying. Something like that. I mean,
But I also think, I mean, the reason I
because
say...
they got an email, right? That's what we do know. That in addition to the missed call,
Right.
there was an email that was intercepted. So, however they were intercepting the email at that point in time.
Right. But the other reason, I mean, what's interesting about it, so in Clayman, I don't know if you guys saw this, but when they represented all the non-Nolan 215 cases, they left Nolan out and how did this show up?
Sorry, which other cases are 215?
So Clayman challenging 215.
Oh, you mean the civil cases?
So in the filings that say, here's how we use this, they actually left Nolan out. In the government's representation of how they
No, I
used it.
didn't see that actually.
And then P-Club basically said there was another way to get this. And if all of those unsubstantiated claims about the limits to NSA collection of cell phones are correct, which I don't believe, but if they are, it is believed that Nolan was picked up on a Aden to T-Mobile to T-Mobile. He had T-Mobile. So if you're claiming that they're not picking up cell phones and he was on a second degree cell phone.
When are they claiming that they weren't picking up cell phones?
Oh, that's
I love how you're so in the weeds on this.
That's a report that the government leaked to Wall Street Journal and Washington Post, New York Times, and in January of 2014, just in time for all the civil cases, that they were never able to get cell phones. And we know that they didn't even get, I mean, here's the question is, are they collecting off backbone, in which case all cell phones will transit, or are they collecting some kind of customer record at the cell phone, in which case you've got retention problems and you've got the location data attached to it, and so we know, for example, that AT&T first started providing a new kind of cell phone production under 215 October 29th, 2012.
That says that journalistic
2011.
Did that had to do with stripping the location information out?
Well, that's what they did. We know that they
Because they
did.
had it on for a little while.
There's fairly robust research protection. So
That's
we
the
would
claim.
argue.
I mean,
that
but
even
here's
if
the other
it's
thing is, and this is why it's relevant in Merlin's case, is that they're getting all of that data under 12.3.
that kind of
And so,
speech-related
obviously, the
activity,
first Auden call, they would have gotten under 12.3, and the question is how much else they're getting. If it's SS7 data, can they pick up that overseas? So have they been getting all this cell phone data overseas? When there was a period in 2009 where Verizon was accidentally turning over their foreign data under 215, and so I think it's quite likely that they're getting all the cell phone data they want under SS7 data overseas with the location, and then that might be what they got Molin off of rather than 215, because they weren't technically getting, they couldn't access. I mean, to some degree, the cell phone question is bullshit, because the only other known phone we know that got picked up was
it's been happening.
what's his name, Najib Ali Zazi's co-conspirator, and that was a Verizon cell phone. But I believe it was a Verizon cell phone. And Verizon is the one that we know that they haven't been able to get all that they want. So
We suspected 12333 was at play
We'll have
in
to-
this. I mean, it's a little bit frustrating. It sort of feels like we're shooting at a moving target because it's not entirely clear where all this stuff came from.
right.
So
And
Yeah.
in 2008,
Right, right. Uh-huh.
I believe they
Yeah.
put 215 data in device reach.
Right.
Because there's they did something in January 2008
Yeah,
that
it's,
expanded the sharing.
oftentimes,
I think they
law
realized
enforcement
later in
will get a
2008
gag
that
order to go with
they shouldn't have
specific
done that
data
and started closing it down, but they didn't fully close it down until the 2009 disclosures. And so, but even before that, I mean, basically what they were doing before the 2009 disclosures was treating all the 215 data as multiple treated and not tracking it. So they actually may not know where they, like, it wasn't until 2009 that they tapped it. I mean, it's almost necessarily the case.
So you're saying they weren't tagging their data?
Incoming data. Walter made them do that in September, October of 2009.
Oh, I didn't realize that was so late.
Yeah. So it only happens in response to those disclosures, and they were treating all the 215 stuff as 1243 because fuck it, who cares? And so they may not know
It's not an adversarial system.
where they got that. And he's perfectly in that sweet spot of.
Yeah, no, timing is perfect.
And also there was some stuff on PAA that they were playing.
I understand why the
I mean,
judges, don't
the
see some of
PAA thing might get
problems
even
that
more
we would
interesting
see
because I think
if we were.
how they would have collected him on PAA would not have been a CT because Aden was not, Al-Shabaab was not a terrorist,
Right.
was not a foreign terrorist. And the question is, can you collect domestically before the State Department has declared somebody a foreign terrorist organization?
And especially with new technologies, like the judges
Probably.
understand.
Maybe. Who knows?
Right. We saw this a lot with
I did not
self-relocation.
put the two and two together with the tagging. I thought that the stuff was being tagged for.
No, I can probably, I don't have your email. I just followed the Twitter finally, but I can probably show you the filing where we didn't do that. But they guarantee you they didn't do that until 2009, or didn't tell them that they did that. So, but that said, you guys should say, give us all the 12. Because the other thing that he falls in the sweet spot of, among other things, I mean, you know what SPSCA is? In 2006, they tried to get James Baker to approve chaining through U.S. person metadata collection services, and he refused. I think this was one of the problems with Stellar Wind. So in 2007, as soon as they get a new AG, they work on getting the case signed.
Sorry.
No, sorry, you form a case consent. They try and get Peter Keisler to sign it.
Yeah,
He doesn't sign it. So they fill out the document for Peter Keisler to approve that.
There was a
This kind of crazy
motion for permission to
decision that if you already have
All right. Good to know.
Hey, Larry.
Hi, Drew Northrup, nice to meet you. Likewise. Thank you. Good idea. All right, great. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm sure we'll be sufficiently sleepy after eating lunch
And then
starting at 8:30. So,
Exactly.
tryptophan's already kicking in.
what's that?
Tryptophan's already kicking in.
Yeah. My cell phone surveillance to really get the crowd going.
That was smart. I can give you half a cup.
Hi, I'm Drew Northrup. Nice to meet you. Where do you get my name, by the way?
I got my name last time.
Okay.
You, I pre-submitted an image to one of the
Sure. No, absolutely. No, I know I've known Nate for a couple of years now. He's like Mr. Stingray guy.
He works at Nice to meet you too.
I don't think I've ever bugged you before, have I? Because our legislature meets in January.
Oh, sure.
And I think that Stingray is well sort of what we're trying to do is close to Canada to California.
Yeah, that's
before
true.
they practice
You
stuff.
and-
Whatever we
and
can
neither
do
of us
close to
remember,
that,
which is
I'd
perfect.
like to try and
Because we won't even remember what we argued about.
Great.
Yeah, no, David Roca. Yeah, I know David.
You probably know them better than I do.
Yeah, no, we've dealt with David before, and also I was talking to the guy from California earlier today to see what he did to sort of get that through, and also sort of talk about obviously you're going to have compromises.
What are you working on these days?
People are going to want this word rather than that word. So the question is at that point, what effect does that actually have on the rules? Because you don't really know that until.
I'm pulling a thread related to border stuff that I'm sort of like fascinated by. But right now it's just a puzzle. Like the answer may end up being completely boring, but there's some great oddities already that I'm like, well, that could be interesting. But who knows?
Intriguing.
Who knows? And FISA, always FISA. Hey, I'm Devlin Barrett with the Wall Street Journal. Nima, very nice to meet you.
Maybe it's spoken to my telephone once.
That's possible.
Yeah. Sounds familiar.
I bother folks from time
So
to
where
time.
are you?
Hopefully not too
Are
badly.
you both?
Baltimore, exactly.
Right.
I was just telling Laura,
Sort of
if I bothered you
I'm not
before,
really
we'd probably
looking
both
at
forgotten,
trends
which is
and
good,
sort of
because then we don't know what we argued about.
Oh, you did bother me at one time.
Right, not so memorable
Yes, of course.
that I'll pay for it
All
now.
right, very good. No, I like Mike. Yeah, he's the commander now down there. And,
Down south.
yeah. Yeah, actually, I'm actually really good friends with a woman who's second in command,
Okay.
Edie. Yeah, actually, I'm doing some stuff down there. We got a couple things with St. Mary's County.
Yep.
Yeah. 'Cause, I do forensic stuff, so I do stuff around the state. So like for blood spatter,
Sure.
DNA, whatever. I'm doing some
Thank you.
drug stuff down there, and I know my boss just did a huge case down in Charles County for a couple of weeks.
So it's just wherever those issues pop up.
Pretty much, yeah.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Exactly.
Not really. I cover the Justice Department.
So
I'm
you're
basically
you're
a
Fed?
cops reporter who got
Well, I
promoted
work for
above
the
his pay
Senate,
grade.
so I guess
So,
technically, yes.
you know,
I'm a
surveillance came into it for me
federal
mostly through,
employee, but not a Fed in
you know,
the
what the
traditional sense.
FBI and
Not in
the
the Federal
DOJ
Reserve. I'm sorry. See,
No, not in the like,
and I
law
do some
enforcement.
NSA stuff, sort of.
so you're, but
Obviously,
you're
it's hard to,
on
like,
the federal
get
level, like
DOJ
sort of
from
dealing with like, you know, the policies and
So, but I
procedures
do,
and everything.
most of what I
Well,
do,
I
I
gotta
do
ask
sort
you
of
something.
from
One thing I
that
noticed is sort of glaringly
what
absent
the
from
DOJ's
the
role is,
guidelines
what Zero's doing,
was
you know.
any sort of management of discovery, like getting discovery.
It keeps
Why
me
was
busy.
that?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you have to
Okay.
ask questions on it.
Okay.
There are, it is.
Yeah, it's the
There was, I guess,
full law
someone did
enforcement
mention a
reporter
potential,
employment
you know,
program.
Brady material or something like that. But you're right, there was nothing there. And I don't know. I mean, I have the sense that
I was at, there were
I don't
arguments
have
before
the answer
Judge
to this, whether
Leon
warrant-
last week on the
warrants would be
215
sort of,
lawsuit that Larry Klayman
handed
brought.
over as a matter of
It was really interesting
I think it
that
would
the
have to be,
judge,
Right, so
because
once
we
you've got,
have a right to challenge the
the
warrant.
government lawyers
exactly, so once
conceded
you've got
that
warrant requirements,
for their point of view, they don't
Here's the
consider
warrant
the
requirements, though. If you have a
actual
warrant
warehouse,
requirement,
the
it's
storage,
not
warehousing,
actually
et cetera,
constitutional.
of the data, an actual
So then you
taking
have a question of what's the remedy.
of any data.
Like when you've got the Store Data Collection Practice Act,
Yeah,
yeah, we
and I
violated
just
the
feel like it's
statute, but
taken
guess
them a
what?
long time
We'll put a
to
couple
concede
$100
that
on
point. Because
your
I
books
remember when
so you can make
Snowden
more phone
started
calls from jail.
having
You know,
all
so
these
you
sort of
really
like
you have
circular
the
conversations
exclusionary
with sources
requirement
and everything else
as
where
well.
they would sometimes hint that that was their legal
I
theory,
mean, I
but
don't
they
know
would
whether
never
we're going to
just
recognize this
say
stuff
it.
as constitutional expectation of privacy.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, I think we're gonna get started. We can nerd it out later. Thank you all for joining us. I hope everyone is well fed and not too sleepy after lunch. But a good talk about stingrays I think will really get everyone excited. So today we have a really great panel. We're going to be talking about cell phone surveillance by law enforcement. Whether you call them stingrays, MZ catchers, dirt boxes, they are one of law enforcement's most closely guarded secrets that have been around for about 20 years, but only recently have we begun to get more information and find out how widespread they are and how they're actually being used. They're one of the most popular forms of surveillance by local law enforcement. The ACLU, amongst others, have found about 54 agencies in 21 states using them. I'm sure there are many more. And so today we're going to talk about how they're being used, where. Some of the cases that we found were criminal cases were actually dropped as a result of their use, as well as recent DOJ policies that were released in an attempt to prevent abuse. We have a really great panel. To my right is Andrew Northrop, who works for the Maryland Office of the Public Defender's Forensics Division, where he handles cases that involve scientific evidence. And in Baltimore, we actually found, or not we, Baltimore's been found about 4,300 cases or so since 2007 that we know of, where stingrays have been involved. Next to him is Lara Flint, the Chief Counsel for National Security to the Senate Judiciary Committee, ranking member Patrick Leahy. She has previously worked on counterterrorism issues at the State Department Office of Legal Advisor and as senior counsel to Senator Ms. Feingold. Next to her, Nima Singh Guliani is a legislative counsel with the ACLU in Washington, where she focuses on surveillance, privacy, and national security issues. And at the end there is Devlin Barrett, who's a staff reporter for the Wall Street Journal. He covers federal law enforcement and security, including terrorism, cybercrime, drugs, and public corruption. So I thought what we would do is start by hearing from the panel, probably talk for about 40 minutes or so, and then leave 20 minutes more or less at the end for questions from the audience. I actually want to start with Nima. Nima, can you, I'm sure some people in this room know about MZ catchers and stingrays, but I thought it'd be good to kind of start off talking about what are stingrays, and maybe talk a little bit about the work that the ACLU has done around discovering the use of them.
Sure. Thanks so much. So maybe I'll start just by talking a little bit about the technology and how it's evolved over the last couple of decades. So, cell site simulators, IMSI catchers, stingrays, whatever term has been used, were originally developed for military use. And what we've seen over the last, last several years, and really decades, is, much like many other tools, they've started to become used by local law enforcement. And essentially they operate, just to give a very simplistic, kind of layout, is, you have your cell phone, it's in your pocket, it's in your purse. And generally, if you want to make a call, or periodically, your cell phone is going to connect to your AT&T tower, your Verizon tower, etc. And what these devices do is they essentially simulate one of these towers. So instead of your phone connecting to your Verizon tower, your AT&T tower, they're going to connect to this device. And once they connect to this device, they can, relay information about your telephone. So information about, potentially location information, device information like the serial number that might be associated with your phone. And one of the interesting things about the way these devices operate, and particularly later iterations of these devices, is it's not just that they simulate being a tower. They also have a blocking function. And so they can block calls. In cases where, let's say, your phone is a new, fancier phone and it connects to a 4G network, they can block that and force you to connect to a 2G or 3G network, which is slower, but allows more government scrutiny. And I think that one of the concerning things about these devices is, let's say it's being, attached to a plane, or it's being driven around on a car. It's not just collecting the information of the particular target. It's going to collect the information of all the phones in a given area. And so I think similar to NSA and similar to a lot of technologies that we've heard about, it raises very significant privacy concerns. And it also is concerning that, for so long, there has been so little information about stingrays and how they've been used. So the ACLU filed several FOIA lawsuits, and I think that there were a couple of interesting things that came out from the FOIA information. The first was that these devices were being used by state and local law enforcement. And in many cases, they were receiving federal assistance or federal funding to purchase the devices. So this wasn't just a case of states and localities on their own sort of saying, hey, this seems like a good idea. It was really something that had been pushed out and supported by the federal government. The second thing that was very interesting was that there seemed to be a very concerted effort by the federal government to really hide the use of the devices. And I know that some of the other panels will get to this more, but we found emails from the Department of Justice to local officials saying, hey, when you have information from a stingray, refer to it as information from a confidential source so that judges or the public doesn't know about it. Or, hey, you have this come up in a case, we actually think that if there's a case where a stingray issue arises, you should just drop that case or offer a really attractive plea deal because we don't want to have to sort of litigate these issues. And so I think that, the combination of the wide scope of these devices combined with the secrecy was something that gave us a lot of concern, and I think that concern has been replicated in the public and by members of Congress as well.
Okay, and you mentioned some of those non-disclosure agreements which discussed or the FBI said, if the use of the stingray comes up in a case, just drop it. I think Drew, I think you'd be really good to talk about what you're actually seeing in Baltimore, where we, like I said, since 2007, more or less 4,300 cases have been found with use of stingray. There's a review's been commissioned to look at 2,000 or so of those. So what are you seeing as a public defender in Maryland when it comes to the use of stingrays?
Well, I should start off by saying that as of June of last year, I had never heard of stingray. I'm in the forensics division for the state of Maryland, which basically means that we do cases, a lot of DNA cases, shaken baby, ballistics, fingerprints, and all of a sudden I attend a conference and I hear about the stingray, and I thought to myself, I think they're using that in Baltimore. And so the first thing we did when we got back, we had a case where they had detected an individual by his phone where the warrant actually said using a sophisticated technical device. So that was our clue that they were in fact using stingray. And so we started looking in that, and then first thing we get is a letter from the prosecutor saying that we can't get any information because DOJ won't give it to us. It was almost like a note from gym class. And so then the next thing we did, I had an attorney call me up on, I guess it was like a Thursday before court on Tuesday, saying, I've got this case. They stopped my guy on a bus with a stolen phone. And I said, well, how did they know he was on the bus? She said, I don't know. I said, sounds like a Stingray case. And so she said, do you have an expectation of privacy in a stolen phone? I said, no, but you have an expectation of privacy from being stopped by the police without reasonable suspicion. So she went in, filed a motion for the following Tuesday, and when it got to the part about Stingray, the officer said, national security. I mean, at that point, Stingray was still the thing that shall not be named. And it was sort of the surreptitious device or whatever sort of euphemism you want to use for it. And the judge just looked at the state and said, you can't stop a man without giving me a reason. The phone stays out. So that case wound up hanging. And just sort of an epitaph to that, a few months later, the case comes up again. And at this point, they've acknowledged that Stingray exists. I mean, that's where we are in Baltimore. They'll actually utter the word Stingray in court, but we haven't seen page 1 from discovery. And so what will happen, in this particular case, the state said, now that we've acknowledged Stingray, this is newly discovered evidence, so we should allow this in. And it went before the same judge and said, this is not newly discovered evidence. The fact is, you knew about Stingray before, you didn't tell them about it, now you're telling them. That's not my definition of newly discovered evidence. And so he said phone stays out, and then the case, which was originally like an armed robbery home invasion, pled out to a second-degree assault, which is a misdemeanor in the state of Maryland. And so for a while now, Stingray has sort of been like, to use a wrestling analogy, it's sort of the trick knee of the state. If you can know that there's a Stingray involved in a case, you just start getting close to mentioning Stingray, and all of a sudden the offers get really, really good. And this is sort of the way we've sort of been operating on it until recently I had a case where the Stingray material was going to be exculpatory. It was a rape case where our position was that the case was a contract dispute, and during the course of the incident, our client purportedly took the complaining witness's phone. However, when the detective called ATT, the Advanced Technical Team, which is the organization in the Baltimore Police Department handling these, then they located the phone, and it was in the hands of the family, of the woman's mother, because she said she had found it on a golf course. So obviously we wanted all the paperwork for this to know exactly when ATT was called, when they located the phone, etc., because it would tend to undermine the claim that the phone was stolen when they looked for it, it was in your hands. And so so when we looked at, we were asked for the paperwork. No paperwork was forthcoming. Eventually, during the trial, the judge ordered the ATT officer to show up, and he would not acknowledge having written any paperwork on this. And so that's sort of where we are right now, is that we've gotten to the point where they will acknowledge that Stingray exists, but we have not seen paper 1 from anything having to do with this. And now we've got this whole list of cases that I know that the USA Today released, which in my mind is probably an incomplete list of cases based upon what I know about other cases from other attorneys. And it seems like they're using this device quite a bit that they're not really talking about. Like I have a case, it was a murder case earlier this year where I'm pretty sure they were using to track one of the witnesses, and I know somebody else who sort of had a similar experience with that. So they're using it almost just without check. And I think what we're really doing, besides just sort of working back and filing these motions on cases where we know that they have been using it, we want to start looking at policy, restrictions at the State House, just sort of looking to the State House to say, okay, this is how we put this in check, this is what we should be learning about Stingray in order for it to be admissible.
And I think so, outside of Maryland, and as we've been getting more information about Stingrays, proposed laws, have been popping up or passed in Washington, Utah, and Virginia, and I think the more we find out about these things, like in Maryland, I mean, maybe there will be some movement when it comes to policy and regulating them. And Lara, I think it would be good for you to talk a little bit about, are there any movements in Congress when it comes to looking at stingrays? And with that, maybe talk a little bit about the recent proposals that were released by DOJ. or I'm sorry, not proposals, policy guidelines.
Sure, absolutely. I should, of course, always start with the caveat that I'm speaking only for myself today. But I think this is an example of a combination of open government laws being used by the ACLU and other organizations at both the state and federal level, defense attorneys asking good questions, reporting by journalists asking hard questions, and then bipartisan congressional oversight, leading to what really is an important executive branch policy change, which maybe isn't perfect, the new DOJ policy, but takes a really big step in this regard. So I can tell you a little bit about what's happened in Congress over the past year and a half or so. Senator Leahy, who I work for, has been working very closely with Senator Grassley, asking federal agencies some hard questions about the use of INSI catchers or stingrays. And this is not just any two senators. These senators are the chairman and ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, which has jurisdiction over this. So they're the type of people that agencies answer their questions, or at least we try to get answers to their questions. And the two senators both expressed significant concern about the privacy implications of this particular technology because of what Nima described earlier, which is that you are going to inevitably, because of the way the technology works, obtain a great deal of data about non-targets, not the people you're looking for, because of the way the device actually works at a technical level. So this work resulted in a series of letters, briefings, and other reviews involving multiple agencies. And I will just say that oftentimes congressional oversight activities are not always publicly apparent, but there can be a lot going on behind the scenes. But ultimately, the Justice Department, just in the past couple of months, came out with a new policy with regard to federal agencies that are part of the Department of Justice. So that includes the FBI, DOJ itself, the DEA, the Marshal Service, ATF, any of those DOJ components that they have to follow. And it, like I said, it's not perfect, but it really does make some significant progress. And I'll start with transparency, which goes to some of the points that you were making, Drew. I really don't think I can overstate what a big step it was for DOJ to issue publicly a guidance that admitted that federal agencies were using these devices, which is sort of amazing, and it was certainly long overdue, but and obviously the right decision. But it really did mark a sea change, and I'm hoping that that will have an effect down, a trickle down effect of sorts, perhaps at the state and local level as well, in terms of the NDAs, the non-disclosure agreements, and the kind of dialogue that we need to be seeing now in courts. The other thing that is in the policy is an explicit requirement that court applications for these devices explain how they work. And again, this goes to the point that this is not a tracking device that just zeroes in on the phone it's looking for and tracks it. It's a device that works by obtaining signaling information from a lot of other phones. And so explaining that to the court, how that works, and what the retention policies are of the agency is incredibly important. And we've heard reports of judges complaining that they didn't fully understand what it was that they were being asked to approve. So that also is critically important. Most important, in my view, is that the DOJ policy sets a default warrant requirement for these devices. So it says if you're going to use these devices, with a few exceptions, which we can get to, you need to go get a warrant based on probable cause. And that right there is the crux of the matter. It's very significant. Now, there are other components of the policy that deal with, training and auditing and management controls and who has to approve what when, and all of those things are important, but really getting at the crux of this is the warrant requirement. Now, the biggest concern that Senator Leahy had with the Justice Department policy was with the exceptions to the warrant requirement. One of them is for exigent circumstances, and certainly that's something we're all, most of the people in this room, I'm sure, are very familiar with. But the other one was sort of a strange exception that was labeled exceptional circumstances. And that is when getting a warrant is impracticable, and a warrant is not otherwise required. Now, DOJ, I think, has presented this as a very narrow exception, and it does require very high-level approvals, multiple high-level approvals, before you can employ this exception to the warrant requirement. But it's very unclear what falls in this category. The courts have not, of course, settled the question, which is why we're all here today, of when a warrant is required to deploy a stingray, or when there is a reasonable expectation of privacy with respect to the signaling information coming out of your phone, which is, by the way, a whole other very interesting set of questions. And it's unclear actually what the department's position is on that point. So we're going to have to see how that plays out. It could be that this really doesn't get used much at all, but we're going to have to keep close tabs on that. So next steps, now that we have this DOJ policy, most recently Senators Leahy and Grassley have sent a letter to the Department of Homeland Security. There have been reports that that department is working on a policy for its components. So the senators noted the positive aspects of the DOJ guidance and urged DHS also to adopt a default warrant requirement, but without any ill-defined and potentially overbroad exceptions to it. There's also the question of state and local use of these devices, and I think we do need to get a better understanding of that. A lot of the information has come out via state FOIAs, but it is still, I don't think we have sort of a really systematic view on that, and especially now that DOJ has set a consistent policy for its federal components. I do think we need to be thinking about whether we need consistent national policies across the board. And of course, we're starting to see state legislators acting in this area. But certainty is always a good thing, and actually can create a situation where there's less legal risk for everyone. So I think we'll be looking at that. And then I think there are also questions about the potential for private use of these devices, which is scary to contemplate. And so getting into that and figuring out whether that's a real issue.
Devlin, I wanted to go to you because you confirmed what everyone wearing a tinfoil hat has ever thought, which is that the planes flying over us are actually watching us.
Sure, put that on me.
So thank you for that. So Devlin, I wanted to hear from you a little bit about, because I think the way that we've always thought about is the man in the van on the street monitoring, a suspect or a protest or whatever it may be. And you actually found some really interesting information about how IMSI catchers were actually being used on planes and flying over the border. And so talk a little bit about what you found, and also just kind of how you came across that, given how difficult it is to find out about the use of IMSI catchers.
Right. So we had known about stingrays for a while, and this was, I guess, last year. I was working on a series of stories, and I was struck by a secret operation that DOJ had done deep inside Mexico, in which a law enforcement officer had been shot and nearly killed, and no one said a word about it. And that's very unusual in the world of law enforcement. Usually when a cop gets killed, it's a pretty well broadcast public thing, and for good reasons, I would argue. And so in the course of trying to figure out why would they be so careful not to talk about this particular person nearly being killed, I realized that that was because that they had created the technology in which to use this from the air, in which you're essentially creating not just an IMSI grabber, but in some ways a super IMSI grabber, because while a stingray can work on a block or two space, airborne one of the airborne versions can pick up 10, 20, 30, 40,000 phones and sift through all that and tell you a lot about it. And so figuring out that sort of technological part was very interesting to me. I actually foolishly thought that people would care more about these really legally questionable missions that we were secretly doing in Mexico, in which people were and are dying. Oddly enough, as I did the stories, I found out that people actually cared more that these might be interfering with their phone reception at home than anyone that might be dying in Mexico, which is fine. Everyone's got their priorities. And so, but I do think what was interesting as the reporting went on was that, to me, there was a technology that had been developed that was incredibly powerful, incredibly effective, and it was an incredible shortcut for a lot of investigative work that, in other contexts would take much more manpower, much more time, and not be successful. This tool works incredibly well when used by people who know how to use it. I mean, the technology of it is amazing. But what you also saw, or at least what people told me as I went through the process of reporting it out, was that that shortcut also led people to take a lot of their version, their view of it was legal shortcuts. So the technical shortcut created legal shortcuts, and then you were left with a system where, because everyone insisted on absolute secrecy about this, high-tech classified system, no one was doing a lot of quality control or sort of big picture thinking as to, is everyone using this properly? If this part of DOJ is being careful, are these other parts of DOJ being careful? I remember I was having a conversation with someone about some of the federal airborne machines, which again take up a lot of information even when they're just looking for one phone. And I said, well, how often do you scrub that machine? And they're like, oh, we scrub it. Okay, but how often do you scrub it? Well, we scrub it. And they, I don't, it's not a knock on them. They literally didn't know. They had no idea how often a lot of them were even deleting the information from the machine. And I felt that was important because in the military context, this stuff is used and has been used for a very long time in the military context. And in that context, they do real, intensive mapping and database building. So if you have a cell phone in Afghanistan, that phone's location exists in databases for long stretches of time. Now, the machines that are sold to law enforcement today do not have that same capability that they do in the war setting. But to me, it was always, one of those alarm bell type situations where you're like, well, but no one's really sort of doing quality control on this stuff, are they? And the answer in many cases was no. And as weirdly enough, as I sort of just kept pulling threads in various places, I strangely ended up in Baltimore. I went from Mexico to Baltimore in the reporting, basically, and it turned out that one of the places where there were seemed to be the fewest controls by any objective measure, this is coming from people in the government, people outside the government, was Baltimore. And the Baltimore police had basically taken this thing that the FBI considers to be, an important part of the intelligence apparatus of the United States, and were using it to catch one guy who stole one cell phone on one bus. And then if they got in trouble before a judge, they just basically run away from it. Be like, I don't know how we got him. I don't know, Your Honor. Case dismissed. And so what you found was this sort of built-in contradiction of something that was supposed to be this incredibly sensitive national security process being used to deal with the kind of crime that used to just be a foot chase down the street, frankly, and bop a guy in the head with a stick. Not that that's okay. I'm not justifying bopping of heads, but we were applying a national security secret to really low-level street crime. And no one in the government seemed to be willing to look at that contradiction or face the implications of that or try and do anything about it. And so that's where my stories tried to explain things.
And I think, what you just said goes back to one of the discussions during lunch, which was about how there's this creep of technology or tactics of the war on terror that are kind of filtering down to the local level. I kind of want to take a step back because I think we're talking about this as if the use of stingrays are fine if we just get the right policies in place, but are these types of surveillance technologies should they be legal? Is there a constitutional question about their use? And I say that in light of some recent Supreme Court decisions that talked about GPS tracking or sifting through the contents of someone who's under arrest, the contents of their phone. So is there a Fourth Amendment question here when it comes to the use of stingrays, and is it possible that we're going to be seeing more legal challenges? And that's for anyone here on the panel.
Well, I'll just tell you, there's a case a couple of weeks ago that's took at this very issue. It was right now it's at trial court level, and it just got appealed by the state because the state lost at trial court level. And there was a case where the police used a stingray to track down our hero in the house, and when they got him, they got a warrant. But the warrant that they got from the judge was a trap and trace warrant, which was a Maryland statute from 1988 that deals with getting the numbers coming and going from a phone. And so it really didn't talk at all about cell site tracking. And what was weird was the warrant was a caption, trap and trace. It was referred to the statute for trap and trace. But in the warrant itself, it started talking about cell site location. And so our argument was that this was way beyond the scope of the statute. But the judge, went further than that, said that this was in fact a search. And I think that there was that recent case, the Graham case, that was a Fourth Circuit case that just found that it was a search. And this is frankly, I think, something that the U.S. Supreme Court's going to have to take up sooner rather than later to just sort of, settle this one way or the other, so that we know what we're talking about, so that we know whether this is a constitutional remedy or whether we need to build in to any of these statutes the remedy of exclusion.
Nima?
Yeah, I think that, fundamentally, there is a constitutional question as to whether you could ever use a stingray, right? I think that, this comes up even in an international law context, but the idea that, it's okay to search 1,000 people or 500 people or 10,000 people simply to find a cell phone, for example, that has been stolen. It may be the case that, such searches are actually on their own constitutional in many circumstances. And in the international law context, this is proportionality, right? Like, you can't just do any type of mass surveillance if it's not proportional to its means. And I think within our own constitutional law, whether something like that is reasonable. But also, I think, to get to the question of, how will we hash these questions out? Will judges take up these issues and really make rulings that I think shape how we use stingrays and also how we use other devices? I think one of the most, glaring gaps in federal policy, and even in the most recent DOJ guidance, has been, well, what do we do about criminal defendants, where these have been either used in their cases to apprehend them or to find exculpatory evidence or to identify a witness? We still don't know, based on the guidance, what a prosecutor's obligation is. We don't know what their obligation is for cases going forward, and we certainly don't know what their obligation are for cases that happened in the past where they may never even have used a warrant as they would be required to if they were doing it today. And I think that, it's incumbent upon the Department of Justice to provide that notice, not just for the rights of individual defendants, but also so these questions get hashed out in a court of law. If you don't have notice, how are you ever going to find out? How are judges ever going to decide and really put parameters around what the restrictions on these devices should be from a state law perspective or from a constitutional perspective? And so I offer that as important not just for individual defendants, but also so that we can actually get answers to some of these questions.
And, not to be cynical, but that's a feature, not a bug. I asked the number 2 person in justice that specific issue of notice to defendants, and she said very clearly she does not see any reason that anyone should be notified of anything, past or present or future. And I think if I could read that comment beyond what she's obviously saying, I think they're taking a bit of a wait-and-see attitude to see what the courts force them to do and not giving any ground before they are forced to do anything. And I think that's where we are. I think that the moment we're in right now is waiting to see, once you start telling judges what happened, do judges say that's okay or is that not okay? I think within DOJ they have put a fair bit of thought into the rights of the defendant when they do this stuff. Now, there's a wide variance between when you talk about different agencies and different parts of DOJ. I think generally within DOJ they put a lot of thought into the rights of the defendant. I think until very recently they put virtually no thought into what it means to look at 100 other cell phones to find one, or 30,000 to find one. I've come to think of these things as essentially a virtual pat down of your phone without you ever knowing your phone's been patted down, because what they're doing is they're checking your ID, and then if they don't care, they just sort of put it back in your pocket and you're gone. I don't think the Justice Department has put much time and energy at all into sorting out that problem or how to explain that to a judge, if a judge ever starts pressing.
Any thoughts on that?
Well, one of the things I think is interesting about when you start to try to pull apart the constitutional analysis is this concept of the reasonable expectation of privacy. And so first I should say something I did not mention about the DOJ policy, but which is clear in there, is that it says that that they are not, the Justice Department and its components are not using these devices to obtain the contents of people's communications in any way. So this is limited to the signals that would go to the cell tower to ping off. But, it does raise these interesting questions about, does it matter whether the phone is in your home? Does it matter whether the phone is in your pocket, your purse, sitting on the table in a public park? Like, what does it mean, the signals coming out of your phone? What is your privacy expectation in that? It doesn't matter where it is. And then you get to the next question, which is, well, but if they're using these sort of in the way that they work, which is indiscriminate in a sense, the law enforcement official who's deploying the device is not going to have any idea whether you happen to have just pulled your phone out in a public park or it's in your pocket. So can you know, is that really even the relevant question? So anyway, I just think it's a lots of questions, not a lot of answers, but it's interesting.
Yeah, I think something that you said there was interesting, which is, you know, that they're not necessarily getting the content, but I think what we've found is that we're operating, like, the knowledge that we have of MZ catchers is a little bit dated, right? Because of the information that's coming out about, you know, either the contracts or the way they're used. At least what's public is from maybe a decade ago, which is just that MZ catchers just take, you know, the subscriber information. But if you look at how the technology is developed, there are devices that are being marketed right now on the open market that don't just push to 2G, but also can do 3G, 4G, LTE, that can drain battery life of phones, can even deploy possibly malware onto your phone, which means that even though an MZ catcher in the sense doesn't necessarily take the content of the call, but if you have malware on your phone, the operator has complete control over that, which means they have access to your contacts, have access to your messages, can remotely turn on your microphone, your read your emails, all those different things. And so I think I think that one of the problems that we're having around this is that the public knowledge and even maybe proposals that are being made to regulate the use of them are still looking at MZ catchers that possibly could be not even, that are kind of, you know, from 10 years ago, right? So, you know.
I mean, I think that's exactly right. It's sort of like we're having a conversation over like how cool an Atari is, right? Like an Atari was kind of cool, like a couple of decades ago. Like we're not talking about the new PlayStation or whatever the new Wii operating system is, because I don't even know what the new video game is. Somebody can tell me afterwards.
I have a Wii, so it's not a Wii.
It's not a Nintendo. It's not a Nintendo, Super Nintendo, which is what I played. But you know, that's I think part of the conversation. You know, in that DOJ policy, I mean, you raised a really good point. These devices are evolving. They can deploy malware to a phone. We're seeing attachments that allow the collection of content, but we don't necessarily see the policies keeping pace with that. And I think one of the reasons for that has been is that we don't have a trigger that requires public debate or even congressional notification in many cases before we use the device. We're constantly playing catch up, which is to say the story hits the newspaper, the advocacy groups file the FOIA request, the lawyers file cases, and then after the fact, after we've had a decade of potentially bad policy, we're actually starting to ask the right questions.
And look, the law is always going to, the law and policy are always going to be far behind the actual capability. And what we're talking about in terms of what an MZ grabber can do, there's a huge gap between what they are used to do and capable of doing in an overseas setting versus what, generally speaking, they are designed to do in a domestic setting. And they actually build the machines differently because of that reason. There's an overseas version of the machines and there's a domestic version of the machine. I think the problem is we have let, you know, sort of the techs and the intel side of the folks dictate our policies out of a fear of compromising anything on the intel front. And I think what's interesting about what DOJ just rolled out is that they're finally trying to get their hands around a little and create some uniformity of standards where, frankly, there haven't been many standards, or certainly not uniformity of standards. Everyone has sort of done sort of an ad hoc, on-the-fly type standard for this stuff. And I think we're well past the point where there should be a national standard. And if the states adopt that, you know, that's up to them essentially. But it seems odd to me that in many ways, you know, the law and the policy is 10 or more years behind the tech.
Well, I think that's the challenge. I mean, how do you develop a framework of law that sort of anticipates the growth of the technology?
Exactly.
And that's always the tricky part. And I'm just sort of listening to this, the discussion about Stingray, and what I keep coming back to is Kylo, is doing a Kylo analysis on these. Kylo versus Oregon was a case, golly, from like 2000 or something like that. Basically what it is, it was a case that pretty much says that if what it was a case in Oregon where they used a heat sensor to determine that somebody was growing marijuana. in a place in Oregon, which obviously now would be legal, but back then was still a crime. So in any event, what the ruling stood for was the idea that if you use an artificial device, anything that isn't just sort of visible to your average person, that's a search. And I think that's sort of how we sort of have to approach this, is basically when you're using a Stingray, I mean, even if I've got my phone out here on the table, the fact that you know what number it is, you only know that because you've got that device that tells you that. And therefore, that should require a warrant. And so you just sort of have to sort of try and develop that framework. And I guess that's sort of the best I can come up with just sort of on the fly, but that's obviously more thought needs to be put into that.
All right. No, please, go ahead.
And Mike, I'll just add, yes, the law often lags behind the technology, sometimes by decades. As I'm sure many of you know, we have been working very hard to try to update the Electronic Communications Privacy Act, which Senator Leahy helped draft in 1986. And we are now here almost, 30 years later? And we still have not been able to move forward with the just basic fix of making sure that everybody's email contents are fully protected by probable cause standards. So it is a challenge.
Right. Okay. So yeah, we're going to open up to the audience for some questions. We've got about 20 minutes of questions.
Funny you mentioned Cairo, because the key thing in there was it was like an expensive camera that was not generally available. Now you can buy it back for your iPhone when you still down. If that case goes back up to the Supreme Court, would they say, well, that's a totally different technology available to everybody?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
I think there's been some encouraging signs from the Supreme Court. I think there's been a couple of decisions that basically suggest, without really emphatically saying it, that people keep their papers as normally defined by the Constitution on their phones now. Now that has to be tested in a whole bunch of different sets of facts, but I actually think the FBI General Counsel's office feels the wind blowing and is trying to get right with that as best they can without getting themselves in trouble on past cases. That's my temperature taking of it.
It's a good pun when it comes to thermal imaging. Back there.
So I was wondering if there's any updates on the transparency or the outing of parallel construction and cases and improvements on that front?
I mean, I'll take a stab at it. I think, and then maybe an actual lawyer who knows something can give a real answer. So I think to me, parallel construction is about, in large part, about trying to protect confidential means of evidence gathering. And what you see over and over is that investigators often apply the standards of confidential sources to confidential evidence gathering or data collection. And so there's a history in the law that you can protect confidential sources because they might be harmed if their identities came out. You see more and more that that's applied to not people but things, with the idea being, well, if it ever got out that we use these little devices to track phones, the devices won't work as well anymore, and then we won't have as cool investigations. We won't get as cool cases, so we can't do that. I think the whole issue of the quote-unquote national security exemption in a criminal case is a really tricky one. There's a murder case in North Carolina where it came up, which was just bizarre. And you see it pop up at times, and to my reporter's eye, it seems to pop up accidentally. Like, it seems to pop up when someone has maybe misjudged their terrain a little bit. So I think, look, it's a long-winded answer. The short answer is, I think it's a big deal. I think it's largely about trying to protect data gathering techniques under the guise of confidential sources.
I think it's illegal.
It absolutely can be.
Has it come up in court? What's the status?
Lawyers?
Well, it comes up in court on individual bases. I mean, I think, the North Carolina case I'm thinking of, they used some computer program to prove that a murderer committed a murder. And then when they were pressed on it by the defense, the FBI agent said, well, I can't tell you for national security reasons. And the trial judge upheld that and said, okay, you can't ask him any further on that. You can't go any further on it. And the appeals court said, no, that's not fair. You have to give him a chance to cross-examine his own evidence, the evidence against him. It was the only piece of evidence, just to be clear, connecting him to the murder scene. And once that appeals court ruling came down, he pled out to 10 years instead of a potential life term for the conviction he already had on him. I think that says something about the way the government values some of these techniques. But, you know, the whole point is, and I think you've probably experienced this more than anyone at the table, is that they're willing to pay what seems to be from the outside a high price to keep certain things secret. And prying those out is not easy all the time.
No, I mean, I would say, just to get back to the original question, I mean, the tricky part is spotting parallel construction. And that's sort of, and I'll be honest with you, I have a forensics division for the entire state of Maryland, and the bulk of the cases are from Baltimore City. I think I've got one case out of Prince George that actually involved the U.S. Marshals, and one case that I'm suspecting Stingray was used in Baltimore County, but I'm waiting for the discovery on that. And I think that pretty much goes to show you how how do I say this nicely? Just sort of how the
Don't say it nicely.
But the Baltimore Police Department is not quite as artful as drafting parallel construction as other jurisdictions might be. And so, I mean, so you get these things like, you know, a sophisticated device, or just other like weird terms that, you know, I mean, just sort of, they're just euphemisms for Stingray. And that's when they bother to get a warrant at all. And so, quite frankly, the only way to really sniff it out is sort of you get these ideas and you sort of say, okay, what's the confidential source? And then you have to ask for what's called a Franks hearing. And Franks hearing is sort of on the reliability of the informant, and that's where you sort of try and hash things out to try and figure out who's telling you this and where you're getting this information, and is this information fundamentally reliable? But that's a really tricky part to get to that stuff. And like he was saying, I mean, it's in the non-disclosure agreement between the FBI and Bielefeld, who was the police chief back then, and Bernstein, the prosecutor, that pretty much said that if Stingray comes up, you better drop the case. And that's sort of, they would rather dump the case than give up the Stingray. And so that's sort of been, we sort of used that to our advantage and under the circumstances.
Which isn't, I mean, no offense to defense lawyers, that's not a great outcome either. If the answer is you drop cases, I would argue as Joe Blow citizen that if the answer is you drop cases against arguably, potentially, possibly guilty people, like that's a calculate. Not always, certainly, but I think that's a. I don't think the government has done a good analysis of the costs of that. Is my point.
Well, I don't think they suspected that they'd be using it to pick up their dry cleaning the way that Baltimore Police Department does. I mean, that's sort of what it comes down to. Is they sort of, I think they gave it to them with the assumption they would be used on like high-end drug cases, serious murders, things like that, and they're using it for
purse snatchers. They're using it for purse snatchers.
By and large, you know, not totally, but I mean, I mean that in large part.
Nima? But perhaps more to the point, to drop the case to cover possibly illegal behavior, or even the discussion of the legality of the behavior by law enforcement policy.
Without adopting your language, I would say certainly to avoid the questioning of whether there is any illegal behavior. You know, same thing. I mean, right.
I think that that's actually a really important point, is we don't actually know how the Justice Department or other local agencies use parallel construction. What are the factors they have to consider? Can you use it only when there's a confidential source, or is it being used as it apparently seems to be used when you're just trying to hide a technology? And I think that that's actually another important piece of the transparency, is to understand, you know, both quantitatively, how many times are these, how often is that technique actually being employed, but even second to that, what is the policy on it? You know, when is it appropriate and when is it not appropriate? And I don't know that it's just fine to leave that either unwritten for prosecutors or out of the public eye or sort of outside of public scrutiny, given that it's not just these national security cases where we see this. It is the purse snatcher, so to speak.
Other questions back there?
Probably a question for Laura that others can weigh in. Do you have any recommendations for leveraging the Department of Justice policy change into state level reforms? For instance, I heard that in Indiana, even a month ago, there was this thing you can't talk about it at all.
I think that's a great question. I mean, we have seen some state legislatures take this up, and I think that, you know, look, the DOJ guidance is not perfect, but it certainly serves as a pretty good model that could be used that way by state and local agencies, and maybe they just need to have their attention drawn to it. There's also the NDAs, sorry, lost my train of thought there for a second. There's the NDAs, and there's, I think, real questions about whether those are needed at this point, given that we now have this public acknowledgement of these devices. And so asking those kinds of questions, either as a citizen or defense attorneys or anyone else.
I mean, do we think that I'm sorry, I apologize to the audience because I'm taking a question. Do we think that the NDAs are primarily coming from the FBI, or is it a company like Harris who don't necessarily want, Harris are the makers of Stingray, one of the more popular MZ catchers. Do we think that Harris are the ones that are actually really pushing the NDAs? And to that, what role does government play in not necessarily regulating these companies, but maybe pushing back against the overwhelming influence that a surveillance company like Harris has when it comes to the sale of surveillance technology?
So I was told a funny story about that in the course of my reporting. It never made it in the paper, so you guys will get the exclusive to this very boring anecdote. So at a lot of these law enforcement tech conventions, you know, the pattern has been described to me as the Harris guy sells a sheriff on this device. Costs a lot of money, sheriff, but I swear to God, you're going to love it. Everybody else does. And then as soon as they have the sheriff sort of pretty well committed to saying yes, they say, just one more thing. You got to go see Bill over there. He's with the FBI. He's going to give you a little talk about one other part of it. And that part of it is the NDA piece, which is, this is national security technology. You cannot talk about any of it. And that is both a handcuff and a sales pitch in its way, right? I think a lot of law enforcement say, wow, this was developed by the CIA and used by SEAL Team 6? Okay. And I think that relationship is, I think it's, everyone's getting what's important to them out of that relationship. Harris, by all accounts in law enforcement, makes the best domestic application of this technology they have, and they are by far the biggest seller. So the NDA, does the NDA in some way help their marketing ability? Probably, but that's also because they make a good product for what they're trying to do. Does the FBI get an advantage by having an NDA that sort of keeps the lid on this and preserves the national security effectiveness of this in other applications? Absolutely. I think, but again, the inherent contradiction to all this is that you give them all these rules for secrecy and then you give them no rules for how to use it. You ask the FBI, well, what about, do you give them best practices? Do you give them some guidelines? You know, this is a good idea, this is a bad idea. And the FBI will tell you, whoa, that's really not our purview. We would not be in the business of telling police departments how to use this stuff. And you're like, okay, but you're in the business of telling them to not tell anyone they're using it and not let it get in court and not let anyone look over their shoulders to make sure they're using it correctly. I see a contradiction in that as a reporter. Many government officials have tried to convince me that's not a contradiction, and I'm still not convinced.
Right. Question?
Yeah, kind of piggybacking on that, go back to some of the talking points from manufacturers about, well, how it's made for U.S. is different than perhaps made abroad. I guess the one way I'd say my question would be, does that matter to any of you? I mean, does that distinction, and I can see that coming up, especially with more policy implications. I can really see that rhetoric coming into, well, how about you let us codify how we're doing this as long as we promise to do it in this way with these devices? Does that have a lot of bearing? Is there a risk of like some creep from other types of technology?
In my own reporting, I'll just say the application and carefulness of the use of the product varied wildly from agency to agency. Everyone created their own rules. At one point when I was writing my stories, I believe some of the committees on the Hill were calling individual agencies in to explain how they use them. And the story that was told to me, and Laura, feel free to correct me if you think I'm mangling this or I've been led astray, let's say, by my sources, was every single agency would come and say, we use this thing great. You would not believe how careful we are. Those other guys, though, I mean, you should ask them because I think they're a little nuts and I don't know what they're doing. And every single agency basically said some version of that. And so everyone's great, but everyone's terrible. And that's why I think uniformity is important in the rules. I think having more of a grown-up discussion about it is probably important, but to me it matters.
I will not opine on the accuracy of that characterization, but I will say I think this is why, I'll just point you to a paragraph in the DOJ guidance that's very specific about the types of information that the DOJ and its components do not obtain using these devices. There's also a whole legal regime domestically, the Wiretap Act, et cetera, that would kick into play depending on what type of information might be obtained with these devices. So you would end up in a world where there are very stringent requirements if you're obtaining content, for example.
Question.
Grew up and end up with a 42 U.S. 1983 action, the next section is conspiracy, and the next section is action on neglect to prevent. Maybe that's the blowback there, afraid of the leaders being responsible for the technology they're getting under them.
I mean, I don't want to be answering all the questions, but I'd love to answer all the questions. Look, I don't think the people I've spoken to, and look, just to be clear, the people who have come to me to talk to me about what they think is wrong in the system and what they're worried about are all people in the system. They're all people who think that corrections need to be made, but it's not some, god-awful government-wide conspiracy to screw everybody on everything. There are good people in the system who think that it's gotten off track and are trying to get it on what they think of as a right track. I have not spoken, even to the people who are very defensive and believe in what has been done, will be done, etc. None of those people have expressed anything like a concern that they did anything that approaches the level of criminal wrongdoing. I don't think that's in their heads, to your question. I think their attitude is, the most aggressive ones, their attitude is, it's not prohibited. We have some legal basis for doing this based on past cases. And you can argue about whether that legal basis applies at all to the type of technology we're talking about, but that's what their internal argument was at the time. They are, to be fair to them, no longer making that internal argument.
But if it violates civil rights, then
I mean, I don't want to parse hairs, but I don't think they would say, I think their answer would be, there's nothing to suggest that we have violated civil rights. At worst, we didn't see the problem coming.
Yeah, I think the reality is that when you're deploying new technology, you don't all of a sudden magically erase all of the problems that exist with police departments, right? And so to the extent that we have biased policing and you stick a stingray in a police officer's hand, my guess is that you're going to see that same problem bear out. And to the extent that we have problems in police agencies around use of force, around improper searches, which we do. I mean, let's acknowledge that those things exist at a state level and a federal level. These technologies that provide and allow law enforcement even broader access to information, and in some cases effortless and insulated access to this information, you're just going to see those same problems bear out. And so I think that is a reality, whether there were people inside the agencies who felt like they had legal authority, or whether they had their head in the sand, or whether they were actually malicious. I think that doesn't negate the reality that all of the problems that we see in police departments can be made a lot worse by these technologies, and we need to be that much more vigilant to address those problems.
And we got about 5 minutes left, sorry.
Could I just add on that? I would just say the technology, as far as I can tell, the technology changes behavior. That's the thing that's most jarring to me about the Stingray technology, especially the airborne stuff. DOJ components started doing things differently because they had this capability, both in Mexico and in the United States and locally.
Let's get to some other questions. Yeah.
So I had a question about guidance for, if there is a warrant requirement, what kind of guidance do judges need to be given in order to properly assess the validity of a warrant? So I'm in particular concerned about information security. People have a mobile phone, they maybe have an expectation, possible expectation of privacy. But they usually expect that when they're on their phone, they're talking to their phone network and nobody else. The phone network then routes the call. But it's a very interesting to see what people think that. When these tools actually force the phones into a degraded mode, turning off crypto, weakest cell phone crypto is, making you talk to a machine that is not the phone network you're talking to, and they do that to everyone in the area, you're effectively downgrading the communication security policy for everyone who's involved. Right? So someone who's near one of these devices suddenly has less secure communication, whether or not they're the target of search. And they're less secure with regard not just to government surveillance, but to anyone around them who happens to be listening on the other end of the spectrum. So my question is, when people are providing guidance to judges, are they including this sort of collateral damage side effect
so that the judges are aware that yes, if we warrant this, then we're gonna have an additional cost to the rest of the population that's nearby. And if so, should there be notice requirements for people who are potentially having their communications together?
I can't speak to the policy requirements of requiring notice for anybody who possibly could be affected, but I can answer the short answer to your first question is no. Those things are not showing up in the warrant requirements. If there's any, but first of all, there's really no mention of Stingray. They might mention surreptitious device, or we want to, or occasionally if they're getting a warrant for Stingray, which is the last one I saw, they were using a trap and trace statute where they were not totally forthcoming about what the device was that they were doing and what they were actually seeking. And I can tell you that this doesn't sit well with the judges who are signing these warrants. Like when the case was denied by when the judge found the search, the judge who signed the warrant actually showed up in the courtroom to watch. Because the inference that I would draw from that would be that he wanted to see what happened.
We have to wrap up, so 30 seconds. Closing thoughts from everyone. Starting with you, Drew.
Just watch your phone. So the rules for a crime used to be work alone, wear a mask, don't say anything. Now the fourth rule is leave your cell phone at home.
No, thank you. I mean, I think I do, as I said at the beginning, I just think this is a really great sort of case example of where all these different threads have come together and actually forced some policy change. So I guess we'll continue to keep working to expand that further.
Yeah, and I would just say I think that this is a good example, and maybe we need to shift our thinking a little bit to how we can be on the front end of the problem and not the back end of the problem. And so we're not talking about stingrays 20 years from now, we're talking about maybe the actual emerging technology. And so I think that we need to work that into the solutions and think about, like some of the speakers during lunch talked about, connecting this to other inequalities in terms of bias policing and understanding how these technologies are interacting.
And I would just say I think the next move is the courts, and the courts broadly, not just the Supreme Court. I think the Justice Department has shown something now, have put some cards on the table, and now it will be up to the courts to decide how much are we going to make them explain, how much are we going to make them do, now that we're all agreed that this technology is at least partially out in the open.
Well, just sort of add to that just briefly, just the other thing that needs to happen is the court needs to acknowledge the reasonable expectation of privacy for location information, which they're in the process of doing, but that's sort of ongoing and should be decided in the next few years.
Okay, I want to thank the panelists. Really great discussion. Thank you for your questions, everyone. And you can turn your phones back on now. Thanks. That's great. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. You did good.
There's a good real-life example of the public
Yes, that's my job. How are you, really? Where'd you work?
Absolutely, no, of course. And also, I know Nate, and also I want to pick your brain about, because we're going to take one at the legislature on this.
Yeah.
Like I just,
Grab the AV
everything
guide.
relating to, the privacy stuff, I've just sort of,
Right.
I've always sort of resisted getting too,
You guys want some water?
sure,
Yeah, is that?
yeah. I've always just thought that was kind of, just too too hard to get to know on top of everything else.
Right.
I mean, that's why.
I'm sure I've read that too. So, which had, there's a lot of law aspects to it, but,
Where
did
did you?
So, so I mean, I took, these legal classes that focus on
The big leather
yeah,
recliner.
So, I'm
Leslie was picking on my head.
Yeah, that's something where.
I can't spell aerial letters.
And like, would you, do you, when all these, I mean, and you actually read all a lot of the decisions, and when you're writing about it, you're obviously writing and you're quoting from insurance.
You do.
Because that's something that always annoys the hell out of me about most journalists. Clearly they don't read the decisions.
Right, you don't understand the parts that
From like the last time I
no, I mean, the
Is this
standard
me? I
practice,
should check.
there's a ruling, and I see somebody else.
I have one from, it's from,
It's an old one. You can use the
The
marker to
analysis
like
so often
color in.
is thin
It's pretty good.
or wrong.
Right.
I saw it in my bag before I passed, and I'm like, I should check this out. I forgot.
Good to see you. How are you? I will try.
Now,
I know.
how's your,
They said they could do it pretty quickly. The AV guy here said he can make it happen quickly. When he walked in the room, I grabbed him. So he says he's going to do it right now.
Yeah,
I know.
we had a big spike during so far.
Yeah, how are you otherwise, Paul?
It's basically, we lost some.
Yeah, everything's good.
Basically,
Right.
steady.
I know the joke.
Not growing and not declining.
It's okay.
and the
It's
funding,
okay.
how
Could have been more explicit, but
So,
I assume you like to eat.
yes, yeah. So the, well, it's a few things, right? So
I thought this would be
there's
packaged.
advertising, obviously, there's less and less. It's actually,
It
timing-wise,
is.
it was interesting. We had
It is, and we'll do it. But
incredibly good advertising. Basically, like,
Yeah.
before the whole sofa.
I would be sad if this presentation has 10 people.
Purely based on page views and also
It's not going to be as fun. Hi.
and the advertising kind of flipped out. We actually had
I haven't seen you in ages.
they were actually very upset because they're like, it's so
I saw it. There's too many things at the same time.
So we had that for
CFP after not having been here in a while.
But this is supposed to be an East Coast rollout, so
I know.
got a little, spurt and everything.
I'll take whatever.
I know. I agree. I have to keep the lights on.
You might be a little more for you.
So what do you?
Should I just go up? Go up here.
Yours is fine. If you just open it on, assuming that there's an internet.
Yeah. Then we have to get the. Anybody got the code
For
for the internet?
Privacy, lowercase.
Well, that's in what caps? Oh, lowercase.
Password.
Or
Well,
one,
it
two,
could
three,
be,
one,
right?
two, three,
Password,
or-
one, two, three.
It's
or
one
God.
step up
Is
from.
it the PSA?
Yeah,
what-
PSAV is the.
Huh? Swordfish. PSAV. And I got Richmond's iPhone came up. What do you mean, it cannot be joined? Of course it can.
I was gonna say, haven't been able to get it.
I'll get a local version.
Yeah, these two rooms, the connection has not been as strong.
We can run it off mine.
I can put it on my phone. Or if you, I believe that will be me, assuming I can get it down to my.
There are times that getting on just gets too. Can that work? It's kind of hot in here, isn't
And
it?
you have your dongle.
No, I don't have my dongle.
The dongle guy.
So I'm used to Berkeley, and I just show up, and it's all there, and nothing comes out of the ceiling, and life is all good.
Bring your dongle.
I know.
Bring your dongle. Come on, you haven't even asked me for the. I'll just keep saying I can't connect. You know what? I don't have to connect. When it's my turn to speak, I will just look on your computer because mine is refusing to. Oh my God, 10 people.
So should I just download it?
I'm not gonna run it. Sorry.
I think it probably makes the most sense.
What was the session before?
If you download it as a PDF,
Yeah.
it's probably the better choice.
Can I do it as a PowerPoint, and then I can do the printer?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You could. Formatting is kind of.
Oh, yeah, it does,
Okay.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like goes outside the bounds.
It does.
Then maybe I'll just do it on
Opposed to
here.
Plus everything else you don't think about.
Come in, come in. How are you? Good to see you too.
It's kind of a.
This point that you were making in the, I was walking out as I heard you say that. I was like, yes, that's
So can I propose that everybody in the room moves to the back row and sit everybody sit there?
What? We're already
Or in the alternative, everybody can.
Might not be that long, but
Yeah, that would be good.
You're mirrored on there right now.
All right, I'm closing stuff down, so that's fine.
If I have a PDF version from this morning's. Okay.
Yeah, and let's
Okay.
see.
So if you go.
never over yet.
And we're going to argue the past is very relevant to the present.
And the future.
All right, and now I'll be able to advance. Great. Okay.
So I'll just use yours when I'm talking.
Thank you so much. And maybe we can turn off a little bit of the lighting. So can you do that?
Thank you. You've saved us.
Can you guys see the screen?
Yeah, probably get.
Otherwise you'd move, right?
That's good.
All right.
That's good for me.
Which direction? You want it dimmer? Up, down?
Well, because of the cameras for the webcast, they
Yes,
Got
the
it.
webcast.
All right. So we're only 9 minutes later than we expected to be. So I'm going to quickly introduce the team, and then we're going to do a little interactive exercise before we get into the meat of the presentation. So I'm Deirdre Mulligan. I'm a professor at Berkeley in the School of Information. I'm also the chair of CDT's board.
I'm Leslie Harris. I'm the project director. I'm the former president of CDT.
I'm Richmond Wong. I'm a PhD student at UC Berkeley.
I'm Sebastian Bentall, also a PhD student at UC Berkeley.
We have 2 commentators.
I'm Jonathan Band. I'm a lawyer here in Washington, D.C.
I'm Mike Masnick. I write a blog called Tech Dirt, and I comment a lot.
And authoritatively. All right, that's what to say. So this presentation is SOPA, Beyond the Dominant Narratives, as you picked up. And what I want to start by doing is I'm actually going to ask a bunch of questions and invite you. We were going to do something a little more interactive when we had more space, more people, but I think given the number of people, we're going to do it in a slightly different way. And this is going to give you a little preview of some of the findings, but just want to see where you stand on these issues. So the first question, when did the bill die? Was everybody here following the SOPA debate? Yeah? All right, okay. Yeah, okay. If you think the bill died at the blackout, raise your hand. If you think it died before the blackout, but sometime in January, raise your hand. If you think the bill died at the House markup. All right.
So there's
Good. All right. The November House hearing, it was a super important event. Yes? Yes? No? Yes? All right. Somewhat important. The December House markup, super important. Somewhat important. Not important at all. The DNS debate, super important. Somewhat important. Not important. Republican opposition to the bill, super important. Somewhat important. All right. Not important. Heritage opposition to the bill, super important. Interesting. Somewhat important. Okay. For those of you who thought the Republican opposition was very important, but the heritage opposition was less important, any insight, comment? Why? Anybody else? All right. Okay. So this is an outline of the talk. We're going to talk a little bit about the dominant narratives. That'll be me, methodology and findings. We're going to do some SOPA by the numbers, where we're going to look at our data, and I'm going to talk about methodology in a second, but I'll explain what that SOPA by the numbers is. We're then going to do a deeper dive into some key narratives. These are not the only narratives that emerged from this big set of interviews, but there's some of the ones that have been left untold.
and some of the ones that required some really sophisticated digging to kind of unpack. And then we're going to talk about maybe some of the future research questions. Our participants have been invited, our commentators have been invited to jump in wherever they want. We are not saving them to the end. Their modest introductions don't really belie the level of sophistication that they have on this particular policy debate. And for Jonathan, the context he has for this particular policy debate, because he's been involved in this issue since before the DMCA. Can I say
Meaning
that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, in other words, I'm a really old guy.
Yeah, well, I was there too. So I've invited them to jump in as they see fit. So the dominant narratives on the SOPA project, on SOPA, right? The internet was having its Howard Beale moment. That was one of my favorites, right? Users were mad as hell and they weren't going to take it anymore. So this was a populist uprising fueled very much by social media. Folks like Mike Masnick and others were putting out good content. People got active on Reddit and other Red State and other sorts of things and played into, whoa, something just happened on my computer. It didn't happen on their computer. So that's one dominant narrative. Yeah, Richmond, help me. I don't know what just happened. I don't even know.
Is that the thing where you have like the...
I'm sorry, like,
That's okay.
it just...
It's not.
So the other narrative, if we went to the next screen, would basically be the narrative that Google and Wikimedia hijack the eyeballs of their users, that they overuse their dominant position in the communications ecosystem, thank you, to basically create astroturf, if you will, right? That yes, there was concern, but they were overusing their place in the ecosystem. So as relatively sophisticated observers, I think, of this process, even though I was sitting on the West Coast, I said, wow, this narrative seems really incomplete. Clearly, there is a lot of grassroots activity going on, but clearly the grassroots is also having an impact that often doesn't happen, and so it suggested some connection between inside and outside that hadn't been dealt with. The dominant stories basically pretended as though legislative process didn't exist. And I think most of the people in this room know that legislative process is both can be very important on a bill of this sort. And there was a kind of lack of appreciation of critical dependencies, what we might call but-for events. So an understanding of, even if we think that the blackout, for example, was the critical defining moment, what made space for that critical defining moment, right? What were the points in the process that determined whether or not we ever got there? So why does all of this matter? Why are we unpacking this many years later? Well, one, focusing on what's visible, tweets, mobilization, calls to Congress doesn't really provide useful insight into the who, what, why, where, and when of events. One of my favorite statements in a report that I've ever read said something like, well, looking at who was talking in the media gives us a good sense of who was lobbying for and against a bill. And I was like, well, what do you think trade associations are for? They're so people don't actually have to talk, right? So there was a level of sophistication that I was like, that is it. Two, we can't either repeat it or avoid it if we don't actually understand what the magic pixie dust was that made something happen. Ground truths require a lot more digging. You'll see from the narratives here that even those who were intimately engaged in this process have different perspectives on what happened. And sometimes they're competing, and more often I think they're actually complementary, and that, in many instances they're kind of both right. And for someone who cares a lot about technology policy making, I think the story here has a lot to tell us about what are some of the gaps in our policy processes. So a little bit about methodology. We conducted 39 in-depth, semi-structured interviews with key informants. They were identified largely through snowball sampling, so we didn't just kind of randomly stop. We kind of stopped when we had kind of a saturation. People were saying these are the people who really you need to talk to. It's highly diverse. Supporters, opponents, insiders, outside, diverse roles, advocates, lobbyists, government officials, technologists, Congress members, people in the White House, you name it, right? It was a very rich set. We augmented that with the development of a timeline that includes not just public-facing events, kind of the traditional legislative process events, but lots of other events that people viewed as really critical to understanding how SOPA unfolded. And we have a timeline of about 328 activities and events. And we used that with our informants to try to elicit more information about what was going on, right, what was really happening. We then did qualitative analysis of the interviews. So this means PhD students, Leslie, to some extent me, doing a lot of reading and coding of the interviews. And then we did a quantitative analysis of the interviews to develop some high-level findings, and that's where Sebastian came in. There's additional work to continue, but just to give you a sense of what we've done to date. Here's some general stats about the interviews. 29 opponents, 8 proponents, 2 neutral, 27 insiders, 12 outsiders. You'll notice this empty box in the proponent outsiders, and that wasn't a category that anybody gave us anyone to interview in. And that in and of itself is kind of an interesting story, and one that we got some insight in about this morning, which might be worth talking about later. So I'm going to do some SOPA by the numbers. So conflicting narratives emerge from the research. You're familiar with all of these, right? Google was command and control. Another narrative, it was a coalition of tech groups, human rights advocates, partially built out of things like the Fair Use Coalition that had initially come together around the DMCA, but expanding to include entrepreneurs and technologists. And there was an insider story of legislative greed and overreach and a really bungled legislative process, focusing largely on Lamar Smith and his role as chairman. There was a very heavy Republican role in killing the bill for a host of different reasons, some having to do with the DNS issue, some having to do with the primary race coming up in January, so there's a host of different things going on there, and the DNS fight. So all of these emerged as kind of competing narratives about what really happened. There was some unanimity, so here's the one point of complete unanimity. Everyone agreed the bill was going to pass, right? That there was some version of this bill, and this, whether you were insider or outsider, pro or anti, whether you came in and you were a newbie to this issue or you were a seasoned someone like Jonathan Band, I'm not telling you whether or not we interviewed Jonathan, everyone expected some version of this bill to pass. Okay. So what was important to the bill's demise? All of these things came out of our qualitative interviews, and I'm going to talk about 3 classes of things. One is what was important. So these could be activities, events, strategies, things that people viewed as really influential in the way in which the process evolved. I'm going to talk about what injured the bill, and these are more kind of moments or events that people viewed as kind of but-for moments. If this hadn't have happened, the story might have been different. Okay, so take them as but-for, that kind of sense of causality. And then the last is this question of when did the bill die? And this is kind of events. Did it die at the markup? Did it die at the blackout? When exactly did you think it was, like, clearly SOPA was off life support? It was no longer viable. Here's a long list of 25 items that people thought was important to the bill's demise. This is not in any particular order. We will share the slides if you can't see all of these. But they range from poor drafting and unworkable bill language to Republican concerns about enforcement, particularly the private right of action in DOJ, a lack of technical knowledge by proponents, by Congress generally, grassroots online opposition, the blackout, information sharing. So there's a whole host of things that surfaced. Here are the top 10 factors across all interviewees combined. Seb, this particular chart averages, yes?
That's average for all of them, all interviewees.
Okay, across all, I don't have my notes, so I may turn to Seb to make sure I'm accurately presenting. I don't want to lie with data. Right, I do not, I'm trying to really use data to tell truth. So, you know, grassroots online opposition, the blackout, constituency contacts to Congress, lobbying by Google and other major firms, unwillingness of content industry, the DNS blocking, information sharing, the human rights and free speech messaging, in-person work by technology advocacy groups, and the breaking the internet messaging. This was the top 10. Nothing all that surprising. Yeah. Seb.
So each interview for all these different variables were ranked from effectively 1 through 5, or they didn't mention it at all. And if it was no mention at all, it was 0. 5 is it's very important to the demise of the bill. 1 is explicitly saying that it's not important.
So this is like intensity.
Yeah, it's an
When you
intensity
look-
of thinking that it was important for the demise of the bill.
So, if I could just interject quickly at this point, you know, this, with respect to this slide and the previous slide, we see all these factors relating to what's important to the bill's demise. When I saw an advance copy of these slides, I guess was yesterday, I was very much reminded of my recent trip this past summer to the Normandy beaches, the D-Day beaches, where you know, and you know, not to trivialize D-Day. I mean, because I think D-Day was probably a little more consequential in world history than SOPA. But I was involved in SOPA and not in D-Day. So, what's interesting, of course, is how, you know, when we were visiting the various beaches, is how you have these completely different perspectives of what went on and what was important, and certainly, you know, in hindsight, there's a degree of inevitability. Well, of course the Allies were going to win, right? Of course D-Day was going to be successful, you know, and of course they were going to break out from Normandy and defeat Germany, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But of course, you know, it wasn't that obvious to the people on the ground, and then what was important and what was critical, and you know, you look at different pieces of the story, and you know, some of them they really focus on all the training and the logistics and the planning that went on in, you know, in the UK in the months leading up to D-Day, and others talk about, you know, what was specifically going on the specific beaches and so on. So it's you know, the point is, of course, is that you have all these different perspectives, but at the same time, there's, you know, no one really knows. And you know, everything is important and nothing's important, and you know, and you also have all these views of history, you know, sort of like a butterfly view, and you know, it could be that if, you know, one foxhole, you know, one machine gun nest wasn't taken out at a certain time, it could have had a ripple effect, and it really could have had a lot of the same thing with SOPA. So in any event, you know, I just wanted to, you know, to sort of, that was one analogy that really struck me, that it's you know, again, in retrospect, and the same thing with the but-for moments, meaning certainly in retrospect, you know, you can say, this is it, or that's it, or whatever, but certainly when you're at the time, it's all unknowable, and the truth is it is ultimately unknowable, meaning, you know, you can try to figure out and parse things out, but at the end of the day, it's you know, you end up with all of these different things, and everyone has a different perspective, and no one's right or wrong. I mean, it's just different perspectives.
I think you're a born ethnographer. That's what I'm going to say. You have a position at Berkeley if you want it. All right. So, but what gets interesting is when you start to look at where people stood in relationship to the story and their perspective, because things start to kind of break out in different ways. So this is outsiders opposing SOPA. They will always be in what looks to you to be black, but is actually dark green. And it tells you what they thought was important to the demise, right? And kind of unsurprisingly, the online blackout, the grassroots online opposition, constituency contacts, because some of that grassroots advocacy led to people showing up in Schumer's office, showing up in local members' offices over breaks. They thought that coordination and information sharing by the bill opponents was very important, right? And as I mentioned, the grassroots advocacy ended up being pretty well targeted to have an effect. The human rights and free speech messaging and online activism surrounding the first Judiciary Committee hearing. These were for them kind of the highlights, the things that were really important. Insiders opposing SOPA thought there were some other things that were important. So one, coming in at number 2 here is general Republican opposition due to regulation, right? That the DNS provisions in particular were viewed as kind of big government regulatory action. Republicans were very concerned about giving Eric Holder, then at DOJ, any more authority. They were very concerned about the whole fast and furious stuff, so there was this general concern among Republicans. And then also the controversy around surrounding DNS blocking makes their list, and it's not on the list of the outsider opponents. Insiders supporting SOPA identified a bunch of different things. For them, unsurprisingly, right, lobbying by Google and other major firms. You will see mismanagement by the bill chair, which isn't mentioned by anyone else, and this is Lamar Smith in particular. And also mismanagement by the bill proponents, and so a sense of kind of overreaching of their own side. So that gives you some sense of what things people thought was important, right? General factors. What I'm going to talk about now is what they viewed as having injured the bill. So again, these are more of the but-for moments. Things that came up, these 7 events, each interview is ranked on a scale of from 0 to 2. So it was unimportant, it was kind of important, or it was really important, similar to the questions I asked you at the beginning. The technologist report was viewed as important. Here are things that came out. Technologists, American censorship campaign, the House hearing, House markup, the heritage announcement, the White House opposition, and the online blackout. So this is overall, you can see purple or magenta, I don't know what you guys see when you look at that color, is the insider proponents, so people who were supporting the legislation. The green is insiders who were against, right, who were opponents of the bill. And then the black is outsider opponents of the bill. And you can see that they break out differently, right? So as far as what injured the bill, the online blackout plays a very strong role in the opinion of outsiders against. When you look at the House Judiciary Committee markup, you see that the insider opponents and the insider proponents both view that as relatively more important. And so you can go through, there are some interesting alignments. So like the American censorship campaign, how important it was, varies in some interesting ways. Some things that stand out is that there's general agreement by the opponents and the proponents that the November committee hearing was very injurious. So that was the first day of the online action of the American censorship campaign. Leslie's going to talk more about this. But to put in perspective, there were 90,000 phone calls made that day, and when people used to be fearful of the Christian Coalition, they used to generate, what, 10, right?
I think once it was 30,000.
Once 30, okay, but 90,000 calls was a lot of phone calls.
Right.
Okay. Insider opponents and proponents saw the December markup as injurious. Interestingly, outsiders didn't, and the insider supporters, or the insider proponents, saw it as much more injurious than other events, that the markup for them was a really key point when they viewed the bill as getting enormously injured. And I'm going to talk about later how much injured they thought it was. Insider opponents saw Heritage's opposition as a very big event. Interestingly, it was barely mentioned by outsider opponents, and given that there was some influence from some people.
It's supposed to be proponents.
The last one is supposed to say insider proponents. Sorry, we thought we fixed that. So it was barely mentioned by either of those other groups, but the insider opponents viewed it as quite important. By the numbers, when did the bill die? So insiders, 81% thought the bill died before the blackout, right? And so if you assume the dominant narratives, whether it was Google who fueled it or a social media backlash, they all viewed the online blackout as the big seminal moment when the bill died. 81% of insiders, so regardless of where you stood, supporting or opposing the bill, thought that the bill died before the blackout. And that in their words, for example, the blackout, it was about putting the nails in the coffin. It was not about actually killing the bill. Outsiders.
Stomping on the dead kitty.
There was that too, yeah. insiders, 67% think it died during the blackout or shortly thereafter, right? So this is a point where we see some difference of opinion between insiders and outsiders. The graph there is actually a counting graph, like that. Each one of those blocks actually stands for a interviewee.
And so I guess a question I have here is to what extent is there maybe a bit of a difference in semantics? Meaning, you know, you can say, I mean, the bill was collapsing, you know, and then you know, so it could be the insiders are saying, well, once it started to collapse, it was dead, as opposed to the outsiders who are saying, well, it's only dead when it's dead. And I guess the other point is that sometimes, you know, you have maybe the bill in some forms was dead, you know, before the blackout, but then it was the blackout that killed it in all forms. Meaning, so that's why, you know, people, it could be, you know, all these things may be true.
We did try to tease that out in the interview. So when we're saying like this is when the bill died, this is a pretty close approximation to kind of asking those people. And in addition, because one of the questions we asked them is what was the lasting impact. And so for that other question, the 81% of people who thought the bill was dead before the blackout, most of them, I believe, still thought that the blackout was incredibly important to it's not coming back again, to creating a toxic environment for tech policy and certainly copyright policy within the legislative process. So they viewed it as having a very important impact. They just didn't think it's what killed the bill, and we did try to tease those things apart in the interviews.
So for dead, we didn't code them as dead unless they literally said the bill could not come back to the floor at this point because the leadership was never going to bring it up. So.
Yeah, the other thing that I was wondering in looking at this and thinking about it was how difficult it is also to sort of tease that information out in retrospect, right? Because now if I sit down and think about it, I can make an argument for the bill dying at a few different points or being close to dead, and yet, you know, there is... Right, but you know, if you were just to ask me on the fly, like when did it die, like I might just say, you know, the blackout was what really killed it. But then, if we got into a more nuanced argument, but looking back, like that one day, the blackout in January was, you know, had such a widespread impact just in terms of
it had the biggest,
you know, public perception and everything.
Absolutely.
That, you know, in retrospect, it almost feels like even, you know, even having lived through everything that happened leading up to that and after that. It has you know, it's tough to separate that out. Like how did I feel at the time? Like, you know, I'm trying to think back. Like on January 17th, did I think the bill was dead? And I'm not sure I remember. Right?
I mean, I think the interesting thing was, and Seb and I were having a conversation about how I said it's really interesting that all these people who thought the bill was dead thought that the blackout was very important, and we're going back and forth like. You know, that doesn't make any sense, but it made sense because it was such an unprecedented event and because it had a broader impact than killing one bill, right? Yeah. But you're right. Fortunately, a lot of these interviews were 2 years ago, but not all of them were, you know, because there were some people who were not really ready to talk about this, mostly on the other side until last year. And
we can talk a little bit about process later.
On. Anyway, we're going to go through all these guys in a little bit more.
No, what's interesting about Mike's point is that it does sort of relate to my earlier point. It's like, you know, your memory after the fact, you know, is right. Or okay, if you're in the foxhole, I mean, you have one perception, but then 20 years later, you know, it's like, oh, it was, you know, this or it was that, which is certainly you had no sense of at the time. You may have had a completely at the time you may have had a completely different perception, but even a few weeks later, you might already have a, you know, your memory is very unreliable.
And people did have unreliable memories around things like, did that happen? Was that the hearing where the Republicans started to talk about DNS and Pelosi? Wasn't that after the House markup? And so we actually had to go back. I mean, and I thought I knew, and I had to go back and that's why this enormous timeline is, which there's a lot more to put on it, is useful. But right, I mean, you had to not take the word of any one person. You had to kind of see.
And doing qualitative work.
Yeah.
This is always an
This
issue,
is
right?
what-
And it's, as you said, we're looking for people's opinion, and their opinion in the moment might have been different than their opinion a year later, 2 years later.
Right.
But this is what they told us. All right. Insider disagreements. I think that's, yeah. So, right, here's the stuff that insiders agreed on, right? 81% thought the bill died before the blackout. Okay, here are some disagreements. Insiders who were against the bill thought that poor drafting and unworkable bill language was really important. This was one of those kind of but-for sort of things. Coordination, oh no, these are
These are not
important.
but-for, these are
Sorry,
important.
these are important factors. Coordination and information sharing by bill opponents was viewed as very important, and we're going to talk about the coalition that came together to defeat the bill, whereas insider proponents didn't view that as important at all. You'll see mismanagement by the bill chair, again, Lamar Smith, viewed as very important by the insider proponents of the bill and less important by the insider opponents. In contrast, the general Republican opposition due to regulate the kind of regulatory aspects of the bill was viewed as very important by insiders who were opposed to the bill and less important by insider proponents.
Do you have that broken down by if they were Republicans or not?
No. Whether they were Republicans.
The person that you were how
Yeah.
important, if they were Republicans or if they were not, how important the Republican opposition was to them?
That's a good question.
And we were trying to develop all those demographics, and we don't have
Yeah.
them.
Okay.
I mean, I think what I can say about the Republican opposition
Is that it doesn't break that way.
I don't think it breaks that
Yeah.
way.
Okay.
And
Party
that
affiliations, no.
the people who were opposed in D.C., and actually even in the grassroots, there were constant conversations about go to Republicans, were very, very aware, whether they were companies or anybody else, that there was a very big aggressive strategy of Republicans. And in some of the conversations, because I did most of the content interviews, it just, they were really focused on anger to a particular group, but the fact that there had been a pretty sophisticated strategy around Republicans, it just wasn't clear that that had even come into their thinking about what screwed up the bill.
Yeah, what of these, what's most surprising to me is the discrepancy in the mismanagement of the bill. That the proponents thought that was a big factor, whereas the opponents thought it was a factor, but less so. Because it was very clear to me that one of the great, because I was, in full disclosure, I was among the opponents. But I'm sure that would shock people in the room. But for me, what was just the sort of like the endless source of frustration was that, and whether you say this is mismanagement by the chair or maybe again the way the questions are worded, it's mismanagement by staff, that especially on the House side, they just refused to talk to us. I mean, that there was just no, the normal legislative process is, that bill gets introduced and then you have all this lobbying and it sort of, progressively gets better to the point where it's, benign and, you can live with it. But here, certainly on the House side, it just never got better. And there was never, the normal process of a negotiation or a discussion. And you can say that's, I guess I see that as mismanagement by the chair or the staff, that they just kind of ran roughshod. And so, and certainly I thought all of us who were opposed had the same views, so that's why I'm surprised that there was this disparity, because it was so obvious to us that one of our the problems was they weren't negotiating. And this was like, how dare they not? This is America. You negotiate.
This is.
We're going to look at that a little bit more closely.
We're going to look more at the legislative process, in particular the markup and the hearing. But view this as, these are kind of the areas where there's the greatest disagreement about the weight of a variable.
It's a weight.
And it doesn't say that insiders who were opposed didn't think it was important. It's that insiders who were pro viewed it as way more significant. There's some very interesting stuff that comes out as to why that was viewed as so important. Yeah. We'll talk about it when we get to the markup slide.
That's probably about you. That's the Bob Schwartz line.
So opponent disagreements. So these are things that insiders and outsiders who were opposed to the bill disagreed on. First, general Republican opposition due to regulation, right? The insiders view it as very important, outsiders less important. In contrast, the online blackout is viewed as very important by the outsiders. It's viewed as important, but a little less so by the insiders. Insiders viewed opposition by conservative organizations, in particular Heritage, as very important. Members of Congress being misinformed about the bill's effects, and we'll unpack that a little bit when we talk about a little bit more about the legislative process, was viewed as important to insiders, not outsiders. So a lot of these things.
I think the DNS is
right.
interesting.
And the controversy around DNS blocking, insiders view it as more important than outsiders. In contrast, human rights, free speech messaging, outsiders more important than insiders. All right. We're going to do some deep dives. I don't think I skipped a slide, did I? No. All right. And I'm going to turn it over to Leslie for a few, and then I'm going to do a few, and then we're going to come back to Rich.
So, trying to unpack what everybody believed mismanagement of the bill by the chair, and we basically decided one way to do it, because not everybody was in DC, was to also look at how the bill was handled in the Senate versus how it was handled in the House. And that doesn't, another full disclosure, I was an opponent, but having dealt with the Senate and the House on the bill, the shutout was only part of the mismanagement, I think, on the House side. So on the Senate side, they have an open door policy for the proponents and the opponents, and win or lose, the process of developing COICA and the subsequent bill pro-IP, people are going in, they're making their points, they're making changes, they completely changed what an infringing site was based on the input of CDT and PK, so they weren't like, you had no stake in this bill. Everybody was part of the process. They were desperately seeking balance, trying to get at least some companies from the tech sector, plus, keep the ISPs in the room who didn't want a private right of action. I think at the end of the day, they didn't quite get what they wanted. But COICA is evidence that they really, really tried not to have a private right of action, not to do a variety of things and then they just got an overwhelming demand. And they said no to long lists, second level domains, all kinds of things that were on the demand list. The interesting thing is the whole time the House is making clear to the Senate the bill doesn't go far enough. The interesting thing is that the Senate understood that if this bill was going to pass, it needed to be a bill that could go by unanimous consent. That IP bills generally have not gone to the floor, correct me, Jonathan, if I'm wrong, with like a rule to have lots and lots of amendments. It's worked out in advance. In the House, it even goes on suspension. So they are looking they immediately start to negotiate with tech in July. And basically, the House process begins, and at that point, there's really no reason for tech to be negotiating in the Senate because they've got what they're negotiating on is like nothing compared to what's in the House. Part of that is also because of the widen hold. And when we do the interviews about the widen hold, you get, there's a hold on every bill, and, we always win the vote to bring the bill up, so, it was annoying, but it wasn't that big a deal. But when you look at why they didn't get this bill to the floor at the beginning, COICA, the very first bill, but for the widen hold, they would have brought that to the floor in December of 2010. So it had an important impact. It had an important impact the following year when they had already had to bring the America Invents Act to the floor. They didn't have much floor time. And they get themselves in a circumstance which people in the Senate said was the worst thing that could possibly happen because everything's happening in the House, and they have, the leadership announces in December that they're gonna do this thing in January, basically making it pretty impossible to think they were ever gonna get the bill brought up because they had to have time to go through the motion to proceed. So Wyden actually had, I think, a bigger impact than people in Washington are kind of willing to say.
We have one comment from the front.
Yes.
Can you identify yourself?
Oh, yeah. I'm Zach Rosa from the Free Software Foundation, and this is great info, but you guys can just give like a little more background when you introduce each event or concept.
Oh, I'm sorry. DC folks, sorry.
Why didn't hold Koika like I remember them?
Yeah, okay.
You bet.
Okay.
2 sentences.
Yeah,
You got
so,
it.
right. So COICA was the first bill that happened in the fall of 2010 in the Senate and had a much smaller universe of people paying attention, all the people up here, and was obviously a bill everybody opposed, but it didn't have all of the things in it by the time you got to SOPA. The Wyden hold, so for non-DC people, if a senator puts a hold on a bill, means he's not consenting to the bill to go to the floor before they can actually begin to debate the bill. They have to have another whole process called a motion to proceed, where they have to go through an entire vote to go to the floor.
Does it have to be the senator that's like that committee?
No.
No, any senator.
No. And in this case, Wyden winds up with Rand Paul and who else? was on
Jerry
it?
Moran.
Jerry Moran.
One
yeah,
more,
yeah,
but I
yeah.
forgot who it was.
Me too.
And you can do these sequentially.
Right, and you can keep doing them over and over again. It's part of our dysfunction.
Or function.
Or function, depending on, I mean, it's like the holds and the filibusters, having been here a long time, I have found, screeds from the Republicans, their right to filibuster, and then 4 years later, the Democrats. So, but this is, the only thing that's happened on holds that's different now is that they used to be totally secret, and
Yeah.
now people are pretty willing to go public with
Yeah,
their holds.
it used to be that you had the option of doing it in secret. You could do it publicly or in secret. The Wyden hold was public.
Was public from
even
day
though
one.
he could have done it in secret, but he did
Right,
it publicly.
but he
So he put
definitely
a
did.
hold on that bill and basically killed COICA in 2010, which led to the attempt to revive COICA was pro-IP in 2011.
In the
Well,
Senate.
it was Protect IP.
Protect
Pro
IP.
IP.
You're right, I'm sorry.
We are
Yeah.
using
Right,
the
right.
formal names.
Pro-IP,
Adam, did you have
Pro-IP
something?
was
the
a bill
previous,
before,
yeah.
right.
Adam.
Protect IP, yeah.
Little.
Or PIPA.
2 words.
Can you introduce yourself so other people?
I'm Adam Eisner with the American Libraries. Small footnote. Nowhere in the Senate rules will you find anything
About
small
it.
holds or
Right.
fat holds. They are purely the creature of custom of the Senate, and sometimes senators who haven't played their cards right get rolled, but not in this case.
Right, yeah. So, all right, so we switched to the House, and the House has spent the entire last year telling the Senate, even as there's increasing controversy, that the bill's no good and it doesn't go far enough.
So-
Yeah,
There was, so I just wanted to bring it, because
Yeah.
I was noticing that I think it was missing or different, or I have just a different recollection, which is, I remember in 2011, so after Protect IP came out, and everyone was waiting for the House bill, what the talk was that,
it's gonna be better.
well, that it may be better, and but that it was Goodlatte who was writing the bill.
We
and-
are going to talk about
Okay.
this.
I will
Yeah.
talk about that because,
Okay.
because
It's very important.
Right.
it's extremely important, and this may really seem arcane to people on the outside, but you have a chair of a subcommittee
No,
that's.
no, go through this and then get to that. 'Cause you have a whole slide on this.
Yeah,
And then
okay.
Mike will get to.
All right, then we'll get to it,
Right.
we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so instead, as you said, there's this closed door process. People don't get to go in, people don't get to talk. Interviewees are talking about being shut out. We tried to reach out, we didn't get far with the staff. And this is an interview from somebody in content. I look back to the greed part. There were those in our community saying, give us more, and they did. They then had this unbalanced and uninformed House hearing, which was mostly a Get Google hearing, and that's the hearing where everything, I'll talk in a moment, everything converges. American Censorship Day is happening, so millions of people are watching this mess. It's the day that Stuart Baker, who's the former general counsel of Homeland Security, and I think of NSA, comes out with a letter and a op-ed about the danger of harnessing the DNS for copyright or any other aim. You see people Republicans on the committee for the first time sort of saying, what? And of course, all of this is happening because of American Censorship Day. Millions of people are seeing this, which I don't think would have happened except for that. And then this goes on to a markup. Between that hearing and the markup, they changed the bill a little bit, but there aren't any negotiations. There's no real change in sort of the approach to the bill. And then they have basically a markup from hell, which I'll talk about, where...
And this is, again, now my memory is not... Did the House agree to remove DNS? Was that before the markup?
Oh, no.
No.
And there was, it's still not entirely clear whether it formally happened. I'll explain it in a second.
No, okay, sorry. No, okay, now it's
right.
Yeah. So, but there were some significant changes between the
well, that's what's really interesting,
and
this comes out a lot in the unhappiness of our interviews with the content community, because he cuts the bill dramatically, so maybe it's now protect IP plus a few bad things.
Right. Because they took out the private right of action.
They took
right?
out
that's
they
what
took
it was?
out they took out the language that required the companies, like it wasn't a complete monitoring, but it gave them, what was it? It was like they had this obligation if they saw something. It was kind of breaking.
It was improved. I can't even.
I know.
Again, this was a long time ago already. I can't remember. There was improvement.
It was an improvement. They took out that. I'm calling it the Viacom language because they were trying to get this.
There was the vigilante. Provision.
So it was slightly better, but of course, there's all this grassroots organizing going on, and it turns out to be a lot of in our interviews, real unhappiness. Like the grassroots is now organizing around a bill that doesn't exist. And
right.
What's the matter
because that was
right?
the thing that I remember was the proponents of the bill pushing back very strongly and saying, after for the manager's amendment for the markup was so different that it fixed all the problems, and people are complaining about a bill that doesn't exist.
That doesn't exist,
right.
and you basically have. I'll come back to this. I'm kind of doing these slides while we talk, but.
What's interesting about Mike's point is to some extent, I mean that you saw the same dynamic with ACTA, which was happening simultaneously, where
do people know what ACTA is?
That was the anti-counterfeiting trade agreement, which was a group of like 40 countries, including the U.S. and the EU, had negotiated this agreement, and there was some opposition here, but much more opposition in Europe, and to a large extent, a lot of the opposition in Europe was focusing on earlier drafts. I mean, a lot of the specific concerns were ones that had been addressed, and one of the answers to that process point where people say, well, gee, you're complaining about something that wasn't there before, is well, that's, to some extent, it's a function of the lack of transparency and bad process, meaning if there had been a more open process of the amendment or whatever, then it would have been the likelihood of people getting upset and the timing would have been different. But because things were happening so quickly, and then they sort of, to the extent that there was an improvement, but it was some of it too little, too late, and
and you didn't even know there was an improvement until the markup.
Because it isn't like. So this comes up a lot, and it does raise this interesting question about how do we do sort of rational policy making in DC? Because if you do something like the first Smith draft of SOPA, I called it the right to be forgotten provision was what content wanted. They wanted basically somehow that all the people who had read this online and every tweet, somehow that should disappear when the markup starts and the bill is slightly better. But by that time, people had moved into kill mode. It was no longer, how are we going to amend this? So I'm going to back up, but I've probably gone through some of these slides. But I want to identify, it's interesting because as part of the inside opponents, I don't think we completely appreciated at the time how important the American censorship campaign was as a but-for moment. We were living it, yes.
15 seconds
Yes.
on what American censorship?
Yes, absolutely. It's the next
You
slide.
got it.
You get. So you see here that the insiders against either didn't mention it because they were talking about their strategy. I mean, part of this has to do with everybody had their piece of the elephant and they defined it as the elephant. That I'll go to it. So the American censorship campaign is a big online day of action that is the first activity of what is the SOPA coalition. And so there's two but-for moments. One is when this coalition comes together, which is right after the Smith bill is released, and Mozilla calls a meeting.
I'm sorry, SOPA Coalition is pro or against?
SOPA coalition is against.
Against.
SOPA coalition is against. This is
Anti-SOPA coalition.
Anti-SOPA coalition. So there is a big meeting call that Mozilla organizes, because Mozilla does not get involved in public policy except if they think it has to do with the architecture of the internet. And they feel pretty strongly that all this DNS stuff is the architecture of the internet. And there's a really big call, and in DC everybody thinks Google organized this, but it was Mozilla. And it's the birth of this coalition, and it's kind of the first time that all of the people in the sort of DC advocacy community and these emerging grassroots organizations and, you know, engine advocacy, not everybody had been talking to each other, and basically a very big, very robust, and very diverse coalition forms. And the first thing that gets planned by this coalition is literally the day of the hearing that they are going to do a call-in day, a very visible day of action.
Yeah. So the original plan, because I was in the meeting,
yes,
right?
You were.
So
I was on the phone.
the original plan was it was called American Censorship Day, and the idea was that everyone, opponents of the bill, would black out their website, right? So everyone remembers the January 18th where sites did that, but the original idea was to do that in November during the hearing, the judiciary hearing. And there were a few different discussions about how that would work and what it would look like and whether or not you could actually get sites to black themselves out.
And whether it would, given what was happening in Washington, whether that would be the most impactful.
Right.
To do.
But that was the one that people sort of coalesced around,
Right.
and it was a suggestion from the Fight for the Future guys were
Right.
the ones who brought that up.
It really was.
Now what's interesting is I have no recollection of the American
I know.
Censorship Day. I have no recollection of this Mozilla meeting. Maybe I wasn't invited.
You would have a recollection.
But I had been already working, for 2 years, first against COICA on behalf of, several of my clients, and then, SOPA and PIPA, and we had a coalition all the way back, against COICA, and it was the same.
It was the same DC
It
crowd
was the
that we
same,
always.
right? It was the same people, that who had already been working together, as you said before, or as Peter said before, since the Digital Future Coalition that was working on the DMCA. With a lot of the people in this room, we had already been working together, so that's why, it's very. I'm not denying that there was this pivotal point of inflection, but all I'm saying is I had no awareness of it, and so
that's really interesting because we were just said get on this call.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
again,
so
it could have been that.
And PK certainly was on.
It could be that my clients were on the call, but as their outside lawyer, who was doing the technical stuff, it could be they just said,
maybe
so.
that I didn't need to be on that call.
Because this is really.
Because so at least my recollection of it, right? So it was, so the call was for people in DC. In Silicon Valley, it was a meeting. We all got together and in Mountain View, and there were a lot of people there. And
I don't think so.
yes,
Really?
Mozilla did serve food.
Mozilla must have been very serious to serve food.
I recall, I believe that there was food served. But what was interesting was that there were all these people and so there were all these people, sort of the DC people who had been sort of fighting this fight, and then they were on the phone. Most of the people in the room were not people who had any experience in policy. There were some, absolutely some, but there were a lot of people who did not have any experience in policy, and they had a very different outlook. And this is purely subjective from sort of where I was sitting, and what I saw was that you had the DC people who sort of were resigned to this process of being, this is a terrible, terrible bill, it's terrible for the internet, we're going to fight, we're going to yell, we're going to make a lot of noise, and then we're going to lose. Right? And that was the thought process. We're going to lose, but let's make as much noise as we can. There were people in that room who had no experience with any of this or any policy making at all, who said, this is a terrible bill, we have to stop it, and they meant it. And I didn't believe them either that they could do it. I thought we were going to lose. But like there were people in that room who set off a different chain of events, and I think like the DC stuff was super important, and everything that was going on here, and all the people who had the experience and the background and the knowledge and understood the legislative process, as opposed to the people who didn't, right, were super important in terms of making that happen. But these people who had none of that experience, but also the very important, naive approach,
willingness to try anything,
and to believe that they could actually kill that bill, made a huge difference. And it was that meeting that sort of set off the process that got those two groups working together.
And I think that was the part. Please add.
And I just wanted to, this is in part, Jonathan, I think unintentionally or maybe intentionally, flags a really important issue that there's one book out, Bill Herman, media scholar, and he was writing about digital rights management technology and looking at the debates around the AHRA and the DMCA, and he concludes with a chapter about SOPA. These are all other legislative battles around this sort of issue. Copyright with some technology piece, right? And it's interesting because he frames it as the Fair Use Coalition coming into their full form. And I think you just made I was like, no, Bill, that's not the Fair Use Coalition. That the Fair Use Coalition was part of this coalition, but it was a much broader set of actors, many of whom had never really played in this particular copyright issue at all. The technologists who generally were neutral on IP issues, period, right? They're creators, they want a patent, they want copyrights, they want it, right? And so this coalition, and I think your story about, you're like, I don't even know this happened, and given your centrality in the Digital Future Coalition, and I can tell you some of your clients were in this meeting.
Yes.
But I think it speaks to the fact that this was a different. No. Right. That it was a different, broader. It was a coalition of coalitions, which I think is part of the story.
Right. And I think what Mike said is that it was really, really interesting is bringing together these very different skill sets, visions, was extraordinarily powerful. I remember sitting in a room in Washington, and I don't remember who is explaining some big crazy action, and somebody wrote next to me, "What do we know?" And I said, "Not much," because what were we going to say? In a traditional legislative battle, what they had proposed seemed loony, but their energy, their creativity, and on the other hand, chutzpah. On the other hand, they would say, we're running off to go after Senator so-and-so. And DC would say, Republicans, 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 Republicans. And you actually have to go to their offices. So it was really powerful. And the reason that this coordination and communication ranks so high is that there really was this listserv, which we're not going to talk much about today. Our future work is really doing serious content analysis, that is a rich resource of how these different communities support each other, educate each other, argue with each other, and I don't think there's anything like that that has come out of anything else. Anyway, so we consider everything about that creation story, whether it's what happened at Mozilla or that first action, to be but for moments. And American Censorship Day itself is pretty darn big, but it doesn't really register in most ways. But if you look at the numbers,
So there's two interesting things about that, and I don't know how much of this is included in it.
Yeah.
So one is that the American Censorship Day was at the same time as the judiciary hearing, so the two of them may get lumped together, and people sort
right.
of
That's my next slide. Yeah.
associate the two. The other is that for the people who were planning American Censorship Day, there were all these plans. We knew all these different sites that were involved and engaged in it, but the one that took most of us, I think, completely by surprise was that Tumblr engaged on it, and Tumblr had not been a part of the coalition up to that point, and hadn't been involved, hadn't been at that meeting, hadn't been on the email list. Nobody knew that they were involved, and then on American Censorship Day, they put up a thing so that anyone who logged into Tumblr, they got this big message. I don't remember what it said, but something to the effect of, the internet is going to die. Click here to call your congressperson now. And that's what the 90,000 calls, a large percentage of them came from Tumblr, who wasn't even a part of, so,
you see this
very loose coalition.
But this growing, right.
Yes, that's right. Go ahead.
Anyway, so we're really prepared to say that, and I'm one of the people in DC who, we were giving them suggestions, but in terms of the visibility, I don't care.
Later.
I don't care about iCloud. That when you look at all the data together, and which happens in the next slide, and the fact that it's happening at this House hearing, that all the fumbling and bumbling and screw-ups of this House hearing, which were manifest. This is the hearing where there's a discussion of DNS, and people are getting up and basically saying, I know nothing about the internet, but I'm going to support this. Well, because of American Censorship Day, which had already gotten so many more eyeballs onto this issue, this inflames people. So this is kind of where strategies come together, and we're going to talk about the DNS strategy if we have time later. But basically, the grassroots strategy and a principal part, at least for civil society in Washington, which is around DNS, come together at this hearing, because this is the hearing where you get the former NSA General Counsel Republican to come out and state the same concerns about this bill that the technologists working with civil society. You get the important Republicans who are also on committees that have to do with security, sort of saying, wait a minute, we need to slow down, we're worried about this. The next day is when Nancy Pelosi suddenly tweets about the bill. So you have a really important moment here, because American Censorship Day itself was incoming, but the fact that there was a hearing at the same time, and such a badly managed hearing, kind of turned it into, what's the late night theater that always makes me laugh? Mystery Science, absolutely, Mystery Science Theater. Because I knew, it's like all nerds know, Mystery Science Theater. I knew, and I knew you'd know. I knew you'd know. It was Mystery Science Theater. People would sit in the audience, and they were just saying certain things in the room, and you could do a whole riff on what that was about. And it was extremely important.
So if I could.
Oh,
we got a whole chunk. Yeah.
So if I might jump in, just one thing about the hearing that that is at least for me that I took away from it in terms of why it was important and lasting impact was that the Copyright Office, Maria Palente, the Registrar of the Copyright Office, testified at that hearing. In her testimony, she basically did not identify.
It's a hearing a year before.
Oh, is that right? It was a whole year before?
It was those crazy parasites and something sites here,
Well,
believe
no,
me.
let him.
But go ahead, because this is very important.
But what's that just shows how fickle
I only know
and
this
tricky
because I've had
memory
to-
is.
yeah.
Is that at that hearing, the Copyright Office basically said the bill is fine. It kind of didn't identify any problems, and by failing to identify any problems, it in essence legitimized the bill and its very sweeping nature. And not only did it not identify problems, it didn't even sort of engage, to the extent that it engaged at all, the opposition was very dismissive. And
Excuse me, is Copyright Office part of Library Conference?
yes.
For now.
Right.
Yes, it's right, sometimes.
But in essence, that testimony to some extent greenlighted
Absolutely.
SOPA and
Lack of opposition equals support. I mean,
Excuse me?
Lack of opposition from the Copyright Office amounted to support.
It was more than lack of opposition.
It was.
Right. It basically,
They were friendly.
And in terms of so I think that helped really get things moving very quickly. The failure to recognize any problems or identify any overbreadth in the bill. And then in terms of lasting opposition, I think it was that testimony that really got the attention of a lot of people in Silicon Valley, is to say, well, wait a minute, how is this possible? And I think that testimony has really galvanized in terms of the tech community or certain sectors, in terms of being aware of what is the nature of the beast. In other words, what is it like in Washington copyright policy circles, and how to what extent is there a disconnect between Washington policy making even the technical experts, right, the technical experts in Washington vis-a-vis, the rest of the world.
The other thing that was important about the hearing on the American Censorship Day, in terms of sort of galvanizing the internet, was that it became the overwhelming story on Reddit at the time.
Absolutely.
And one of Reddit's co-founders, Alexis Ohanian, suddenly sort of jumped in on that day and said, like, this is crazy. And he started watching the live stream of the hearing and was commenting on it as it was going on, and that got more and more people on Reddit interested in the bill, and sort of started a chain reaction
So it was
as
an
well.
enormous sort of viral event. But in Washington, they were in a closet rewriting the bill with nobody knowing that they were doing that. These are just the numbers, just to give you again. But I think they're kind of past numbers at this point. That's what I think. Yeah.
Not quick clarifying question. So, American Censorship Day was in November, and then the big blackout was in January.
Yes.
So it was like the same tactic, right?
Yes.
And
So
big.
the blackout,
The blackout really,
it was
a combination.
the basically the identical. The blackout was the idea was originally to do that in November, and that became American Censorship Day. And the hope was that American Censorship Day was going to be much bigger and would involve sites like Google and Wikipedia and all that, and it didn't. And so the January blackout was basically take two that got a lot more people engaged.
And I would say, and this might be jumping ahead, but I think in terms of in terms of the popular impact, in terms of the ultimate political impact, I think, the blackout was much more significant, because to some extent, and this is sort of like all the stuff, the fact that, Tumblr, Reddit, whatever, it's like, well, people here don't know, in those days, didn't even know what those were. I mean, those are meaningless. I mean, who knows, what difference does that make?
Well, they knew they
But Tumblr made the phones
They
ring.
knew that their phones rang.
The phones
But I
rang.
think it was,
that their phones
but the fact that once Google put something on its, it went the, they what did they go black, or what was it?
They had something
Logo
blacked out,
Right.
and then
Google quite properly could not deny services.
Yeah.
Right, but then
And
the
then
fact that
they had a
Wikipedia,
page
it
that
was
you could
that plus Wikipedia
Right.
that went totally dark that day.
Right.
Those two at least, you know, that really got the attention of people in Congress and inside the Beltway far more than any of this other stuff, because these are things that they use every single day, right? Those two.
So hold on.
Wait.
Yeah, 'cause the data might be
Mike,
different.
Mike, were you at Wikimedia at the time, or Wikipedia?
I was at Wikimedia, and I had been brought in and was working day by day from October on, from Lake Colika on through the winter into January on, with not just the Wikipedia blackout in January 2012, but the Italian Wikipedia blackout in October of 2012. And I had actually, when I was general counsel, had been promoting blackouts on a country basis based on laws, where promoting means telling the community, you know, you can do this, and we support it. And the Italians, perhaps not surprisingly to some people, were very quick to strike, to go on strike when they had the opportunity, in response to Berlusconi's wiretap law. And it happened in October. Well, what happened is, because as an international community, that particular experience in Italy informed, you know, Redditors, and informed the outsider community that there was potential for collective action that might actually have a political impact. And in terms of herding cats, getting the Wikimedia English language, the Wikipedians, to agree on this, which had to happen, could not have happened without the Italian one happening in October. So at this point, you begin to see in social media or quasi-social media platforms like Reddit, consensus that the collective action is possible. And then that actually fed into, so to some extent, when you ask the question about whether the blackout in January was a critical point, everyone knew it was coming, right? We all knew, everybody knew on the whisper channel that this was all happening. But we had this success. I just wanted to underscore that we had had a material success in the external world.
Yeah, I don't think anybody, and we've interviewed people who were in the know, actually talked about the Italian experience.
They did not.
Which is,
That's right, not inside. The insiders absolutely did not.
no, even the outsiders.
Nobody did.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it didn't happen.
No,
We're learning
I
from
know,
you.
I'm actually, we've learned, we did a presentation this morning and we're getting new data, so I want to talk to you more about it.
All right.
Yeah.
I will.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so we've talked about like this.
The hearing.
Yeah, this hearing, this but-for moment, what's happening in the grassroots. We will go back and explain what the DNS controversy was about, but meanwhile, it's been put on the table among many, many Republicans. Nobody inside is responding to it. So that is beginning to grow as a major problem. And basically, I think it's the point where Republicans begin to become very concerned about the bill. I think it's also the point where the tech industry starts to see a breaking down of this, you know, we're just going to delay and maybe we have to figure out a way to compromise this bill. So you get to the markup. At this point, you get this fresh bill from the chairman, which only appears that day. And the expectation somehow that the grassroots will all say, oh, never mind, is really an interesting finding for, you know, people in DC who are saying, how can we ever have a regular order? This is what happens the day of a markup. Somebody has a fresh bill, we negotiate it, and now, and I mean, I think it's a serious issue, but I think it was Mike's point. It suggests you have to have now a different level of transparency is required. You can't just be dropping bills along the way. So basically, it's too late. And this is where the tech sector has their day of rage, big time. They're working at this point with Chaffetz and ISA and Politz and Lofgren, and they've got 70 amendments. And they're forcing a reading of the bill. You're smiling. It was fun.
No, I'm just looking at and smiling at Bob who wrote most of the amendments.
Yeah. Well, there's that too. And
A bunch of people wrote it.
a lot of people.
And the last minute rewrite of the bill actually made it more exquisite to write amendments. It made it all that much more complicated, and it exposed the number of folks who were sitting up there as members of the committee who had no idea.
Had no idea what was going on.
Working through the amendments
Right.
to show they didn't understand the
Right.
bill in the first place.
did not understand the bill. The goal at this point is mostly about delay. And again, one of the things we find from our interviews is that, you know, Smith is up there, they're winning the votes on amendments, and there is a large number of people interviewed who are sitting through that and say, we're winning.
On the pro-SOPA side?
On the pro-SOPA side.
Yeah.
There is a subset who basically says, it's over, we're done, this level of controversy, we're never gonna get this bill to the floor. But a remarkable number see this as what happens, and then you get out of committee, and then you all get in a room like many of us used to, and you work it out, and something will go to the floor. What really happens is they suspend the markup, don't finish the markup. It's the holiday break, it festers, and my favorite quote is, they left a dead elephant carcass in the sun to bake. And from a Republican office. So the deadly, this is a deadly delay, and now the online organizing and the growing opposition is completely free to expand. And a lot of other prominent voices start to speak out on this, using the DNS system to block infringing sites. Could have just said that earlier and that would have made it easier, right? And Republicans are split, and people are saying there's no way for this bill to get to the floor. Another thing happens, which I think is important and overlooked. Darrell Issa decides he's going to have his own hearing on this DNS fight. Let me just say, from a Washington perspective, for somebody who sits on a committee, to use their own committee, to have a hearing about what's on somebody else's committee is so far outside the regular order. If you want to know what the Tea Party is yelling about regular order, they don't like any of this regular order. And Smith goes crazy. He goes to the leadership. A member of the leadership calls from Europe to speak to Issa and basically says, what can I do to get you not to have this hearing? And basically, he gets a commitment, basically, that this bill will not go to the floor unless there's a majority of the caucus in agreement. So there are people who know about that, and that is very inside baseball, who think the bill was dead then. Now,
and the important thing is, ICE's hearing was supposed to be January 18th.
Right, so it was pretty close in time at this point, but that conversation happened.
Right. No, that happened before, but the reason that the blackout day was January 18th was because that was going to be the day of ICE's hearing that had a bunch of anti-SOPA people on that.
That's
and so they were trying to recreate the American Censorship Day, time it to another hearing, and then that hearing disappeared, but the blackout went on.
So, I mean, so basically, there's some process going on that is not a committee process that starts somewhere in here from that House hearing and through the holiday, which is an attempt to come up with some kind of legislative deal. We've been told it exists. Very few people acknowledge that it exists, but obviously it was too late at that point. And I guess this is now again showing us some data on who saw this as major importance. And so you see the markup becomes the insiders for and against both see this as extremely important in the markup.
So
more so than the outsiders.
So the thing that I think was the most important is not necessarily the markup itself, but Smith not finishing the markup.
Well,
and so that's the one piece that honestly I still don't understand how that happened or why that happened.
And
like
Mike,
why he didn't.
We asked everybody that question, and we got everything from he was so angry that he didn't know what to do, or he didn't know what to do next, or
he's too nice.
He's too nice, and people walked all over him, and they should have brought
in
cots and stayed in the room till it was done. But nobody came up with a
good nobody. There's
and,
no
and,
definitive.
And it could well have been that there was. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, he needed to finish it, but they were also going out of session. So I think there's also some.
Right,
other
they were
things
running out of session, but there was a point where he sort of threatened to keep everyone there until it finished, and then all of a sudden he came back and said,
Goodbye.
you know, goodbye, we'll be back in January. And it was that moment,
Right, yeah.
you know, my perspective at least was that, you know, the anti-SOPA side was losing during most of that markup because every amendment was going the wrong way.
Right.
Every amendment vote was going absolutely the wrong way. And then they were stretching it out and there was delay and delay and delay. But when he said, you know, we'll pick this up in a month, that's when, you know.
And I think that's mostly like, right, but the insiders who were involved in the strategy and knew for a variety of reasons that leadership was going to be really loath to bring up any bill that looked that controversial, and that the chairman had lost control. And there's a long story of how this relates to the America Protects, what is it, American Vents Act,
American Vents Act.
and the mess on the floor with that bill. So there were all of these insider knowledge that had to do with, you could make this bill so controversial that they will never bring it up. So they identified both pieces.
Right, so delay and controversy were the strategies that the NET Coalition and CEA and the Gang of Four were pursuing. Didn't think they could necessarily kill the bill,
Right.
but if they could buy enough time, they thought perhaps there was an opportunity to kill it.
Yes.
Lofgren, ISA, Chaffetz, and
Polis.
Yeah.
Not the only members who are involved, but the ones who were locked in a
so
room.
if you, I'm sure the video is somewhere, like if you go back and you look at the video of the markup, it was basically those four just, I mean, it's not filibustering, but it's
pretty close.
Pretty close.
But also, and why that's important is, I mean, two of those names have been in the news in the last week, right? Chaffetz and ISA are both, you know, running for speaker. I mean, so these guys are big-time Republicans. And
Big time conservative.
Right, so having them involved and sort of, it really legitimized the opposition.
Right.
You know, because until then it was like, you know, you're a bunch of crazy people, or, you know, who are, you know, no one.
Who cares about
No one
Reddit?
took us seriously. But when you have those two guys, and you know, and it's also, you know, there's always more backstory. So ISA used to be, when he was in business, he was the president of CEA, the Consumer Electronics Association, Bob Spine, and so he, you know, so that was his, so he, you know, had a degree of sensitivity, understand whatever you want to say, to that position. Chaffetz, I think, was more sort of like a, you know, sort of a anti-government regulation perspective. But the fact that the two of them were on our side really was enormously important. And also, Chaffetz less so at the time, but certainly ISA was, you know, had very good relationships with leadership. I mean, he was a committee chairman at the time, and it was a government affair, so he was really beating up on the Obama administration. So again,
That was important too.
had a lot of
Southern California, like San Diego.
Yeah.
But it was somewhat surprising that the two of them came out so strongly against it, and were so forceful.
So we're going to talk about the Republican strategy in a minute. Some of the things that I just want to flag coming out of the markup, because they're important for this next piece, is that a lot of I'm sorry, the feedback is bothering me. I don't know if it's move closer. Okay, better? Yeah, all right. Is you know, ISA, he goes rogue on the DNS issue, right? And so there's a significant, all of a sudden, this DNS issue, which has not been anyone who's viewed as kind of the core stakeholders in industries top issue, is all of a sudden becoming a legislative top issue.
Can you do 2 seconds on what it is?
I'm going to, but I just want to note that the issue that kind of surfaces is this DNS issue. Okay. Sorry. The technologists report in the controversy around DNS, so this is using the domain name system to deal with infringing sites. I'm not going to go into the technical issues in any detail because it's not a good use of our time. But it's basically hijacking the architecture of the internet using particularly a technical standard as a mechanism of dealing with copyright issues and also counterfeiting issues. 31% of the people who we interviewed believe that the report, there was a technologist report that came out, I'm going to talk about it in a second, was a major point of injury. And 59% of them viewed that the controversy around the issue was important. You can see opponents and supporters have different opinions about the DNS blocking issue. Opponents believe that it was a problem for cybersecurity, it was breaking a technical standard, and that it could create a precedent for using the technical architecture of the internet to censor for other purposes, right? So they were very concerned about this. Supporters believed ISPs were already doing it extensively in other places. They thought that other countries using DNS blocking were doing it for IP issues. China. Right. They thought that the DNSSEC standard could be changed to take account of the law, that the technical standard should bend to the will of the legislature. And finally, that this was a technical problem, and if we tell them what to do, the technologists will fix it. Right?
That was the big
period.
always.
So what happened, right? This issue ends up being very important. It ends up being something that, to the extent the Republicans in the House markup pick up an issue, this is the issue they pick up. So why have we gotten so far in this process, right? Every bill has had some use of the DNS system in it. Why did we get to this point in the legislative process and not have kind of had a full vetting on the DNS issues? Well, there was basically no public process on the DNS issues. There was no trusted source of technical advice for Congress. No industry sector was perceived as the stakeholder, actively opposed DNS, or insisted on dropping it. It was supported by rights holders. The position of ISPs was really unclear, as we're going to talk about, but perceived as supportive. It was not a bottom line for the tech sector. It becomes an exceedingly important tactical issue right at the point in the House markup, and we believe it becomes a fulcrum issue after the House markup because it signals a tipping point where this desire to negotiate goes away, not on the part of content, but on the part of the tech sector. And it's not an issue for VCs or entrepreneurs. That's not the big thing that they're talking about. So who leads the opposition? Well, civil society and the technologists themselves lead the opposition to this issue. The tech sector, it certainly mattered, but it was the bottom of their list, behind private right of action, litigation costs, and this information locator tools definition, all things I'm happy to talk about later. So what explains the silence of the ISPs? We have a whole slew of technologists coming out saying that this is going to break the internet, this is a huge, important issue. There's a whole range of issues that emerge as reasons for ISPs to be silent in our interviews. They had more important business before other congressional committees, particularly mergers. Need for they're negotiating contracts with content, and there's issues about not being able to successfully do that. There's a parallel sort of process, the 6 strikes negotiation that's going along in a private ordering context, and some concern that those two things are going to have blowback. They had mixed views on the DNSSEC, and they not only had mixed views among the different companies, but engineers in companies had different views than some of the company representatives in the policy process. So there's a lot of divisiveness. There's increasing ISP concern about the private right of action and how that relates to the DNS issue, in particular a belief that the content side and that legislators believe that somehow or other there's an automated process for dealing with this particular use of the domain name system, where the ISPs are like, no, if we have thousands or whatever of these, this is a manual process. This is not an automated process, so it's not manageable.
I think this is a relevant question.
Yeah, it's a question about this, the incentives for them. Like, I know that the bill would have required the ISPs and other bodies to do all sorts of weird, annoying shit.
Yeah.
Like, was it supposed to be like all this censorship and all this? Like, were the ISPs just expected to just pay for it? Or like,
Well, the cost of it was an issue. Yes,
That was certainly an issue.
cost was a big issue for them. But unlike the DMCA, during the DMCA process, the ISPs basically use their blocking power to say, we're not going to go along with this unless you deal with our issues. They got a carve out, right? The pipe, right? And here, that didn't happen. They stayed relatively silent publicly. So how did it become a major point of injury for SOPA? Civil society emerged from our interviews as the key strategists, and they were important as connectors and boundary spanners. Public knowledge, EFF, CDT led the opposition to DNS, and they built the collaboration with technologists. Dan Kaminsky was very important, both a report that he wrote as well as lobbying that he did. EFF wrote a letter going all the way back to COICA with 87 technologists, and note the timeline of this issue, right? That this was an issue that was raised by technologists, by credible people, all the way back in COICA, still hasn't been dealt with at the right? And we're at the markup.
In the House.
But it wasn't. I mean, Net Coalition, which was the predecessor to the Internet Association, so it was all the big internet companies and CCA. I mean, we were pushing the opposed to this issue, the domain name blocking.
As the number one issue?
Not the number one issue, but it was very much, it was one of the things, so again, the point is the opposition didn't come out of thin air. It was,
no, I agree with you. I will say this, which is interesting. I mean, looking at the negotiations that started in the Senate between the companies and the Judiciary Committee, which happens pretty early, this is not on the list at all. At all. And no.
I'll go back. I mean, my talking points.
It was a talking point. Yeah. It was a very important tactic because it was so big.
But it was. I mean, and I'll back up Jonathan here.
Yeah.
I know because the day that SOPA was released, I was in DC.
SOPA was released. Yeah.
SOPA was released in October. I was in DC doing meetings on the Hill with people from DNS organizations talking about that issue.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
With
DNS organizations.
No, but my recollection is also that my my amended version of COICA and then also of PIPA, the red line version.
I'm sure.
I think we cut out.
I'm sure. I'm sure
it was something.
But you were probably running around with the DNS technologists at that point, right?
No, not the people who wrote the report. It was the entrepreneurs who.
And the VCs.
And they were carrying that issue?
Absolutely.
That is really interesting.
And it was the issue that got a
the
lot
most
more
traction.
The traction than most of the other issues, because it was something that the phrase that
the break the internet.
Pro-SOPA people hate, which is to break the internet, that people were talking about.
Right, and if we get to it, we've got a great slide on that message. That's really interesting because it didn't completely, I mean,
it was definitely
that lobbying that day, the VCs going around, but how much they were carrying this issue.
DNS was definitely one of the key issues. And it was the one that was getting
right. Hold on, but I actually think that the issue is it was not the top line issue. And as we went through, it was probably the fifth issue. But tactically, as people went around and realized it was the one that got traction, it got picked up, and that really happened after the markup. This is the story that emerges. So again,
my recollection is totally different. That it was a concern from the very beginning. That it was pushed from the very beginning. It was that it was a priority.
The technology report was like in May, right? I mean, it was much earlier.
Yes.
But it took a while to get that report and to find it before. It was in process way before that.
Exactly, because back during COICA, there were people talking about the DNS.
Oh, no.
Well, and there was an EFF report back then.
Yes, and there was an EFF report, and you were writing about it. I don't think we're saying that it hadn't been identified as an important issue. I think what we're saying is that inside Congress, about what they felt like they had to, this one shouldn't have a private right of action, maybe we can do the private right of action here. DNS for the Senate was immovable, and nobody had told the Senate that it was a bottom line, and with all the other issues that you wanted to negotiate. And I'm talking about when it got to a negotiating stage.
Right, not talking points, but.
That was for Wyden, that was.
Well, we're not talking about what
We're
Wyden.
not talking about Wyden.
We're
No,
talking
but
outside
in
groups.
terms of when he, you know, what he was communicating to people, what it would take to get him to lift the hold, I think
I know.
that dealing with that was,
I know.
For Wyden, absolutely, but
Yeah.
from our, and again, this is from our interviews.
These are interviews with,
Right.
with very informed people inside.
Both those receiving the requests and that for the tech sector, the DNS issue was not in their top 4 requests. That it was far lower down, and dealing with some in the tech sector were like, we can live with this, and I'm going to talk about why in a second. But it was lower down than doing away with the private right of action or dealing with other
The other
issues.
thing too is that I know that at least that the pro-SOPA side tried very, very hard to recruit people on the other side for the DNS
Yes.
thing. And
Yes.
there were conversations about, finding someone who actually understood what DNS was
Yes.
to come out and favor
Right.
SOPA, which they never were actually able to do. But they
or
tried.
another way of saying it is that there were so many things wrong with the bill that
Right.
you know, okay, maybe it wasn't in the top 4, but it was certainly in the top 10.
Right.
And that's, pretty, given how awful the bill was,
Right.
it's pretty
But by
high.
the time it had gotten to House markup, all of the effort, and including this report from very, very prominent DNS people, hadn't moved anybody. We didn't think it had moved anybody.
Right. So here, right, we have this issue, we have a report by people who are technical experts. It doesn't get any traction, basically, right? Proponents refute the report, they find some technologists who will say that this is
Not really.
from within the companies predominantly.
But not really. I mean, just
yeah.
kind of.
They don't, okay. Well, and there's no venue to actually have a conversation, so at some
There's no
level,
hearing, right?
it's a he said, she said, right? That's the way the debate plays out. There's no trusted source, right, for Congress to look to. So this is in part, we used to have the Office of Technology Assessment, it no longer exists. Congress, they get this report, they're a little suspicious of it because the technologists have been working with civil society, so they think, well, that this is being ginned up, right, concern. There's no real provenance, they're not really like, why should we care about how do we know these are the right experts, right? So there's a lot of kind of doubt about the importance of the report, and then in the background, you have the silence of the ISPs on DNS blocking or the impact on DNSSEC, and they're like, well, if it's really a problem, why are the people who are going to have to deal with this, who actually run the infrastructure, why aren't they complaining? If it's really a problem, why should we believe you, right? So there's
And it was also one of the other problems was GoDaddy.
Yes.
Remember GoDaddy, which is the registrar, they said no problem. I mean, they were very
Yes.
much on the record for their own business reasons.
Yep, no problem.
And they said no problem with this.
October was a revolt.
Yes.
Right, but that was also, I mean, so just completely, and the other thing you have to understand, is like, who the hell understands what any of this stuff,
Yeah,
right?
That's the problem.
The
right?
internet is, even now, it's all magic, right?
Yeah.
And no one in Congress has even the slightest idea. I mean, I don't have the slightest idea how this thing works. And so they certainly don't, and so it's
You're
all
not supposed to say that out
all
loud.
mumbo, it's all mumbo jumbo, and so you have these experts, those experts, if, as long as you have a couple of companies who say no problem, they say, fine, no problem.
And then there's the one thing, and I don't know if this is in your report or not, which is the Comcast. This was in January. Comcast, there was a blog post, and this is where you sort of mentioned that some of the engineers within some of the companies disagreed with the management. So Comcast, which owns NBC Universal and is supposedly supportive of SOPA, puts out a blog post that to this day, I assume that management of Comcast didn't realize what their VP of engineering was about to post, and said, we have implemented DNSSEC, and because of that, site blocking is no longer feasible. And basically, NBC Universal admitting that SOPA is a technical infeasibility, was really kind of a big deal, and I still am surprised that guy still works for Comcast,
I think the fact that he does suggests that maybe there was more going on than meets the eye. So,
Within that
a few things happen, right? So one, the private right of action changes the ISP's perspective on this DNS blocking issue. But for all of these reasons, it's kind of hard for them to change their public position. And so there is definitely some backroom communication that's happening. And I think one can look at that particular communication as a particular other sort of communication, perhaps. But most importantly, only when prominent Republicans start harping on the DNS issue does anybody really care about it. And so this happens in two ways. One is Stu Baker, who Leslie mentioned earlier. Stu is considered as a lawyer who knows a lot about the internet. He's worked on lots of internet issues. But more importantly, he's viewed as a hawk on national security. Right? He was general counsel at the NSA. He was general counsel at DHS. He's viewed as somebody who, if you are on, any committee in Congress that deals with security in any way, if he comes out saying this is a problem, you listen, and even if you're not like, oh, I'm going to oppose the bill, you're like, whoa, what are we doing over there? I'm a little worried about what that Judiciary Committee is doing, right? And so this was a very important signal to other Republicans, as is the fact that Heritage comes out with a report, and I'm going to talk about both of these later, but it really is, we have all this tech expertise. Civil society, I think, is in many ways filling a gap in congressional knowledge. As you said, they don't know enough about the internet. We don't expect them to be experts on every technical issue. We don't expect them to be experts on brain surgery, right? But we do expect that they're going to have some way to get expertise.
Right, but also Congress doesn't regulate brain surgery.
True,
I mean, there's a good reason why it doesn't.
They regulate lots of aspects. Yes, at some level, right? Some level. But what we have here is the fact that technical expertise wasn't enough, that it had to have some level of partisan gloss on it for it to get traction.
Just so I'm not confused, civil society is lowercase, not an uppercase thing?
I mean, is it a name or is it a?
No. It's a group.
It's the group. It's the groups that.
Public knowledge, EFF.
It's the advocacy groups that do
public interest.
The public
interest. It's the public interest internet advocacy groups.
Yeah, it's not a group. It's not
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Who basically make this their number one issue. They have technologists. They
Civil
have
society is used probably more internationally, and
I think
here
it's
we
also
would
a
use
restaurant
advocacy organizations. Anyway, okay, so I want to move over to the White House and talk a little bit about what was going on at the White House. They had multiple concerns from the beginning, in particular around the DNS issue. It raised serious concerns in the NSC and in the security agencies, DHS, NSA, NIST. And one of the things that's interesting is while the technologist report didn't have a kind of ready audience in Congress to the extent that you might like, it did have a ready audience in these other federal agencies and in the White House. Congress has been gutted of its technical expertise. Over the past...
Self-gutted.
Self-gutted, yes. Thank you very much.
Right.
But the White House, over the past 8 years or so, has actually buttressed its technical capacity. And so we had both an IP czar, we have Howard Schmidt, right, dealing with cybersecurity. We have Danny Weitzner dealing with internet policy. These are people who have pretty sophisticated expertise around internet policy. The White House had just helped chaperone through a set of internet policy-making principles, which basically were designed to get an international kind of norm of not using the internet architecture to do these sorts of things, right? So they'd just gone through this whole process of saying, hey, we should all collectively agree not to do this. And so the White House began an internal policy process. This was a very heated process. Their content went in, the tech sector went in, some of civil society went in. Civil society played a very important role in connecting the technologists to the White House. I believe VCs might have gone in as well, right? That there was a process at the White House that tried to get everybody in. And there was a lot of dialogue with the relevant agencies that are concerned about security and national security. And the technologists ended up being incredibly important even within the White House process in that they were viewed as neutral on the IP issue in a way that most of the other constituents were not, right? So this aspect of like whether or not you think protecting copyright is good or freedom of expression is good or fair use is good, we don't want to break the internet, right? And this technical piece ended up being very important in the White House deliberation. There were really mixed views of informants on the White House motivation, and Leslie didn't touch on this so much. We're going to talk about it a little bit more on the Republican strategy, but she'll chime in too. Why did the White House decide to get involved? Why did they come out with a joint blog post by 3 different people? Particularly given that most of the insiders thought the bill was dead already by the time that post came out, right? Why would the White House use their chits to make this statement, given that it's going to piss some people off, right? They could have just been quiet. So
right, I suppose the one fact is they have a strong IP czar, and most of the people on the political side of the White House are very tied to Hollywood. So you've basically got the National Economic Council and the National Security Council in having 2 different camps that have to be brought together.
So Jonathan has to leave, so I'm going to let him spend the next 2 or 3 minutes telling us what else we should think about before he leaves. And then I'm going to pick up again.
Well, no, I mean, I think just as I said before, I mean, there's, you know, and even just sort of sitting here, not only is my mind sort of exploding, partly because of all the things that I may have misremembered, and it really does go back to the D-Day analogy, but also, you know, that I've you know, as someone who's very involved, I mean, there's a lot more that I learned about what was going on, and you know, that it is, you know, an enormously complicated story. I mean, at some level, it is an unusual story as IP legislation goes. In 2 respects, one is because it really got into this whole technical thing that then brought in all kinds of other players that normally wouldn't be involved, as opposed to sort of straight.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that that will certainly have long-term implications. Sort of like, wait a minute, do we, you know, the whole problem of regulating technology and when you don't really understand what you're doing. That's part of it, and then the other piece that is sort of unprecedented is really the blackout and that level of public engagement. You know, so I've been working on copyright policy since you know, really since the early 90s, and this was the only time that you had this degree of public engagement. And you know, that's the question as to whether, you know, what is the long-term implication. I'm sure that's one of the things that we'll be talking about, looking at is you know, is it really a one-time thing? Will it happen again? Can it happen again? And you know, at some point people's memory will fade, and you know, then what happens? So again, I'm sorry that I need to run, but.
Well, go off and think about, could DMCA ever happen again, and then we'll talk.
So this is my absolute favorite quote, which was not from an interview participant, but it was from a colleague, and I said, you know, this SOPA event was really interesting, and he was like, well, it was about copyright policy. Of course the public was really engaged. I thought you would appreciate that. I know, I was like, well, who knew? I guess I should have, I've been working on this a long time. You know, why did the White House get involved? They saw Republicans benefiting from this kerfuffle, right? There was a question about the whether or not they were going to peel off the tech sector for fundraising. The White House had expertise and understood the risk to security, right? That it was just straight up, this was all substance. They saw which way the wind was blowing, and they wanted to be on the right side. Some thought that they misunderstood what was in the bill. And views on the impact of the White House weighing in, it freed Democrats to oppose cloture and suspension, which people viewed as very important to the ongoing death of the bill, even if the bill was dead, keeping it dead. And it meant that SOPA was no longer viewed as viable in its current form, and probably the DNS issue in particular. So the last thing I want to talk about is the Republicans and the road to heritage. You guys now are familiar with the color coding, and so you can see general Republican opposition due to regulation viewed as very important by insider opponents, a little less important by insider proponents, even less important by outsider opponents. Heritage viewed as more important by insider opponents, and again, same sort of breakdown. The Republicans' concern about enforcement, private right of action, and the DOJ issue, that was actually viewed as more important. And I think the reason this shows up as more important for insider proponents is it's a slightly more sophisticated read on the Republican basis for opposition. Not because they don't believe that the first one, general Republican opposition due to regulation, was important. It's that they were very focused on this issue, the fact that they didn't want to give Holder more power, the fact that they were really concerned about DOJ. And then finally, the opposition by conservative grassroots. It's interesting that the insider opponents view that as far more important. And I think in part there's a different level of understanding about the importance of people actually making real phone calls and showing up in members' offices on district visits. And I think that the insider opponents knew the importance of it and knew the extent to where it was happening, where insider proponents would know it was important but actually weren't aware of the extent to which it was happening.
Right. Let me just quickly add to that, which is there was, and you'll go into that a little bit more, but if you were an insider and an opponent, you were aware of all of these different elements of the Republican strategy. And I guess Deirdre's going to go through those elements. So you knew from early on all of these pieces. If you were an outsider, you knew that it was really important to go to Republican offices, but probably didn't really understand that if you could create a certain level of controversy among Republicans, they would never get this built before. And so, it's like the piece where if you're inside, you know all this useless arcane information that is only useful at a moment like that. And yes.
So
could you expand on why, I think if I'm understanding correctly, SOPA would have given, the Republicans thought SOPA would give the DOJ too much power?
Yeah, they hated Holder. Because the way that they were going to get the search and the ISPs and the registers and everybody else to take down these, quote, infringing sites was that Justice Department would go and get court orders. So they were, the bill expanded so that anybody with a copyright or a trademark or could
do it themselves.
Could do it themselves. It was kind of roll your own, but.
Initially, it was DOJ was going to get the authority to remove content.
And so, DOJ gets to remove content down to its like.
It turns out the Republicans have some content on it.
Yes, right. They've got a little content, and this is the Fast and Furious investigations going on. They're trying to make Holder the enemy. The Tea Party is, I'm probably talking down your slide. The Tea Party Republicans are very, very hostile to government, and somebody said that we've gone from conservative Republicans seeing the government as the important law enforcement arm of the state for the country to basically the big brother state. So
would they have been happier if private entities?
No, and that's what's so interesting because they also have a very strong view about. Because they have very strong views against private rights of action, because that's med mal and all medical
There was
malpractice.
also the idea that this was a gift to Hollywood, and Hollywood's not known for supporting Republicans.
Yes.
And so let me talk just going through what So one question was, was Heritage an out of the blue aberration? Heritage has never taken a position in opposition to a copyright or IP bill in known history, right?
And have actively supported
Yes.
some IP bills.
Right.
Not all, but some.
But
yes.
some, yes.
And so, was this a result of a savvy strategy, or did they, have some, epiphany? Like, what happened, right? And so, there's Republican bloggers and organizations. There was some early warning outside of D.C. that the Republican base, more associated with the Tea Party, the red state sort of bloggers, were concerned about both the private right of action and the DNS issue. and particularly giving more power to justice. There's an emerging intellectual divide among Republicans on IP as a property right and the extent to which that's in tension, in particular in this bill, with their desire to have less regulation. That this was a bill that combined, regulation and IP in a way that for them was really untenable. The Tea Party members have no historical commitment to IP, period. And they are hostile to Hollywood. And the fact that this was a big gift for Hollywood energized them in a way that perhaps other parts of the Republican base would not have been energized. Some parts of the Republican Party viewed this as an opportunity to align Republicans with tech, that tech has money to spend. They have not been huge contributors, but they have a lot of money, and this was an opportunity to peel them off from the Democrats and to solidify them as a fundraising base. The NET coalition executes a Republican strategy that's beyond the Judiciary Committee that was aimed at conservative Republicans.
So that is the Tech Industry Coalition, for those of you who are,
Google's part of it.
Large part of it.
Large part of it, but so are other members of the tech sector. The tech advocacy groups are directing grassroots to focus on Republicans, even not just the red states, but telling demand progress, right? Focus on the Republicans. Don't waste your time focusing on Democrats. That's not where the action is. The security Republicans take up the DNS issue, right? And that becomes very important as a signaling. So when Heritage comes out in opposition, this is viewed as very important for one particular reason. The timing of all of this is around when we're looking at the Republican primaries. And there are many folks who feel that this is one exposure that they don't need. If you remember during the Republican debates, they all came out and said they were opposed to SOPA, right? That this was viewed as a wide open flank. And so the Heritage position on this might not have mattered so much, but for the fact that this was in January, right? If it had happened later, the story might have been different. Okay. I'm going to let Richmond pick up. Do you want me to flick through?
Yeah, sure. So just quick couple things. Oh, that's loud. About the message of breaking the internet. So 59% of the interviewees thought that this was an important factor in the debate. And a lot of times in the dominant narrative, break the internet, I mean, everyone kind of acknowledges it as this really great piece of political rhetoric, but a lot of times it's presented as this kind of monolithic idea that the SOPA opponents use. This is like, the bill is going to break the internet. And when you look through the interviews and some of the other data we have, it's really interesting to see that people are using the same phrase in very different ways. So we started off talking about very early on, it gets this technical meaning associated with the security community, with the DNS issues, that this is going to technically break the underpinnings of the internet in a very kind of engineering sense. And so for a lot of the technically inclined and a lot of people, insider opponents, are using it in this way. But then when it moves into kind of the outsider opponents, it gains this censorship and free speech meaning. And while some people do kind of connect the DNS to the censorship and free speech, there's also a lot of people who don't do that and just talk about it and appear kind of, this is going to censor the web, it's going to cause all these free speech problems. And then some people kind of build on that and move on to economic and innovation causes that, like, it's going to kill YouTube, it's going to kill these other internet startups, it's going to
breaking the internet.
Right, and it's breaking the internet in that sense. It's breaking internet economics and innovation. And so it's also perceived differently based on, you know, what audience you're in, if you're for or against the bill. So again, most people think that it's really good political messaging, though there's debate. Some people think that it's been good to draw in people more, to learn more about the details about the debate. Others think it's just really an oversimplification to galvanize kind of grassroots action. Some see it as a strategic way to connect to the grassroots. And Nancy Pelosi's office in November after the hearing uses the hashtag Don't Break the Internet to kind of join into the grassroots effort at that point really early on. Others think that it's, you know, really hyper rhetoric. And then there's also this idea that it's kind of this message from people who know things about the internet to people in the legislature who don't know things about the internet, like speaking to a child saying, don't touch that, you're going to break it. Don't break the internet. And so, I mean, on one hand, the fact that this resonates so much with the kind of general public signifies how tightly woven the internet is into people's lives, which I think was an underappreciated fact in some circles at the outset of this. And the different meanings also allow a variety of groups to enter the coalition opposing SOPA for different reasons. So now that it's not just a technical issue, but it's also framed as something that has to do with human rights or general public access to the internet or access to resources, then it allows all these kind of human rights groups and other new entrants into this debate.
So the last thing we wanted to talk about was downstream impacts. As you saw, right, at least from the perspective of insiders, 81% of them, the blackout didn't kill the bill. Other things did. Yet it may have other downstream impacts, and we were talking to the interviewees about what the downstream impacts were of the overall kind of SOPA explosion. You're like, well, what do you think is going to happen? And there's a whole list here, right? Opponents will try to repeat. The coalition is really important, and it's going to remain active. Copyright is, the concerns over copyright is going to migrate to other issues, and people are going to be afraid to do anything on the internet, right? Congress is going to view it as a third rail. Copyright will be a third rail. Everyone's going to pay more attention to social media, to the extent that social media was really important in grassroots activity and in getting people to actually show up, right? There were Congress people who were really impressed by the number of people who showed up in their office, and like, we have to pay more attention to social media because we can't just be listening to what we're hearing from people inside the Beltway. Questions about where copyright policy would move, and some people viewed it, copyright policy was going to move to trade negotiations, others said it's going to move to private ordering rather than legislative solutions because people are going to be afraid of the policy process. This gives you some perspective on how those broke down. And some of the more interesting ones, so you'll see down at the bottom, the insider proponents said, look, this just means we're going to move to private ordering, right? That's going to be the downstream impact. If the policy process is so broken that it can't function, then we're going to have to be moving to private ordering. Right above that, you'll see the outsiders against said, oh, the controversies are all going to move to trade negotiations, and that's in part because, as Mike noted, ACTA was already starting to heat up, right? And so they saw that some of the things, and there's a history in the DMCA debates of this kind of policy laundering, right? Things that you can't get here coming back through international agreements and then informing policy. So there's some different perspectives. General agreement that tech companies would be more engaged politically, and I think the formation of the birth of, after the NET coalition, the birth of the Internet Association is at least one suggestion. My understanding is that there's also been kind of greater ongoing connection in fundraising as well. Opponents felt that they would try to repeat the movement, right? So that the coalition that had been built, this interesting anti-SOPA coalition, would stay intact and would try to repeat that. And we've seen some of that in trade agreements. There's been some activity that signals that. CISPA.
Except the technologists were mostly on the other side.
Right, and not all successful, and I think there's already some suggestion of how hard it is to get all those pieces to line up. Outside opponents said social media will be a bigger voice. Controversies are going to shift to trade negotiations, and that social media can be really effective there, right? That we get people in the streets. We know how to do that.
In Italy.
In Italy, right. Well, no,
Well, there's ACTA.
ACTA,
No,
yes.
ACTA was the one.
I know,
Yeah.
I'm teasing.
And proponents, they said, look, Congress isn't going to act on internet policy, and right, so that's going to push people to private ordering.
Which has big implications that
Yeah, I'm not going
maybe
to,
aren't so great.
I pretty much went through these. So
Yeah.
given the time, I'm going to stop there. We have many additional things that we're looking at that we'd love to talk about, but I wanted to turn it over to Mike to add any other commentary, and then open it up to more questions or feedback from the audience. Thank you, guys. I know this was really long. And this is like this much of what we have.
Yeah, I'll just keep it short. No, I mean, I think it's interesting in sort of, reliving it a few years later and trying to remember what I was thinking at the time. But it reminded me of some stuff and then, but also like Jonathan, I mean, I think I learned some stuff that I wasn't aware of as well, so it's really interesting. And I think, one of the things that I've noticed since then is that every time there's like anything sort of internet related, right, there's like, you have this reaction where people are like, well, we'll just, SOPA it, and for good and for bad, right? And there was like the good side of that, which is like getting people engaged and getting people who otherwise wouldn't be engaged in the policy issue has potential to be really good and really important. But at the same time, it's like the SOPA situation was kind of a one-time deal, and if you expect that you need that same level of reaction every time that you want to get, the internet involved in things, it's an impossible standard to live up to.
Right.
And so then, like, with CISPA, like suddenly, like people are like, oh, well, it was a one-time thing, or you have different things where you don't have that same reaction. And so I think it's interesting to try and learn the lessons, but I still wonder, like, was this so much of a unique circumstance that there isn't necessarily that many lessons that can then be useful going forward?
And one comment that came out from pro and anti-SOPA people, they said, look, anybody who views this as a success is like missing the whole point. Like, you can't expect to throw a temper tantrum as like, right, like this is not, like this is your worst case scenario, and everybody shouldn't be saying, can we repeat it? People should be saying, how do we get a policy process that makes sure we never get to that level of brinksmanship?
But part of the problem is now you also do have people from DC saying, oh, we'll see something and say, like, can we do it now? Let's SOPA that, right?
Yeah.
And where it's not even, it's not so much the people who were part of the coalition who did all this stuff saying, like, let's do that again. And most of the people sort of moved on, right? I mean, they're still paying attention and everything, but it's the DC, the
Really?
Policymakers who are then saying,
Policymakers.
who are saying, it may very well
SOPA
be.
nostalgia.
But I've heard it much more from people like on Capitol Hill than anywhere else, where it's like, well, all we have to do is SOPA this.
That's really fascinating. I think from our perspective, and sort of our particular biggest interest is what a failure this is as tech policy. And so what really has to change? Tech policy is now going to be embedded in everything.
Mm-hmm.
And this is kind of, I think, emblematic of how, obviously IP has its special flavor, which is, never question anything that the IP community tells you, but it's going to be everywhere, right? And they are not prepared to deal with it, and often they're not willing to deal with it. So I think that's one of our sort of first laser focus. Hopefully there's something that comes out of this that might inform how we move forward. And we never got to talk about Goodlat versus read the book. No, we're not. We'll talk.
But there are some more summary things up here for you to kind of think about to the extent you want more to think about. It's a wider group of actors. Yeah. We will give you the slides.
Mike Nelson,
Yeah.
Cloudflare.
Hi, Mike.
Great panel. I'm upset that I had to be on another panel.
Mm-hmm.
You may have already mentioned this, but could you talk at all about the impact of the We the People petition on the White House? Because in my mind, that actually helped the people in the White House who wanted to say something. Certainly there were people in the White House that just wanted to put their head down and say, let's not take off any of the Democrats on both sides of the issue, let's just be quiet. Suddenly there were 100,000 people who said,
we need to hear your
take a
voice.
position.
Yeah.
So
we didn't.
That was question one. Question two was, did you talk about the wonderful YouTube mashups, like the downfall?
We don't know anything about the internet.
Because my problem is here, I have to talk about the internet.
Yeah.
Millions of people watch, and
Yeah.
it's led to all sorts of takedowns.
Yeah.
So we didn't talk so much now about sort of all the wonderful, amazing things that went on online because it's been very well documented. I think what we were trying to do was, what are the other pieces? How are they interrelated? How did they further collaborate? So there is this. Did you come in after the White House slide?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, no, actually, I came in.
Yeah.
So it should be up on there, but we did not talk
It
about,
should include, yeah,
it totally
because,
should.
because the We the
Your
People
question
was
didn't
the.
ask people about the social media impact.
Oh, no, we did, and there's certainly stuff in there about the We the People petition. It actually doesn't come up as a
Precipitate.
as a important factor. The White House does, but not the petition per se.
And I think the petition
But it was
important for
forcing.
giving the avenue for the White House.
Right.
to-
I mean,
Absolutely.
that's what it's important, because obviously an administration usually doesn't talk about a bill like in midstream when it's not even outside of the committee. So they did know that they, given their commitment to responding to these petitions, but it's really interesting. It's not clear to me in the White House interviews that we're gonna have to go back.
I don't know that anybody said, but for that, we would not have come out with a position.
Because they
But
were-
it is mentioned.
Yes, it did seem like that was just sort of a convenient avenue, because, I mean, like, the White House has ignored an awful lot of We the People petitions that
Right.
have passed the
And
threshold.
they've come out on,
So,
and,
yeah,
and it's not completely unheard for them to come out and say something about a bill, right?
Right.
So,
It's just
I
early.
know when I was in the White House, first option was always,
don't say anything. Yeah.
Well, they did spend a year watching it carefully
Before
before they really started moving in on it.
So the one thing that I was gonna say that feels like it's missing, and maybe.
No,
and
we're
we
looking for
we
missing.
mentioned it very briefly,
Mhm.
so like the GoDaddy protest
Yeah.
was actually a really big deal in terms of galvanizing a lot more people in terms of, I don't know what people know, but like, because GoDaddy came out in support of the bill, and then like people organized a day to move your domains away from GoDaddy
Right.
and to protest them, and it apparently had enough of an impact that GoDaddy walked away and
Right.
and started apologizing profusely in sort of a weird way, but that actually got more companies to realize like taking a stand in favor of SOPA is
Right.
a dangerous thing for our business.
So
And
one
that
of the
was a big
things that came out this morning, it came out in one interview, but it came out this morning when we did this presentation, is the extent to which, if you go all the way back to, no, I won't do that. If you go all the way back to one of my early slides, about who we interviewed, and I said this blank box, this outsider proponents, is empty. And there was some suggestion that the reason that box is empty is that the GoDaddy protests scared all of the small businesses in a way that even if they wanted to support it, they would never ever say anything
Well, there
because
was also,
they couldn't.
because the GoDaddy was on a list, and there were two separate lists of companies that supported SOPA,
Right.
and one of the lists was complete bullshit basically. I mean, they sort of took all these companies or law firms that had said like we need new copyright
Right.
law, but didn't specifically endorse
Right.
the bill, and they were on that list, and they were sort of someone, I think someone in one of the hearings sort of listed them out, and then all of them started to come out really quickly and say, no, we didn't support that bill. And so you had all these people walking away from it. So I wonder, if you could find those people now who are more willing to actually admit that they
don't know.
weakly supported.
Yeah.
I mean, Microsoft briefly supported SOPA, right?
Sort of,
And then-
sort of. I mean, the truth is, even in the Senate, when it came out, it was hard to exactly know where Microsoft was.
Sure.
They were sort of counting Microsoft as a supporter, because they wanted to have, as I think I said at the beginning, they wanted to be able to name some people in every sector, but there was not a lot of evidence of it.
Sure.
So, yeah, I have a story about GoDaddy to tell you, but not now. Maybe when we walk, yeah.
And my father's art student.
Oh, thank you, Mike.
Do you want to say something about what you think the effect on the act, the resistance and act was, as the aftermath? Because although many of us, including me, didn't foresee reuse of the blackout choice, we also seen Occupy happen that fall, and we saw the success of the
Right.
very important Italian work to do with blackout, and then but then in the run up to ACTA was seen as a done deal.
Yeah, it was
And
definitely
it
seen as.
actually kind of wasn't.
It was a done
Was a
deal.
done deal, yeah.
They just never signed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, my own view, as I was watching some slides from various ways for different activists in other countries, was that ACTA protesters
Absolutely.
of 2012.
That's certainly what our interviews say. There's not a lot of data points on it,
There's
though.
not, I mean, we don't have a lot of data points. James Losey wrote an interesting piece about ACTA, which when I look at it, makes me feel like he did this similar research to what we did here, because he really shows how what the on-the-ground groups had been doing for the year and a half before, and how, you know, and how it all came about. In fact, you know,
Yeah, because that, I mean, the protests against ACTA, like, shot into overdrive right after.
Yeah. So I think there's no doubt that, you know, of the
There's a
influence,
connection.
that there's a connection. But
I don't think we have, since we weren't focused on ACTA, people viewed this as this coalition would stay together and would be active. And as I said, the same groups that were saying it would stay together and social media and online activism would be important, we're also talking about free trade agreements as like the next place where it was going to flare up.
yeah, right. Mike?
Mike Nelson again. This is kind of an odd question, but I'm a futurist. I look forward 5 years or so. We are still hearing people talk about SOPA at all moments, in opposition to TTP. People are saying, well, if you look closely, SOPA is embedded in that big thing. Did you get a sense from talking to people whether they were optimistic or pessimistic, depending on how you look at it, about the trends and whether in 5 years we will have substantially stronger copyright enforcement built into the infrastructure of the internet?
I don't think so. I think if anybody saw trends, it was those who wanted
More
to be
cautious.
that everybody was going to be more cautious about IP.
But
at
that
all.
to the extent that those deals were going to happen, they were going to be in private ordering.
Right.
They were going to be the 6 strikes or throttled sort of things. They were not going to be happening in Congress.
Which of course, so private ordering means when all the companies from both sides get together and
sometimes multi-stakeholder
sometimes it's a
efforts.
multi-stakeholder
So
effort.
the sort of example that came out of this was the 6 strikes agreement, which is that like the major ISPs have agreed to this, you know, program with the entertainment companies to send notices, and that was just a private agreement that was brokered quietly by the White House, but was not
Right.
legislation. It was just this agreement.
It's actually not 6 strikes, nobody gets kicked off, but that's what.
No judiciary, you know,
But there's no
Justice Department involvement, no
Right.
court involvement.
It's like corporate pseudo laws, so they make an agreement, so there's sort of escalating notices.
And there are all sorts of issues with
Right.
that, and all sorts of reasons
But
to be
it's
concerned about
but it's
that.
definitely not as bad as SOPA.
But the trend
Right.
overseas is
But
step by step.
Yeah.
Right.
Things are happening
All-
often invisibly in
Right.
agreements.
And I mean, there's a big human rights question because, you know, some things it's fine for people to go off in a room and do, but when you're touching on rights and there's no process, you know, at some point it sort of moves outside of the realm where private parties ought to be striking these
Yeah, but
agreements.
the point that he's making too is that there has been legislation passed out
Yeah.
elsewhere, and then the trade agreements sort of try and bring those back.
Bring it back.
here.
Absolutely,
And
try to
that's
bring it back here.
And there's a lot of very creative, high-priced lawyers who are finding new modes of attack.
Right.
Cloudflare, with a security
Yes.
firm, a web hosting firm, you can't kick people off the internet. I mean, we got caught up in a copyright action where the lawyers for the content creators used trademark law
Right.
to go after us in the group chat.
So
Very
they had
creative.
how to block every
You know.
mention of groove shark.
Right, if somebody wanted to, you know, they succeeded, as they should have, in taking down group chat pirate site. Then they said, we want everybody in the world to enforce our agreement to make sure that nobody ever uses the word group shark anywhere. So somebody could put up a find this group shark website, and we would have been required to take it down. Right. So that's pretty stupid. But they're concerned with people who create group shark 2.0. This was a rather, you know, creative new way.
Yeah.
And then there's the whole thing with the ITC and there's different events that
So these battles are ongoing, and I think one thing that is happening is that they're moving to new venues. And in looking at any of those venues, they, for the most part, right, we have a lot of questions about procedural and substantive legitimacy, right? And is it transparent? Who's involved? Who's setting the policy? What sort of due process is involved? And most of them don't look like the sort of process that you would get out of a court, or you would, right? And so all of those concerns, as we see policymaking shift, because Congress has become unwilling, right? You will see Congress members say, I don't want to be so put. I don't want to deal with it. If it touches on the internet, I'm not really that interested in touching it. And to the extent that's so, and there's policy making that needs to happen, it's going to find a venue. And thinking about how the venue selection choices influence the capacity for different sorts of participants to have a voice is a pretty significant question.
On that note, can we hear it for our wonderful knowledgeable
Yeah.
speakers?
Because we're really late.
And for our wonderful
audience.
and graduate students.
Hopefully it was entertaining and interesting, and both confirmed some things you thought and hopefully gave you some new things to think about. And thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Mike, thank you for coming. So Mike, the answer to the question about Goodlatte is that it remains totally mystery because he comes, he does
So you're at class?
tour.
Someone else is there. Who else is there?